Chapter 594. If Xi Jinghong were to know that the method that he had racked his brains to come up with, which he thought was a foolproof, most reliable and effective method, had actually turned out to be the best whetstone to raise his opponent's strength, it was hard to imagine how depressed he would be. The only thing that Mei Shuiyan was worried about was, why did Jun Moxi lure that hateful Go Buhuan over? Mei Shuiyan's battle was in full swing, but Jun Moxi's battle had already ended. Go Buhuan's strength was only at the level of a supreme martial artist. With Jun Dashao's current strength, how could he win? On the other side, with a cold expression, Jun Moxi placed his sword on Go Buhuan's neck. Lengling looked at this disheveled supreme martial artist and shouted, "Kneel down, you damn thing." Go Buhuan's eyes were filled with anger. He spat out a mouthful of saliva. "You're the damn thing. If you want to kill me, then kill me. You want me to kneel down? Dream on. You're cheap. Your bones are even more cheap. I want you to kneel down." Jun Moxi smiled cruelly and kicked twice. Go Buhuan screamed in pain. Both his knees were crushed by Jun Moxi's kicks. He knelt down softly. When his broken legs touched the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. His eyes rolled back and he was about to faint. However, Jun Moxi released a stream of spiritual energy in time to keep his mind clear. He didn't let him faint no matter what. He could only bear the endless pain with a clear mind. The two of them chased each other all the way here. Under Jun Moxi's ever-changing methods, Go Buhuan was sometimes trapped in a pit, sometimes covered in snow, sometimes frozen and sometimes burned. He was already in a lot of pain. Jun Moxi didn't have to spend much effort to capture this black-skinned guy alive. "Go Buhuan, do you like to eat human flesh?" This was where the knot in Jun Moxi's heart lay. "Motherfucker, you son of a b****, you actually want to eat my little Shui Yan? You really have guts. If I can't torture this bastard to death, how can I vent the anger in my heart?" Go Buhuan's words evoked Jun Moxi's endless killing intent. From then on, he made up his mind, I will not only kill this person. Moreover, he wanted to torture them to death. He wanted him to die a horrible death. So what if I am? Jun Wuxia, I want to tell you that I not only want to eat your lover's meat, but I also want to eat your brat's meat. Just you wait, I want to eat your entire Jun family's meat. Go Buhuan was in so much pain that his face was waxy yellow. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down, but he still held on and didn't let out a groan. His profound Xian energy had long been controlled by Jun Moxi, so he couldn't even self-destruct. His mouth full of teeth had been broken by Jun Moxi at the right time. It didn't cause him too much pain and didn't affect his speech. But if he wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, it was impossible. Only the roots of his teeth were left in his gums. How could he bite his tongue? Your bones are really tough, worthy of the style of a great master. Even at this juncture, your mouth can still be so cheap. I have to write the word, admire, for you? Jun Moxi praised. He suddenly stretched out his hand and tore Go Buhuan's clothes, revealing a large piece of skin on his chest and back. He slowly said, Go Buhuan, in my life, there are only two people that I hate to the bone, and I must kill them. The first one is Xiao Han from the Silver Blizzard City. You should be very happy now because you are the second one. Your biggest mistake isn't eating human flesh. It's that you wanted to eat my wife's flesh. You were so proud of yourself in front of so many people, but you didn't repent after being subdued by me, and you even dared to tell me that you want to eat the entire Jun family. If I don't serve you well, how can I face you? Jun Wuxia smiled coldly. Not to mention the fact that you're from the illusory blood sea. We're all enemies. Even if you're the son of a deity, I'll still make you die in extreme agony. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You still have a period of time to enjoy your life. Although my bones are tough, I don't like it when others act tough in front of me. If I can't make you beg me for mercy, then I will not be called Jun Moxi. I, Go Buhuan, have fallen into your trap today. I have nothing to say. It is easy for you to kill me, but if you want me to beg for mercy, Jun Moxi, you are wrong. If you have any skills, then show me. If I even frown, then I am not a real man. Go Buhuan endured the pain in his knees and said through gritted teeth, Good man. Let's see how long a good man like you can stay tough. Jun Moxi opened his hand, and shwa shwa sounds were heard as he made several bloody cuts on his chest and back. Go Buhuan laughed sinisterly. Jun Moxi, is this all you have? I don't mind telling you, these petty tricks of yours are far from enough. Let me tell you, I not only love to eat the flesh of beautiful women, but I also love to eat the flesh of young men. Even if it is the flesh of old men, I will not refuse it. Jun Wuxia, I'll raise your Jun family like pigs in a pen if I manage to escape. I'll slaughter them every few days. I will wash them clean and make them go well with wine. Ah. I heard that Jun Tian has been fighting for his entire life. He may be a little old, but his flesh must be very firm. I will definitely like to eat. And I heard that you are very lecherous. Your other mistress, Guanqing Han, is quite good-looking. Jun Moxie, I will take good care of her. I will eat her bit by bit and I will not let her die. I will slowly listen to her moans, ha ha ha. Go Buhuan stuck out his red tongue like a pervert. His eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Jun Moxie. His entire person was immersed in a kind of cruel pleasure. I heard that there is also a Dugu Xiaoyi, right? I will definitely have a good taste of such a little girl. Haha, there is a little girl in your room? What is her name again? I don't care, I will not let a single one of them go. I will eat the heart first, then the liver, and then, He suddenly screamed. You won't have this opportunity. Instead, the lives of your family members will be cut off because of these words of yours. Today I will do as I said and turn you into a bird from head to toe. Look forward to it. Jun Moxie said coldly. His face was expressionless. He held a handful of white salt in his hand, and gently sprinkled it on Go Buhuan's wounds. Not a single bit was wasted. Go Buhuan screamed. His voice was loud and mournful. His entire body was twitching. Jun Moxie stood beside him with an indifferent and expressionless face. He sprinkled white salt on Go Buhuan's wounds and said in an indifferent manner, Is it comfortable? Go Buhuan? This is the first appetizer. Go Buhuan screamed. But he still smiled in pain and said, Comfortable, very comfortable. Jun Moxie, you have guts. This method is not bad. If I catch the Jun family one day, I will sprinkle salt on them like this before eating wine. You motherfucker, you bastard. You are a real man. Good dishes are coming one after another. Jun Moxie shook his head. He grabbed a handful of chili powder out of nowhere and sprinkled it evenly on Go Buhuan's wounds. He said gently, Go Buhuan, do you feel better now? Go Buhuan's body stiffened. He wanted to cry out to vent the pain in his body. But he was held back by the extreme pain. He couldn't make a sound at all. The veins on his body suddenly bulged out from his muscles. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His pupils suddenly dilated and then shrank. Although he heard Jun Moxie's words, he didn't have the strength to reply. He could only open his mouth and maintain the same posture. The pain was so intense that his whole body was cramping. What a tough bone. Damn it, you can still bear it. The endurance of a supreme master is really not just for show. It's boring to have vegetables but no soup. Let me help you make a bowl of soup to moisten your throat. Jun Moxie smiled and casually made a grabbing motion in the air. Then, a large lump of snow suddenly appeared in his hand. Jun Moxie secretly activated his Xian Qi, and it turned into a big bowl of snow in a split second. Then he threw 2 handfuls of chili powder into the bowl. Then he grabbed a large handful of snow and melted it into the bowl. Then he held the bowl with one hand. Not long after, the chili powder inside the bowl started to emit steam. But the surprising thing was that the bowl of snow didn't show any signs of melting. The chili powder started to boil. Jun Moxie suddenly pinched Go Buhuan's nose with one hand and poured the whole bowl of chili powder into Go Buhuan's mouth with the other. All of it went into Go Buhuan's stomach. Ah! Go Buhuan let out a strange cry. He could only feel a big ball of fire burning in his stomach. In an instant, his internal organs were on fire. He couldn't help but scream, Jun Moxie? Kill me. Kill me? Do you surrender now? Jun Moxie stood in front of him with his hands in his sleeves. Go Buhuan, I saw that you were rather strong-willed previously. As long as you say that you're convinced, kneel down and kowtow to me, I'll kill you immediately. I won't let you suffer any more. You don't think? If you... Go Buhuan's eyes were about to split open. He still didn't relent. Very good. You're really tough. Looks like I have to give you a proper meal. Jun Moxie's body swayed and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, there were 5 to 6 mountain rats in his hand. In his other hand there were 7 to 8 snakes. They were wriggling lazily. It was obvious that they were hibernating. But Jun Moxie dug them out. Jun Moxie looked at Go Buhuan indifferently and smiled. Go Buhuan, it's not too late to beg for mercy now. If not, this young master will treat you to a proper meal. I'm afraid it'll be too late for regrets. Go Buhuan gritted his teeth and turned his head away. Hero. I hope you can be a hero until the end. I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. Jun Moxie threw the snakes and rats on the ground. Under the control of his mystical energy, the snakes and rats didn't dare to move. They stayed there obediently. Then Jun Moxie tied up the legs of Go Buhuan's trousers. He casually pulled at his waist. 5 to 6 rats had already crawled into Go Bu-Huan's trousers. They were squeaking everywhere. Go Bu-Huan let out a blood-curdling scream. He could feel the rat crawling around his body, sticking close to his skin. His hair stood on end. His eyes finally revealed a look of fear. Suddenly he let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body started to tremble. It turned out that the rat had already discovered the flesh on his knee, and had actually climbed up and started to gnaw on it. A man-eater was actually eaten by rats today. Chapter 595. Go Bu-Huan was bitten by the rats. He was scared out of his wits by the pain. Although he was cruel and loved to eat human flesh, he could not accept the fact that he was eaten alive. As she listened to Jun Emosie's words, she felt a rat squirming between her waist and crotch. This was a very bad sign. Her complexion changed. But at this moment, she was in so much pain that she didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. We are both men. I will definitely not sit by and watch. I will immediately release the snakes to kill the rats and save your little snake. Go Bu-Huan, you should be grateful to them for saving you. These snakes were hibernating before this. You must be willing to provide a warm place for them, right? I heard that snakes love to burrow. Not only is your place warm, there are holes for them to burrow into. You can also eat and drink. It's a great place. Will be good if you are good. Jun Moxie pretended to pull open Go Bu-Huan's pants. He raised the snakes in front of Go Bu-Huan. The snakes hissed and flicked their red tongues. Their triangular heads swayed back and forth. Go Bu-Huan's entire body was trembling, and he finally broke down completely. Suddenly, with a puff sound, a foul stench filled the air, and his feces and urine flowed out from his front and back at the same time. Suddenly he screamed and cried and shook his head desperately. No, 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 no. The way he looked at Jun Emosie was as if he was looking at a demon, an executioner who had killed since ancient times, and was already filled with fear. Fear from the bottom of his heart. What? Speak clearly. Jun Moxie tilted his ear. Don't be like this. Don't. Please, kill me. Go Bu-Huan clamped his legs together tightly. He kept screaming. He was extremely terrified. I am not satisfied with your current attitude. Jun Moxie frowned. I said earlier that I will only consider letting you off if you kneel down and kowtow to me. You haven't even kowtowed yet. You should learn to be sincere. Go Bu-Huan screamed in pain. His facial muscles were contorted. Suddenly he stooped down crazily and kowtowed. His tears flowed freely. I beg you, I'll kowtow to you. You're a magnanimous person, please kill me. Kill me, ah. The voice was too low, I didn't hear it. You damn thing. Jun Moxie frowned, his face filled with dissatisfaction. He smiled faintly and said, You don't even have the energy to beg for mercy? I'm a bird, please. Please kill me. Go Bu-Huan continuously kowtowed and screamed in agony. He shouted with all his might. He could clearly feel that there were a few mice crawling towards his crotch area. They were already very close. This feeling of being buried alive in the mouths of mice was enough to drive Go Bu-Huan crazy. Not to mention the fact that he could become an incomplete man at any time. Remember, if there was an afterlife, don't try to act tough in front of me, I hate it. Since you don't like this main course so much, let's end this feast early. Jun Moxie smiled warmly and stabbed the mice to death through his pants. Then he stabbed the blood of yellow flame into Go Bu-Huan's chest. Go Bu-Huan's body trembled, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. He stared fixedly at Jun Moxie. There was no hatred or gratitude, just a simple stare, as if he wanted to remember this face for the rest of his life. He didn't know if he wanted to remember not to provoke him in the future, or if he wanted to take revenge in his next life. Jun Moxie pulled out his sword. The blade was as cool as water. Looking at the blade, Jun Moxie asked quietly, Is it cruel? The godly sword did not speak, but light flowed around it. This is the pugilistic world. Jun Moxie looked at Go Bu-Huan's corpse and said calmly, Actually, you are wrong. In this world there is no such thing as a tough man. There are many people who are unafraid of death, but there are even more punishments that make people wish they were dead. When facing an enemy, when you can't beat them and can't run away, the best thing to do is to kill yourself first. This is my advice to you in your next life. Also, I am a man-eater. Dying like this is still too easy for you. Maybe I am too soft-hearted. I originally planned to cut off your 5 limbs, then help you heal your wounds and stop the bleeding, turning you into a complete bird. In the last moments of your life, your food will be your own flesh. Jun Moxie turned around and left. Quite a long time has passed. Shui Yin should have familiarized herself with that sword technique by now, right? He thought silently. On Mei Shuiyan's side, A few batches of people had already been replaced, and the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Almost everyone was gradually losing their composure. Seeing their comrades getting injured one by one, while the enemy was still unharmed, who wouldn't be anxious and worried in this kind of situation? Moreover, this continuous battle seemed to have no effect on Mei Shuiyan at all. She was just like that, unhurried, attacking from long distances and attacking from short distances. Her long sword was impenetrable. She had to face the tight encirclement of 12 people at all times, but she still attacked and defended, not showing any signs of fatigue. Moreover, once someone on her side showed a slight flaw, she would immediately receive the sharpest and most fatal attack. During this period of time, there were already close to 10 people who were injured. What was more frightening was that the power of her strange sword technique seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Zi Jinghong frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He watched as Mei Shuiyan repeatedly used this sword technique, the gentleness of spring, the heat of summer, the bleakness of autumn, the coldness of winter, over and over again, but the basic pattern did not change at all. She is actually using us to practice her sword technique. Fuck. Zi Jinghong finally understood, and was so angry that his hair stood on end. His face turned from white to red, then to purple and then to dark purple. It was indeed worthy of his surname, Zi. He thought that his plan was successful, but he never thought that his opponent would use him as a target. It seemed that if he wanted to kill Mei Shuiyan, he would have to pay a considerable price. Zi Jinghong clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted angrily, "Blood seas people, perish together." This sentence was like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. Even Chu Chihuan, who was watching the battle from afar, could feel the chilling murderous intent in it. At this moment, the experts of the illusory blood sea who were still in the battle responded in unison, and their faces quickly turned into expressions of grief and indignation. At the same time they did a somersault and only 3 people were left. These 3 people roared and their swords were sharp, and they attacked crazily without defending themselves at all. At the same time their bodies seemed to be inflating and they slowly expanded. "All the unfinished business is left to you. I will leave first. Brothers, see you in the next life." A roar came from afar, and a supreme master was the first to leap into the air. His long sword turned into a dazzling flash of lightning, which then turned into a round pillar of light. His whole body shone with a cold light and purple lightning flashed, and he pounced towards Mei Shuiyan, with an indomitable will. Everyone could clearly see that in this attack, the Supreme Master's body suddenly expanded as he moved in the air. Self-destruct. This was no longer a simple body and sword fusion, but a fusion of the Supreme Master's life, soul, and all of his strength. Using his life to kill himself first and then kill the enemy. The most standard mutual destruction. The most terrifying mutual destruction. The first 3 people were in charge of restraining Mei Shuiyan, sacrificing their lives to restrain her movements so that she could not move freely. Then, another person would control his sword and stab forward, becoming one with his sword, causing a self-explosion. The 4 of them would then use their own radiance of life to unleash a peerless attack. 4 Supreme Masters, mutual destruction. Mei Shuiyan was very experienced. Naturally, she had also sensed this great potential danger. She did not dare to be negligent. With a loud whistle, her long sword rolled out like waves of snow. The sword chi instantly increased and its momentum was unparalleled. However, the expert from the illusory blood sea beside her could not care less about the fact that his self-destruction preparations had not been completed. He suddenly pounced forward and fiercely slashed with his long sword. Boom! The long sword was indisputably broken. However, at this moment he launched the most meticulous palm technique, completely ignoring his own life as he pounced towards the sword chi. Puff puff puff. Mei Shuiyan's sword pierced through his body 33 times in an instant, from his chest to his back. However, he was still smiling miserably and sent his body over, due to inertia. Invincible blood sea. Glory to the Holy Land. At the same time the other 2 people also made the same choice, using their own lives to fill up any space that Mei Shuiyan could escape to. Blood and flesh flew everywhere but they shouted crazily and pounced forward. The brilliant sword light that followed also followed, arriving in a flash. There was no space to dodge. Mei Shuiyan was enraged, and suddenly slashed down with the long sword in her hand. The sword light trembled and with a whang sound, a bright wall of light suddenly appeared in front of her, connecting heaven and earth, blinding the eyes. Tian Fa heaven punishing sword. 2 equally brilliant sword lights suddenly collided. Boom, boom, boom. 3 violent explosions rang out, and the bodies of the 3 experts simultaneously surrounded Mei Shuiyan, turning into minced meat. The power of the explosion was so strong that it actually lifted up a large piece of the ground in a 200 jiang radius, and it exploded in the air. With a muffled groan, Mei Shuiyan's white robe exploded and blood spurted out from her mouth. She staggered backwards and her face was deathly pale. This suicidal move had actually caused Mei Shuiyan to be seriously injured. Mei Shuiyan finally understood. It was obvious that the illusory blood sea had practiced this technique for a long time. Otherwise they would not be able to cooperate so well. If they had nothing better to do, why would the illusory blood sea practice this suicidal technique? They must have been preparing to deal with her for a long time. So if Hermitage did not make a move, the illusory blood sea would have made a move. Mei Shuiyan let out a shrill cry, and her heart was filled with endless pain. At that time, the 3 holy lands and 1 ferocious lands had not shed all pretenses of cordiality, but they were actually preparing to deal with her. These were all her comrades in the war for seizing the heavens. Where was their conscience? Where was the justice? Mei Shuiyan now truly believed Jun Moxie's words. No matter what, they were going to deal with the Tianfa forest, and there would definitely be no accidents. In the eyes of the 3 holy lands, the Tianfa forest was an even more terrifying opponent than the strange races. Mei Shuiyan's shrill cry pierced through the air, and the mountains and valleys responded at the same time. From near to far, the sound reverberated out, and then from far to near like rolling thunder. The snow on the surrounding mountain peaks began to fall, and even large pieces of mountain rocks fell. Chapter 596. The killing intent in Mei Shuiyan's eyes had reached a crazy level. If that's the case, don't blame me for being unjust. Then let this venerable kill all of you until the heavens and earth turn upside down. I won't show any mercy. Do you really think that the king of Tianfa doesn't know how to kill? Xi Jinghong's expression didn't change at all. It was as if she didn't see or hear what was happening around her. She slammed her palm down and shouted, "Blood and sea of perish. No turning back. Forward. Kill." Another 3 silhouettes dashed out from 3 different directions to intercept Mei Shuiyan. At the same time, another silhouette roared and soared into the sky from a distance. He swung his sword like a whirlwind and once again turned into a dazzling lightning bolt. If she really went through 2 explosions in a row, even if Mei Shuiyan was extremely powerful, she would still be seriously injured. At that time the rest of the people would swarm in. Xi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing's eyes shone with a cruel light of revenge. Although the price was a little high, but they could finally kill this master of Tianfa. At this moment something strange happened. An unimaginable and inexplicable change suddenly occurred. Suddenly, another unparalleled ray of light appeared in midair and flickered abruptly. It disappeared in a flash. It was like an extremely short flash of lightning, and then silence. Before anyone could even react to what was going on, the Supreme Master who was accumulating power in the sky suddenly roared and fell down like a weight. He fell right where he was standing in the middle of the crowd. On his throat, there was a glaring hole of blood. Someone had actually killed him with a single slash when he was about to explode. The person who killed him had grasped the timing to an unimaginable degree. Because the Supreme Master's power had been accumulating to the extreme and he was on the verge of exploding. But he suddenly fell down. When he landed, he completely lost control and exploded with a bang. As mentioned earlier, how could the self-detonation of a Supreme Being level expert be a small matter? Even with Mei Shuiyan's astonishing cultivation, she would still be injured, let alone these people who were far inferior to Mei Shuiyan. In addition to the unexpected incident, everyone was unprepared and almost unprepared. Who would have thought that the experts from their own clan would actually self-destruct in their own nest? And so, tragedy struck. It was a complete tragedy. This was like launching a missile. The missile had successfully lifted off, but the navigation system had malfunctioned, and the missile had fallen vertically. Boom. A series of blood-curdling screams resounded. How could the situation at this moment be described with the word chaotic? Xiao Weiqing and his subordinates from the Supreme Golden City were further away, so they were only hit by the shockwave. However, Xi Jinghong, who was in charge of escorting them, was the first to bear the brunt of the shockwave. She was sent flying by the shockwave on the spot. At the same time, 7 or 8 experts from the illusory ocean of blood were also sent flying into the air. Fortunately, they were able to circulate their Shen Qi to protect themselves in mid-air, so they did not suffer serious injuries. However, these people's internal organs had already been shaken. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. After all, this explosion was much lighter than the explosion of the 3 experts that Mei Shuiyan had suffered at the same time. Even the 3 experts who were surrounding Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this moment. Fuck. What was going on? Even the blood ocean of blood perished together didn't cause such a change. Mei Shuiyan's body spun, and she escaped from the encirclement that the three experts had created with their lives like lightning. Who is it? Who the fuck is it? Come out right now. Zi Jinghong crawled up, and the first thing she did was to curse without caring about her image. Fuck, which immoral thing is it? What kind of ability is it to hide behind someone's back and play dirty tricks like this? An ethereal and gloomy voice laughed in midair, and it seemed to say something softly. It feels so good to be able to trick so many Supreme Masters and those who are above the Supreme Master level. Then, an indistinct white figure streaked across the sky with a whoosh, shooting to the right and disappearing in a flash. It seemed to be hiding behind a big rock. At the same time, Jun Moxie's voice came into Mei Shuiyan's ears. Come. Mei Shuiyan understood and quickly used her peerless Qinggong. Taking advantage of the chaos, her white shadow flashed and dashed towards the big rock on the right. Coincidentally, the avalanche that Mei Shuiyan had just caused finally came crashing down from the surrounding mountains. Countless variables were added to the already chaotic situation. Go after her. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. Both of them ran 10 feet in a flash, and they were the first to chase after Mei Shuiyan. Their faces were full of expressions as if they wanted to eat someone alive. Although the explosion just now had caused a lot of casualties on their side, the casualties were not too serious. On the other hand, the fact that Venerable Mei was injured was an indisputable fact. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him, once he recovered, they would be completely finished. A trick like blood sea perish together could only be used when the opponent was not prepared. If the opponent was prepared, then it would only be a tactic that would damage their own strength. After all, every time it was used they would lose at least one Supreme Master level expert. Even if the illusory blood sea was rich and powerful, they could not afford such a loss. Fuck. It can't be. A certain Supreme Master assassin behind the big rock felt all the hairs on his body stand up. His whole body felt cold. Why are they all rushing towards me all of a sudden? There can't be such a coincidence, right? Fuck me. Aren't you guys fighting well? I was just watching in high spirits. How did a disaster suddenly befall me? Fuck, it would have been better if they had made some preparations. Seeing the large number of experts from the opponent's side charging over in a grandiose manner, the king of assassins Chu Chihuan felt his soul leave his body. There was no place to hide here. As long as they came up, they would be able to see me. How could I still be alive? Fuck. Although a few of them have died, the remaining ones are enough to kill 8 or 10 of me. Right at this moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. Just based on these small fries of yours and you still want to catch me, Chu Chihuan? Do you have the ability to do so? Bah. This voice seemed to ring out right beside Chu Chihuan. Even Chu Chihuan himself heard it. He almost thought that it was him who had said it. He could not help but feel his soul leave his body, and his hair stood on end. Great Lord, you're playing me to death. Chu Chihuan groaned in his heart. He almost fainted. This voice was like the clearest guide, and all the experts of the 2 holy lands flew towards that direction like a large flock of crows with a boom. Fuck my mother. Chu Chihuan soared up without any hesitation. He did not even have the time to see clearly who was framing him. He turned into a blurry white shadow and ran away at full speed. After all, escaping was the most important thing at this moment. There was only one thought in Chu Chihuan's mind right now. This time I'm really done for. I've become a scapegoat again. This time it's even more awesome. I've become the scapegoat of the 2 holy lands. I can't live on like this anymore. Oh God, oh Earth, why is my life so bitter? I'm like a stray dog and I'm like a fish that has escaped the net. The speed at which Chu Chihuan escaped was really amazing. His current speed was so fast that even Jun Moxie could not help but exclaim in his heart. So fast. Fuck your mother. Chu Chihuan. It's really you, you bastard. You son of a bitch who deserves to die by 1,000 cuts. You black-hearted thing that deserves to be struck by lightning. My supreme golden city, illusory ocean of blood, will fight you to the death. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing cursed at the same time. They were so sad and angry that they could not take it anymore. Why was it that the 2 families' flawless plans were ruined by this damned killer's hands? Could it be that he was born to go against our 3 holy lands? Looking again, Mei Shuiyan, whose Qinggong was unparalleled in the world, had already disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. With Mei Shuiyan's speed, as long as she ran away, would they be able to catch up with her? Even if she was injured, they would not be able to catch up. Moreover, this was not the only way to go to the Dongfang family. Who knew which direction she had gone? Split up and chase. That would not be a pursuit but a suicide mission. Zi Jinghong's eyes turned red. She was so angry. He roared like thunder, "Chu Chi-hun, this seat swears to the heavens and earth today, I will kill you. If I don't kill you, I swear not to be a human." Xiao Weiqing was so angry that his hair stood up. The two of them did not discuss at all. They brought their subordinates and swept past like a dark cloud. Each of them was so angry that their hearts were bleeding, and they chased after Chu Chi-hun in anger. "Chu Chi-hun, I will definitely kill you, ah!" At this time the avalanche came crashing down, and the basin was filled to the brim. Waves of snow flew up hundreds of feet and rolled up thousands of piles of snow. For a moment, many heroes appeared, and the landscape was like a painting. After a long time, the shaking of the earth finally stopped. Behind a big rock less than 5 feet away from where Chu Chi-hun was hiding, 2 people popped their heads out with lingering fear. They were Jun Moxie and Mei Xuan. That was so dangerous. Jun Moxie stuck out his tongue, and his face was full of lingering fear. His hand was on Mei Xuan's back, and it was only now that he took it off. A large amount of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth had temporarily suppressed the healing of Mei Xuan's injuries. "How did you know that person was Chu Chi-hun?" Mei Xuan looked at him in surprise, and she was very curious. "When I came here just now, you were still persistently practicing your sword, so I came to take a look. This guy's sword is unique, the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword. It is very easy to recognize and—" Jun Wuxia laughed without the slightest hint of modesty. He then said proudly, "In this world, the only one who has this kind of concealment skill is him. Apart from me, there is no one else. I believe that even you can't do it." That's true. This person's hiding skills are indeed very shocking. He had hidden himself so close that Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing did not even notice him. This kind of concealment skill, if it was spread out, would be enough to shock the world. I'm also ashamed of myself. Mei Xuan agreed. "So, if this person is not the supreme killer Chu Chi-hun, who else could it be?" Jun Moxie smiled. Chapter 597. Jun Moxie stared at him for a long time before he said, "Don't worry, he won't die. You didn't see how fast he ran. How could a supreme assassin die so easily? Besides, this guy is not a good person. Don't worry about him. Let's leave this place first. I've only suppressed your injuries temporarily. Let's find a quiet place and I'll treat you thoroughly. Be careful next time." The supreme assassin's self-destruction is not something to be trifled with. The two of them continued their journey with ease. The next few days were really easy. They did not encounter even a single wave of attacks. This time, the 3 Holy Lands had sent out a strong and powerful lineup. There were a total of 90 top powerhouses in the world. Such a terrifying force was enough to shake the heavens and shake the earth in this world. But along the way they suffered heavy casualties. The illusory ocean of blood had the fewest casualties, but they still lost 6 people. The Great Golden City had lost 17 people. Hermitage's 30 people were completely annihilated. Not even a hair was left. Out of the 90 people, only 37 were left. And among these people, there were 3 or 4 who were crippled in the Jun family's residence. Another 7 or 8 people were wounded in the battle today. Their injuries varied from light to heavy. Even Xiao Weiqing had a few more scars on his body. With their current strength, if they still wanted to kill Mei Xuan, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Therefore Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing gave up this mission at the same time. Instead they turned to another target, the supreme assassin Chu Chi-hun. The Great Golden City sent out a kill order. Kill Chu Chi-hun. The illusory ocean of blood did not want to be left behind. They also sent out a killer weapon, the Blood Sea Kill Order. They swore not to rest until Chu Chi-hun is dead. When the elusive world of immortals heard that the people they sent out were all killed, and that Chu Chi-hun had played a key role in it, they were also furious. Without hesitation they sent out another elusive world of immortals kill order. The 3 Holy Lands shared a common enemy and a common target, Chu Chi-hun. In a short period of time, the supreme assassin Chu Chi-hun's name could be said to have shaken the entire Xian continent. In a short period of time, his name was awe-inspiring and awe-inspiring. In just a few days, the name of the supreme killer Chu Chi-hun had spread all over the continent. Everyone was exclaiming, "This supreme assassin is too awesome. Too awesome." With the strength of a single person he challenged 3 Holy Lands. Many Supreme Being experts and experts above the Supreme Being level had died in his hands. This was something that had never happened in the past 10,000 years. What a ferocious man. He was too fucking valiant. As a result, Chu Chi-hun's name continued to soar, rising to an unprecedented height. All the assassins in history, no matter how glorious their achievements were, in front of Chu Chi-hun, They all paled in comparison. Chu Chihuan's name had surpassed all the ancestors of the world of assassins. From this moment onwards, Chu Chihuan had directly reached the heavens, achieving his greatest wish, to become the #1 assassin in history, to surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. In the past 10,000 years, who dared to challenge the three holy lands so directly? Not to mention offending all three of them, even offending only one of them would be a rare occurrence. And now, our great student Chu Chihuan had simultaneously stirred up the three most terrifying hornets' nests. Not to mention his achievements. Just this kind of courage, this kind of boldness, is absolutely unprecedented in history, and will never be matched in the future. To be Chu Chihuan, to shake the world with incomparable might. To look down on the past and present, who could compare? To outshine the world, the supreme assassin. In a short period of time, the people of the world had such a poem, fighting to praise the great achievements of the supreme Chu. As long as the Xian cultivators of the pugilistic world gathered together, they would discuss, "Hey, do you have any news today? Is it about the supreme assassin? No, but this guy is really fierce," to actually be able to defeat the three holy lands at the same time. This kind of courage, this brother admires it to death. If there's no news, it means he's not dead yet. To think that the three holy lands can't do anything to him? What do you know? Supreme Chu is the #1 assassin in history. Although the three holy lands are very powerful, but can they compare to their seniors? You have to know that Chu Chihuan has surpassed his master. No water can compare to the great killer Chu. That's true, at Chu Chihuan's level, there is indeed nothing to fear. Awesome. This brother has never heard of such a fierce person in this world. This is too fucking satisfying, to challenge the three holy lands alone. Just thinking about it makes this brother tremble with excitement. Isn't that right? Chu Chihuan is really gutsy, really too gutsy, too manly. Yeah, do you guys know why Chu Chihuan wants to kill the people from the three holy lands? What? Tell us quickly. Everyone was anxious. You guys are really ignorant. I'm the only one who knows about this secret. Sai, I've traveled such a long distance, I'm thirsty and hungry. I'm really tired. Nacho sighed and sighed. Waiter. Hurry up and serve the good wine and dishes. If you're a moment late, I'll break your neck. Pick the best, the most expensive. With a loud bang, a few people shouted at the same time to treat. Seeing that you guys are so sincere, I'll tell you guys. Nacho narrowed his eyes mysteriously and stretched out 2 fingers. Actually, there are 2 reasons for this matter. The first reason is that Chu Chihuan has a childhood sweetheart. She's too beautiful. But somehow, the people from the illusory blood sea of the three holy lands found out about it, so they came to take a look, and with one look they were mesmerized. So that's how it is. So it's a love dispute? Everyone suddenly understood. So they snatched her back? But after they snatched her back, there was only one person. How were they going to split it? So they fought. This fight was not a big deal. The holy landlord came out, and after stopping the fight, he inadvertently saw that woman. I have to say, she's really too beautiful. I have to say, a beauty is really a source of calamity. Nacho shook his head, fascinated. And then? Nacho scratched his head anxiously, and then he took her for himself, and indulged in sensual pleasures every night. Nacho laughed obscenely, his voice extremely low. Everyone gathered around the table and listened attentively, their black heads squeezed together like a small plate of cabbage that was surrounded by flies. Everyone's hearts were filled with gossip, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. But somehow this matter was found out by the other 2 holy lands. So the other 2 holy lands lords were curious, and they came together to pay a visit. I have to say, that woman is really too beautiful. I have to say, a beauty is really a source of calamity. Then, guess what happened? A fight. No, they didn't fight, but I don't know what exactly happened. In any case, the 3 holy lands lords were very happy, and everything was very peaceful. Oh. There was a deep and meaningful voice of realization. Then Chu Chihuan found out about this matter. Everyone, what if this happened to you? What would you do? Is there a need to ask? Take out your swords and go. Damn it, a man can do anything but be a tortoise. If you're a man, you have to go. Clapping his hands, he said excitedly, isn't that so? So, things have come to this point today. Chu Chihuan was actually forced to do it. But there's no doubt that the great supreme Chu Chihuan is a real man. Yes, a real man. Alright, what's the other reason? The other reason is already obvious. At the level of Chu Chihuan, he has already reached an unprecedented level. It's lonely at the top. Even if I explain this to you guys, you won't understand. Let's drink. Everyone smacked their lips, a look of satisfaction on their faces. So there's more to it than meets the eye. someone raised a question. Chu Chihuan's childhood sweetheart, no matter how you look at it, she should be more than 100 years old, right? An old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair can still be so charming? TSK, you're really ignorant and inexperienced. Disdainfully, don't you know what it means to be a middle-aged woman but still attractive? Do you know? What does it mean to retain one's youth? Do you know? What does it mean to live forever? Do you know? What does it mean to use yang to nourishing? Do you understand? What does it mean? Do you understand now? Nodding his head like a chicken pecking on rice, he said, "Thank you for your guidance. Asking a gentleman's words is better than reading for 10 years. My horizons have been broadened today. The stone in my heart has been swept away." This was a version, but it was definitely not the only version. There were at least a few hundred different versions circulating in the continent, and each of them was well-founded, and well-founded. They were all vivid and lifelike. Chu Chihuan had truly become the most famous person in history. In the entire world there was no one who did not know of him, no one who did not know of him. That poem had even become a masterpiece for all eternity. Of course, all of these Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao temporarily did not know. This source of everything, the creator of all the blame for Chu Chihuan, was currently leisurely traveling in the sea of forests and snowy plains with a beauty, completely unaware that the reputation of the great Supreme Chu in the outside world had already reached such an exaggerated level. If he knew, I believe that Jun Dashao would definitely feel very comforted in my heart. And perhaps even jealous. How did the title of the world's #1 assassin disappear out of thin air? After all, this guy's thinking could not be understood with common sense. 200 miles away from the Dongfang family. This place could be said to be the territory of the Dongfang family. After exiting a dense forest, Jun Moxie stood at the top of a mountain, looking at the vast mountains in front of him. He could not help but sigh. It was really not easy for my old man to find his wife in such a hidden place. How many days has it been since I left? Other than birds and beasts, I actually did not see a single human footprint. What do you mean by that? Mei Shuyan, who was originally smiling sweetly and following him, suddenly stopped in her tracks, her face darkened, her eyes looking at him with a very unfriendly gaze. Fuck. Only then did Jun Moxie remember that he had unknowingly offended a beauty again. This was a Shen beast. Fuck, I must install a door on my mouth. I actually mean, other than the two of us, there is actually no one else. Jun Moxie wiped away his sweat and quickly used the great skill of changing the topic. Shuiyan, I really admire you too much, so these few days I wrote a poem for you without rest. Do you want to hear it? This is my confession of my true feelings. Let me hear it. Mei Shuiyan instantly became interested. She knew that although this guy was known for being ignorant, he could often come up with a few absolutely beautiful poems that could be passed down through the ages. Now that she saw that he had specially written a poem for her, of course her curiosity was aroused. Chapter 598. The name of this poem is If. Jun Wuxia cleared his throat, and a mysterious smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. He steadied his emotions and sank his chi into his dantian. Then he used a cadence of emotions to recite the poem. If I were the peasant, then you would be the noon. If I were the bow, then you would be the eagle. If I were the Qingming, then you would be the He Tuesday. If I were the immortal sword, then you would be the legend of chivalry. There are so many ifs. My heart is in it. His voice was clear and deep, and it traveled through the dense forest. Thus the entire valley echoed, peasant, noon, peasant, noon. After he finished reciting, Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan sincerely and said affectionately, Shuiyan, this is my feelings. It expresses my most sincere feelings for you and also my desire for you. Love is higher than the mountain and love is deeper than the sea. Just give in to me. Mei Shuiyan frowned and softly recited the poem. The more she recited, the more confused she became. Finally she asked humbly, what does this poem mean? You only need to know that this poem is my wish for you. Only the sun in the sky can express my feelings. Jun Moxie said solemnly. A trace of inexplicable emotion flashed across Mei Shuiyan's face, but she still pondered in her heart. The feelings in this poem were quite deep, but the literary standard was too ordinary. She was like this, if there was something she didn't understand she would keep thinking about it. But this time she didn't understand at all and softly murmured. After a long time, when she was about to ask Jun Moxie again, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Who's making a racket here? Following this voice, a person flew over like a meteor from afar and landed in front of the two. The moment he saw Jun Wuxia, he was immediately overjoyed. Wuxia, you brat, you're finally here. I've been counting the days and waiting for you these past few days. I've been waiting for you to show up. The person who came was Dongfang Wendao, Jun Moxie's third uncle. Dongfang Wendao saw Mei Shuyan, and couldn't help but stare at her and said, "This is..." He praised in his heart, "My nephew is really capable, he actually found another one, and she's so beautiful. Your niece-in-law, my wife?" Jun Moxie hurriedly introduced. Dongfang Wendao panicked and touched his body left and right. After a long time, Dongfang Wendao looked embarrassed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm your uncle, I didn't bring any greeting gifts." Mei Shuyan really suffered a lot of embarrassment when she followed Jun Moxie. Along the way, as long as they knew each other, Jun Moxie would introduce them. "This is my wife, my wife, my wife, my wife, my wife." But when he introduced them like this, Mei Shuyan couldn't say anything, because these people were all worthy of Jun Moxie's respect and intimacy. But they were all her juniors. It was really uncomfortable. As time passed, Mei Shuyan didn't care about this. She was already used to it. She had also trained to be thick-skinned. If she didn't have thick skin with this guy, she would really die of embarrassment. "What greeting gifts do I need?" Jun Moxie declined enthusiastically. "When you go back, you can just give me a double. Shui Yin definitely won't mind. You really don't regard yourself as an outsider. Don't you know that your third uncle doesn't have much money?" Dongfang Wendao glanced at his nephew resentfully. "Let's go, your grandma is waiting for you and her eyes are already going to become blurry." Jun Moxie cursed in his heart. "What? Blurry eyes? Even old people will get blurry eyes when they are old, okay? How can you say that she's waiting for me? What are you talking about?" When Dongfang Wendao said the seventh sentence, "Almost there, just a turn and we'll be there," they finally saw the gates of the Dongfang family. This caused Jun Moxie to have some doubts about his uncle's concept of distance. From 300 li away he had already said, "Almost there, just a turn and we'll be there." But up till now he had already made over 100 turns. The Dongfang family that appeared in front of Jun Moxie surprised Jun Moxie. There was a valley in front of him. In the valley the surroundings were actually fields. Only in the middle there was a big house with red walls and green tiles. But it didn't have any luxury of an aristocratic family. Instead, it looked like a peaceful and ordinary village. However, this simple and unadorned village had a unified wall. Then the inside was divided into houses. In the middle was a wide continent that was paved with fine stones. Over the years, the stone road had already turned dark brown, and even lost the slightest bit of edge. 9 people were waiting in front of the door. There was a red sandalwood chair in the middle, and a thin old lady was sitting on it. She had snow-white hair and even her eyebrows were snow-white. Although she was old, her spirit was exceptionally good and she looked kind. Only when her eyes flashed, one could still see the sharpness that she used to dominate the martial world. Her face was full of smiles, and when she saw Jun Moxie coming she couldn't help but tear up. "This is your grandmother?" Dongfang Wendao said in a low voice. That year, she used a technique to maintain her youth. She looked like she was in her 30s or 40s even though she was in her 70s or 80s. But when your mother was brought back she looked so miserable, so her hair turned white overnight, and she became old and haggard day by day, until she looked like this now. Sigh. Dongfang Wendao's words were heavy and Jun Moxie's heart ached when he heard them. He remembered his grandfather Jun Zhantian's evaluation of Dongfang the old lady before he left. "Your grandmother is not a simple person. She is like an old demon. She is in her 70s or 80s but she looks like she is in her 30s. She looks like your mother, more like a sister than a mother and daughter. She is peerless in her generation, graceful and elegant, and has the demeanor of a great family." Jun Wui also warned him solemnly, "Moxie, you must be more respectful when you meet your grandmother. Don't feel uncomfortable just because she looks young. Madame Dongfang can be said to be the wisest woman your third uncle has ever known." But now that he remembered his grandfather and third uncle's warning, Jun Moxie only felt sad, heartfelt sad. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui's impression was still the one from 10 years ago. Madame Dongfang, his own grandmother, had actually become like this in a short period of time after she brought her daughter home. Wrinkled skin, white hair and doddering old age. What kind of mental torture did she have to go through to become like this? Although his daughter was married and had children, in the heart of the old lady, she was still the little girl with pigtails. Seeing that her daughter was so sad, living a life worse than death and couldn't get up, the motherly heart of Dongfang the old lady had also collapsed. Why would a mother care about her image when her daughter was like this? Under the heavy worry, her hair turned white overnight. In the past 10 years, there were thousands of trivial things to take care of, and there was a strong enemy oppressing the Suo family. How could she not grow old? Beside her, second uncle Dongfang Wenjian and eldest uncle Dongfang Wenqing were standing on both sides. A few young boys and girls behind them were looking at them curiously. There were also 3 dignified middle-aged beautiful women looking at Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan quietly. The old woman didn't speak and neither did they. Is it Wen Xian's son? Wuxia? Jun Moxie? Old Madame Dongfang stood up shakily and looked at the young face in front of her. In a trance, she seemed to see the shadow of her daughter when she was young. In a trance, she seemed to see her daughter walking over delicately. Suddenly, she thought of her daughter who was still unconscious and her heart was tightly shut. Suddenly, her eyes turned red. She forced herself to take 2 steps forward, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her voice trembled a little. Come closer, come quickly, let Grandma have a good look. My grandson, why did you come so late? An indescribable bitterness rose in Jun Moxie's heart. He forced a smile and moved forward slowly. He knelt down on one knee and raised his head to look at the strong old woman who had sacrificed so much for her children. His heart was filled with respect, affection, and an indescribable bitterness. That year Jun Wuhui died in an accident. Dongfang Wen Xian heard the bad news and fell ill. The old lady of Dongfang came out of her seclusion and slaughtered the world. The assassins of the Dongfang family were everywhere, and the whole continent was shaken. They washed the Xianxian Empire with blood. That year Jun Mo Yu and Jun Mo Cho were mysteriously murdered. The Dongfang family took revenge. Blood flowed for thousands of miles. Even the Tianxiang imperial palace was filled with human heads. All of these were the masterpieces of the old lady. For her children, she did not hesitate to use the weak power of the Dongfang family to fight against the whole world. What kind of boldness was that? Even if she had to slaughter the whole world, she had to take revenge. What kind of deep hatred was this? All of this was for her daughter, for that true love. Similarly, it was precisely because of this that the Dongfang family suffered from the combined forces of the 3 supreme martial artists. At the end of their rope, this peerless beauty of a generation had unwillingly sworn a vow. Carrying with her endless regrets and a heart full of pain, she faded out of the martial world. Her revenge was not avenged, her blood was not paid. She had no choice but to return. From then on, there was no way for her to return. Facing her daughter's endless pain day and night, facing the helplessness in her heart, facing the pain that was equivalent to a lifetime of pain, how could this mother who loved her daughter endure it? The sword peak collapsed and the Shen beast came out of Tianfa. How could the old man feel good about spending the past 10 years in such a remote place where no one would ever tread? How could there be a chance to fulfill such harsh conditions? If there was no day, wouldn't the Dongfang family's descendants die of old age in the mountains? For the sake of a daughter, she had to implicate the whole family. Even if she had no regrets, it would be difficult for her to face the other family members. What a huge pressure this was. It was constantly pressing on the old lady's heart. She was in a dilemma. If she didn't agree to such conditions, the Dongfang family would have been destroyed on the spot. There would have been no chance of survival. She had no choice but to agree, but in exchange, she could only struggle at death's door. Jun Wuxia suddenly felt that he understood this grandmother of his very well. The pressure on this seemingly frail old woman was too great, too heavy. There is a very important matter that I need the help of my brothers and sisters. Rebirth Sweeps the Wind and Clouds, book number 1764269. The author, Sword Dance Sweeps the Wind and Clouds, is a very good brother of Feng Ling. Tonight is the first time this book is going to be on the list. It is very crucial. Please help him, everyone, and help him dance the wind and clouds. Chapter 599. So much like Wen Xian when she was young, so much like. The old lady of Dongfang stroked Jun Moxie's face with her wrinkled hands. Her eyes gradually became blurry, and 2 drops of tears finally fell down. She couldn't see her grandson's face anymore, but she still couldn't let go of him. Suddenly she pulled Jun Moxie into her arms. Her body was trembling, and her tears were dripping onto her grandson's collar and neck. She murmured, "My dear grandson, you haven't seen your mother for so many years. It must have been hard on you." Jun Moxie wanted to say something to comfort the old lady in front of him, but somehow his throat was choked and he couldn't speak at all. This kind of strong affection blew into Jun Moxie's heart like the spring breeze and drizzle, making him feel that he was not alone in this world. There were so many people who cared about him, loved him, and protected him. Family. Kinship. The old lady's eyes were filled with tears, and her white hair was desolate. At this moment, she was just an old lady who had seen her grandson who had wandered away from home. She didn't have the slightest bit of spirit that she used to have when she was waving her sword and slaughtering the world. "My dear grandson." Other children at your age are still growing up under the protection of their parents, but my poor grandson lost his father at the age of 7, and his mother left when he was 8. Although he is still alive, it's like both his parents have passed away. Whenever I think about it, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. Mother? It's a great thing that Wuxia is back now. You should relax your heart and focus on your health. Dongfang Wenqing came forward to persuade. Mind your own business. My grandson is here. So, I naturally want to take a good look at him. He grew up with that old bastard Junjian Tian. How can he not suffer? That old bastard is hot-tempered and always scolds him. How can he teach my son well? My son must have suffered a lot over the years. If it wasn't for our Dongfang family's bloodline, I'm afraid that he would have been driven astray by that stubborn old bastard. It could be seen that the old lady held a deep grudge against Grandpa Jun. She kept calling him old thing and old thing. In the end, she finally felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he has the blood of my Dongfang family. Otherwise, this child would have fallen into depravity long ago. A few years ago, when she heard about Wuxia's debauchee deeds, the old lady was so angry that she almost rushed out of the mountain to find Junjian Tian to settle the score. In the old man's heart, the child was naturally good. Even if the child became bad, it was because Junjian Tian did not fulfill his responsibility to teach the child. That old man was a blockhead. How could he know how to teach the child? Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. After a long time, the old lady finally calmed herself down. She took a handkerchief from a noble woman behind her and wiped her eyes. Then, she looked at Mei Shuyan and asked Jun Moxie with a smile on her old face, Wuxia, this girl is my granddaughter-in-law? She looks so pretty. Come, girl, turn around and let Grandma have a look. Jun Moxie nodded hurriedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Grandma has a discerning eye. This is my granddaughter-in-law. Are you satisfied with her? If not, I'll beat her up tonight. Jun Moxie's words made Mei Shuyan roll her eyes. Mei Shuyan snorted in her heart. We're in front of others. I'll give you some face and not argue with you. Beat me up? You. It's hard to say who's going to beat who up. Just you wait, I won't take care of you tonight. Do you think my tofu is that delicious? Ah, you little brat, how can you say that? A daughter-in-law needs to be doted on. How can you say that you want to beat her up? Besides, can you really bear to beat such a fairy-like person? The old lady smiled and looked Mei Shuyan up and down carefully. She nodded repeatedly and narrowed her eyes. Satisfied, she said, Wuxia, you have a good eye. This girl is pretty and she has big breasts and a big butt. She'll definitely give birth to a son. You can't just lay your hands on her. Mei Shuyan's face instantly turned red. She almost stamped her feet in embarrassment. I'm the #1 beast king of Tianfa. Even if you're Jun Moxie's grandma, why, actually, say that to me. Jun Moxie beamed with delight. Grandma is right. She'll definitely give birth to a son. I have confidence in this. There's definitely no problem. At the same time, he was very curious. Is the Dongfang family really so out of touch? They actually don't know that Shui Yan is the venerable Mei? And then if you have a child, you have to send him to me. Grandma will take care of him and educate him well. Your grandfather is careless. How would he know how to take care of a child? I don't want to lead a child astray. Let's talk about you. If it wasn't for your mother's bloodline, it would be hard to tell you. If that old man gets angry, Grandma will scold him. Thinking of Jun Moxie's reputation as a profligate son, the old lady obviously still held a grudge. What? Send him here? Not to mention Grandpa, even I won't be able to get through this. Jun Moxie's face twitched. He looked at the deep mountains and old forests. Fuck, this place is even more remote than the Tianfa forest. The mountains are not clear and the water is not beautiful. This is your first aunt, this is your second aunt. This is your third aunt. Quickly come and greet them. The old lady was full of smiles. She took out a small white jade box from her bosom. It was actually made from a whole piece of warm jade. Just this small box alone was worth a lot. Opening the small box, there was a small phoenix standing proudly inside. The phoenix's body was actually colorful, and its eyeballs and feathers were even more lifelike. It was as if it had come to life and could spread its wings and fly at any time. This radiant rainbow phoenix is made from a piece of multicolored jade. It naturally forms 7 colors, and they are all 7 pure colors without any impurities. Coincidentally, it also formed the image of a phoenix. That year, a famous craftsman, Lu Qiaoshuo, spent 3 years to take it out completely. It is a rare treasure. When it first appeared, it caused a huge uproar in the world. It became the dream of all the women in the world. That year, it even caused countless bloodshed and disputes. Later on, it fell into my hands and I could not bear to take it out. Now that I have seen it today, I can give it to my good granddaughter-in-law as a greeting gift. The old lady smiled. She personally inserted the radiant rainbow phoenix into Mei Shuiyan's cloud-like hair. She looked at it from left to right and said with satisfaction, "Only a fairy like my granddaughter-in-law can bring out the best in this radiant rainbow phoenix." After putting on the jade hairpin, Mei Shuiyan's hair, which was covered in dark clouds, changed colors. It made her already beautiful face look even more beautiful and alluring than before. Mei Shuiyan thanked her with a red face. The moment she saw this radiant rainbow phoenix, she fell in love with it at first sight. Even though Mei Shuiyan was a Tianfa beast king, she was still a woman after all. She could not avoid the customs. Next, it was the turn of the three aunts to present their greeting gifts. In an instant, Mei Shuiyan carried a few boxes in her hands. She was a little shy and embarrassed, but she was also very happy. Should I call him cousin grandma? A mischievous little boy popped out. He was about 10 years old and looked very cute. He had a pair of black eyes that rolled around. "Little Naughty, hurry up and greet your cousin." The old mistress smiled amiably and pinched little Naughty's tender little face. She said to June Moxie, "This is your second uncle's youngest baby, little Naughty?" "Cousin." The little boy took a step forward and puffed out his chest. "My name is Dongfang Little Huai, not Dongfang Little Naughty. Actually, I don't really like the name Little Huai, but the day my mother gave birth to me, I heard that she dreamt of a small locust tree. Little Huai is already not nice to hear, but everyone still calls me Little Naughty. Actually, I'm not bad at all really, Dongfang Little Naughty. Little Naughty cousin, how are you?" June Moxie rubbed his nose. Looking at this little boy's mischievous appearance, how could he not know what he was planning? "As expected, cousin. Look at how many gifts you've received today. I'm younger than you. This is the first time we've met. Are you going to give me a gift too?" Dongfang smiled mischievously and tilted his head to ask for a bribe. "That's easy. Didn't you just say that you're not satisfied with this name? Cousin, how about you give me a nice name? It's absolutely awe-inspiring so that people will be shocked when they hear it and they will never forget it. It's the kind of name that has the bearing of an unparalleled master." June Moxie rolled his eyes. What name? I'm thinking of changing it, but my parents won't let me. It would be best if cousin could give me an awe-inspiring name." The little boy suddenly forgot about asking for a gift and became excited. "Well, Dongfang Little Huai. It's really not awe-inspiring, and the locust tree is the ghost of the tree, so it's a little inauspicious. How about this?" June Moxie smiled mischievously and said, "How about you change your name to Booby? Dongfang Booby. Dongfang family will never be defeated. How about it? Isn't it bold enough? Dongfang Booby. That's great. This name is too awesome." In an instant, the little boy's face lit up with excitement. He turned over and somersaulted twice and announced loudly, "From now on, my name is Dongfang Booby." "That's right. But you have to work hard, you have to live up to the awe-inspiring name of Booby. Also, I've thought of a slogan for you," June Moxie said mysteriously. "What slogan?" Dongfang Little Huai's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. "In the future, when you roam the martial world and someone asks for your name, you have to say this." June Moxie puffed out his chest, raised his head and put one foot in front and one foot behind. He put on the air of a peerless master who looked down on the world, and with a steady and dignified voice, he shouted leisurely, "Sunrise, Dongfang only I. Booby, sunrise, Dongfang only I am Booby. Dongfang Little Huai." No, Dongfang Booby cried out loudly and looked at June Moxie with eyes full of admiration. "Sunrise, Dongfang only I am Booby. Is really too awe-inspiring, too classy. Wow, cousin. You're really too talented. I announce that from now on you're my Dongfang Little. No, you're my Dongfang Booby's idol." After settling the matter of Dongfang Booby, June Moxie smiled with a sense of accomplishment. He looked at the people around him and they all had a look of approval on their faces. They were very satisfied that June Moxie had obtained the name Booby Dongfang. The Dongfang family must have this kind of domineering aura. "Sunrise, Dongfang only I am Booby." To the Dongfang family, the fact that their grandson had received this name was an unexpected gift. Chapter 600. "Uncle. That's my name. My cousin gave it to me. Why can't I use it?" The little boy was so anxious that his face turned red. He jumped 30 feet high and protested strongly with his voice that had yet to change. "You're just a kid. It's good enough that you have such a cool name. This slogan should be left to the Dongfang family. Jump again and I'll cancel your name. Only the first in the family competition can be called Dongfang Invincible." Dongfang Wenqing threatened him directly. The little boy was stunned. All right, what's the fuss? Hurry up and go in. Third brother's house. Have you cleaned up the guest room I asked you to? I want the best. Come, let's go to the main hall and drink some tea to moisten our throats. My grandson has traveled thousands of miles and must have had a hard time. Now that we're here, we're going home. Let's rest first. The old lady of Dongfang held Mei Shuiyan's hand affectionately and held Jun Moxie's arm with her left hand. She was so happy that she walked quickly. Just as he reached the entrance of the hall, Jun and Wuxia jumped in fright. There was a large group of women standing in front of the entrance. Surprisingly, there were more than 100 of them waiting. Come, Wuxia, I'll introduce you. The old lady was obviously unhappy. She pointed at the largest group and said, "These are all your uncles, family members. This is your second aunt, this is your third aunt, this is your 17th aunt, and this is your 59th aunt. That's not a lot, right?" Jun Moxie was shocked. He stood there in a daze. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it. Awesome. Too awesome. When he first heard about it, it was just a number. After all, seeing is believing. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked. His uncle was too powerful. 59. The most amazing thing was that the 59th aunt seemed to be only 1 or 2 years older than him. She definitely didn't use some kind of technique to maintain her youthful looks. Her young face was definitely not something that could be faked. After greeting them one by one, Jun Moxie felt that his legs were aching, his waist was sore, and even his neck was aching. Although he didn't need to kowtow, just nodding his head was a strenuous job. He turned around in astonishment and looked at Dongfang Wenqing with admiration. "First Uncle Mosier is truly convinced by you today. You're really made of iron." Dongfang Wenqing's originally dignified face immediately turned red. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao, who were standing behind him, let out a ha sound and started to laugh in schadenfreude. "Second brother, what are you laughing at?" The old lady was furious. "Come, Mosier, come here. These are your second uncle's family members. This is your second aunt, this is your third aunt. This is your third aunt. This is your third aunt." Jun Mosier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. First uncle had 59 wives and second uncle had 36. Oh God, oh Earth, oh my God. I thought I already have a lot of female friends. I didn't expect that compared to my 2 uncles, it's like comparing a fluorescent light to the bright moon. Comparing a mustard seed to a mountain, I can only look up to the mountain. It seems that I need to continue working hard. Even if the quantity is not enough, the quality must not be relaxed. These are your third uncle's family? Was the old lady's face looked better? Only 3. On the other hand, the most hard-working one has given me 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. Unlike the eldest and the second, each of them has a bunch of men, but they can't even give birth to a single egg. What a disappointment, useless things. Jun Moxie finally understood where the old lady's resentment came from. It turned out that first uncle and second uncle did not have any children. No wonder not only the old lady was angry, even their wives and concubines looked resentful. They looked at Dongfang and little Huai with envy. When they looked at the 2 again, they had already lowered their heads in shame. After exchanging greetings for a long time, the gifts the 2 received had piled up into a small hill. Finally everyone left. Even Dongfang and little Huai were forcibly dragged away. Only the old lady and the 3 uncles were left in the room. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly asked, "Old lady, my mother, her current situation?" At the mention of this matter, the expressions of the old lady, Dongfang Wenqing and little Huai became gloomy. They did not speak for a long time. After a long time, the old lady finally sat down slowly. Her expression was very painful. She slowly said, "I have been trying to change the topic. It's because I don't want to talk to you about this matter for the time being. Although I know that you will ask about it sooner or later to this old lady, I will delay it as long as I can." Jun Moxie's heart sank. Could it be that mother has already? "If you come now, you can still see your mother for the last time." The old lady turned her head sadly. A drop of tears fell to the ground. She forced herself to calm down and said, "Actually, it doesn't make much difference whether she sees or not. Anyway, she can't hear or see anymore. She can't even feel anything. She already doesn't care about anything. She doesn't even care about her son, and she doesn't even want me anymore. This unfilial daughter." The old lady finally choked with sobs. The 3 Dongfang Wenqing and little Huai lowered their heads sadly. "All these years we have tried everything. We invited countless famous doctors and searched for countless elixirs, just to wake her up. That year the world's #1 divine doctor, Xan Huichun, came to see her and said, This is a heart disease. She has already shut the door to her heart. As long as she doesn't want to wake up, she can sleep like this until the end of time. The old lady suddenly turned her head. Her eyes were full of tears, and her expression was agitated. She shouted in a stern voice, but she didn't think about what I, her mother, would do if she were to lie lifelessly like this. My heart is rolling on a mountain of knives every day. Every night, it's being fried in a pot of oil. Her 2 sons have died with hatred. Her only son is still young and she doesn't care about him. She doesn't fulfill her filial duties in front of her in-laws. Her birth mother, her own flesh and blood, is worried every moment. Could it be? Could it be that the sky has collapsed without Jianghu Hui in this world? Why can't she be a little stronger? Why can't she work harder? The old lady was already speechless by the end of her speech. But she still continued in a hoarse voice, in order to take revenge, our Dongfang family fought against the whole world. We slaughtered our way across the continent. We fought wave after wave. Tens of thousands of lives were lost under our swords. As the saying goes, to kill 1,000 enemies, we have to sacrifice 800 of our own. And our children died one by one. Many of our good sons never came back. Some of their corpses were left in the wilderness. Some of their corpses didn't even remain. Even 2 of my late husband's brothers perished together with the 6 Shin-Shiens of the Shao family. Wasn't this a form of kinship? Weren't these the feelings of kinship? Isn't this endless amount of blood in her heart, can't it be compared to Jianghu Hui? The old lady's voice was fierce. But her tears were falling along with her sonorous words. Her tears were falling like rain. But this stubborn girl. She actually chose such a path of no return. She made countless people's efforts and sacrifices become meaningless. The old lady was sobbing uncontrollably. Day and night she has been torturing these old bones of mine. Wuxia, you can question your own feelings, but why don't you ask your own filial piety? You are so cruel. Wuxia. Perhaps, in mother's heart, father was her entire sky. He was her everything. When father was gone, the sky would collapse and everything would disappear. Jun Imosie's voice was hoarse as he said. Love is so deep, it's meant to be together in life and death, inseparable in yin and yang. Grandma, you're also a woman. You should understand this kind of feeling. It's because I understand. I'm the one who feels terrible. The old lady was furious. Her tears flowed freely. What's the use of her lying there like this? I wanted to stab her with my sword countless times. I wanted to release her from this endless sea of suffering. I wanted to fulfill her wish to be with me in the underworld. But she is my daughter, my biological daughter. She was raised by me from a young age. I held her in my hands and feared that she would fall. I held her in my mouth and feared that she would melt. She is my heart, my liver. How could I do it? How could I do it? Just thinking about it made his heart ache so much that it could overturn the seas and rivers. But if I don't do it, when will she be able to endure? When will it end? Everyone was silent. Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 people lowered their heads. Their eyes were red and glistening with tears. Fortunately, the Linglong treasure tree that has been supporting her life has exhausted all its vitality. Starting to wither. It should go. Now that you're here, you can finally see her one last time, and send her on her last journey. It's like, there's a descendant to send her on her last journey. The old mistress fell to the ground weakly. Her eyes were lifeless and her white hair was disheveled. Suddenly, it was as if all the energy in her body had disappeared. It was as if her life force had been released along with that furious roar. Mother? You know my sister's character very well. She's always so passionate and focused. You know it better than anyone else. Why do you have to do this? Dongfang Wendao wiped his tears and said, to love only one person in life and death. Mother, my sister's character is very similar to yours. When father died early, didn't you also want to leave us 4 siblings behind? At that time, little sister was only 3 years old. We stayed with you day and night. We were afraid that you would suddenly leave and leave us behind. But even so, you still tried to commit suicide a few times. We were all scared out of our wits. The old lady let out a long sigh. She seemed to have recalled something. A gentle smile slowly appeared on her aged face. She muttered, this is different. Your father was a heroic man. He was unrivaled in his martial prowess. He was the #1 man in the world. That Jianghu Hui, how could he be compared to your father? Chapter 601. Sigh. Do the women of our Dongfang family have to bear such a tragic fate? The old lady of Dongfang looked up to the sky and sighed. Her expression was mournful. Don't give birth to a daughter in the royal family and don't marry a hero. It's too hard to marry a hero. It's too tiring. Too sad. The three of you must remember the daughters of the Dongfang family must be the wives of ordinary people, and not the wives of a hero. I'd rather them marry into an ordinary family, where the man plows and the woman weaves, and the husband sings and the wife follows, supporting each other until their hair turns white, and living an ordinary life. I don't want them to experience such a passionate love. Because if such a thing happens, it's often the loss of thousands of lives, and the destruction of the entire family. At the very least, the whole family will be in a miserable state, and will never be able to get rid of it for the rest of their lives. That being said, which woman in the world doesn't want to marry an indomitable hero? Who doesn't want their man to have unparalleled achievements, and be admired by thousands of people? An ordinary person and a hero like Jianghu Hui, if placed in front of a woman, who would she choose? He believed that the majority of good women would rather follow a hero and suffer for the rest of their lives than choose to grow old with an ordinary man. How could a beauty whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city be willing to marry a villager? She would rather not marry and live alone for the rest of her life, than go against her heart. Just like Mei Shuiyan, if she hadn't met Jun Moxie, she would have quietly passed away in the mountains after many years, and would have turned into a wisp of lonely wind, and would have never randomly found a man to marry. Since ancient times, beauties often had unlucky fates, and this was precisely the reason. The hall became silent, and after an unknown amount of time, the old lady finally waved her hand and said in a tone of despair, "The three of you, take Wuxia to see his mother." "I won't go." Then she silently sat on the chair, lowered her head and didn't move. Only a puddle of water could be seen on the ground, and it was getting bigger and bigger. That was the tears of a loving mother. Everyone quietly retreated, but the old woman remained motionless, like a wooden statue. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan could still hear the sound of the old lady's tears falling on the floor even after they had walked far away. Every single drop came from his heart. The joys and sorrows of their children will always be in a mother's heart. A mother's heart will always be throbbing with the misfortune of her children, and the throbbing pain. Even if they have grown up, even if they have a family, even if they have children, it is still the same. How many of us have unknowingly made our own mothers sad? May all the mothers in the world no longer be sad. They would not be sad. In front of him was a quiet courtyard. The walls surrounding this small courtyard were much taller and thicker than the other places. Outside, the ground was covered in snow, and it was a vast expanse of greenery. In fact, there wasn't even a patch of snow on the ground. It was clean. There were also 7 or 8 plum blossoms blooming in the cold. As soon as they walked in, they felt a sense of warmth. You see, for the past 10 years, no matter how heavy the snow was, as long as it entered this courtyard, it would melt. Dongfang Wenqing's voice was not boasting but rather solemn. That year little sister was bedridden and in a deep slumber. Mother used up all of the family's wealth and didn't hesitate to collect small pieces of warm jade from all over the continent. She buried them in this courtyard. I don't know how many she bought and how many she buried. In any case, as long as she had it, she buried it. In just a short half a year, the Dongfang family's pockets were completely empty. But mother still refused to give up, because she knew that little sister liked the kind of life where hundreds of flowers bloomed and green flowers bloomed. She said little sister would recover faster in such an environment. Jun Moxie was taken aback. He finally understood why the once illustrious Dongfang family was now living in such dire straits. His heart couldn't help but surge with huge waves. There seemed to be a ball of fire burning in his chest, and his nose seemed to be blocked by something. His heart was so sour that he wanted to cry, warm jade, those were all priceless treasures. As long as one wore a piece the size of a finger, one could wear it in the cold winter and it wouldn't affect one's health at all. However, the things that the Dongfang family had bought with such a high price were all buried in this courtyard. It was all for the sake of letting his unconscious daughter sleep more comfortably. Although they knew that she might not be able to feel it, in the middle of the courtyard, there was a quiet small building. The ground was spotless and the surroundings were quiet. Walking into this place was like walking into a painting or walking into a dream. 2 maids dressed in white appeared silently and saluted them. Dongfang Wenqing waved her hand and said, "No need to be so polite. This is the young master and young mistress of the young lady's family. They are here to visit the young lady. You don't need to serve here anymore. You can leave now." The 2 maids' bodies shook at the same time. They raised their heads and looked at Jun Moxie. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Tears of excitement suddenly rolled down their cheeks. They sobbed and said, the young lady's son has finally come to see her. I hope she will be happy. They looked at June Moxie with teary eyes for a while, and then they left reluctantly. These two people were your mother's personal maids. After your mother returned, the two of them have been serving her for a whole 10 years. Dongfang Wenqing said in a soft voice. June Moxie's expression changed. He looked at the backs of the two maids gratefully and said softly, thank you. The two maids' bodies trembled, but they didn't look back. They lowered their heads and quickly walked out. 2 lines of tears fell on the ground as they passed by. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao had been extremely cautious ever since they had stepped into the courtyard. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even the third master Dongfang, who had always been rough and loud, had been extremely cautious in his movements. It was as if he was afraid of alerting someone. June Wuxia looked around and saw that the interior of the small building was elegantly decorated. Although there weren't many things, there wasn't the slightest bit of emptiness or disorder. Every place was neatly tidied up, and every arrangement was ingenious. A living dead person who had been asleep for 10 years lived here, but there was not the slightest smell in the air. Instead, there was a faint floral fragrance in the air. June Moxie sighed in his heart. Together with Mei Shuiyin, he followed Dongfang Wenqing up the stairs quietly. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao were excited. They didn't dare to go up, afraid that they would disturb their little sister. So they stayed downstairs. When they walked to the front of the bedroom, they felt a warm air blowing on their faces. Dongfang Wenqing sighed and said, the biggest and most complete piece of warm jade was made into little sister's bed. June Moxie was shocked. Dongfang Wenqing opened the bedroom door gently and said in a low voice, little sister is inside. This house, sigh. She said and let out a long sigh. June Moxie and Mei Shuiyin looked up and couldn't help but feel shocked. The two of them knew that this was June Wuxia's mother's bedroom. But when they looked around, they could only see that there was a bed on the south side facing the sun. But they couldn't tell that this was a bedroom. A woman was lying quietly on the bed. Her body was lightly covered with a layer of quilt. From here they couldn't see her face clearly, but she was sleeping peacefully. On her chest, there was a small green tree that looked like it was carved out of jade. It was glowing slowly. It was nourishing Dongfang Wenxian's body, but the branches and leaves had already withered and curled. On the surrounding walls, there were pictures hanging neatly. June Moxie only glanced at them and suddenly his heart was shocked. Then he burst into tears. Jun Wuhui. They were all pictures of his father Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui in his military uniform. Jun Wuhui who dominated the battlefield. Jun Wuhui riding on a horse. Jun Wuhui in casual clothes. Jun Wuhui in white with a sword. Jun Wuhui smiling. Jun Wuhui frowning. Jun Wuhui angry. Jun Wuhui deep in love. Jun Wuhui in his youth. Jun Wuhui in his middle age. Every picture was exquisite and vivid. Every picture was vivid and lifelike. Every picture seemed to be made with all his heart and soul. It was as if there were countless Jun Wuhui standing, sitting, or walking around in the room, accompanying their loved ones. From these pictures, one could completely see, feel, and even experience the legendary life of Jun Wuhui, and even Jun Wuhui's character. There was absolutely nothing left out. The eyes in each painting were fixated on only one place, that small bed and the person on that small bed. It was as if they could not get enough of looking at it for all eternity. It was as if these gazes had pierced through the netherworld, pierced through the yellow springs, and were fixated on this place, unwavering for all eternity. When little sister came back she could still move. She supported her body and did not sleep or rest for 3 days and 3 nights. She drew these pictures one by one. No one could persuade her. During that time she was very crazy. But her expression was very calm. Every time she finished a picture she would look at it for a while, cry, laugh, and then choose a place to hang it up and then continue painting. At that time, everyone thought that she had painted enough and would stop painting. Who knew that after little sister finished her last picture, it was as if she had no strength left. Everyone stayed by her side, watching her, but her eyes did not look at anyone. She only stared blankly at the void and then she just stared blankly at it. It was as if Jun Wuhui was just standing there, until Dongfang Wenqing's voice was choked with sobs. Until that night she suddenly spoke. Everyone was overjoyed. But after she recited those few lines of poetry, she slowly closed her eyes and never opened them again. It has been 10 years now. A whole 10 years. June Moxie's eyes were blurred with tears. He saw a piece of calligraphy hanging on top of Dongfang Wenqing's head. This was the only place in the whole room that did not have a portrait hanging. No regrets in this life, no regrets in this life. Since the ruler has no regrets, your concubine also has no regrets. Where is Wenxin? No regrets in the end, no regrets in heaven and earth, no regrets in life or death. The person on the bed, Jun Wu Hui's wife, Jun Moxi's mother, Dongfang Wenxin, was sleeping peacefully. There was still a hint of tranquility and gentleness at the corner of her mouth, and there seemed to be a blissful smile. In her dreams, Jun Wu Hui, the person she loved deeply, was always accompanying her, watching her. He was still talking to her face to face and was still looking at her. In her dreams they would grow old together, with me and with you. Whereas Wenxin, no regrets in the end. No regrets, Wenxin, no regrets. Although it was gone forever in reality, in her dreams, it could go on until the end of time, until the end of time, until the end of the world. Therefore, although she often slept without waking up, she was very happy, and very blissful. Therefore she did not want to wake up even if she died. Because once she woke up it would be gone, it was enough to lose him once. Regaining him after losing him was already a great fortune. If she lost him again, how could she bear it? Therefore she did not want to wake up no matter what. The door of her heart was tightly shut. Jun Moxi suddenly felt that he had never been so weak in his life. He swayed his body twice and suddenly sat down on the ground weakly. His tears flowed out like a fountain. He held his head with both hands and only felt that it was a mess. His mind and heart were filled with this earth-shattering love. What is love? At this moment, it was vividly displayed on Dongfang Wenxin, who was lying quietly on the bed. Love is not changing until death. Love is not changing until death. Love is not giving up on yin and yang. Love is to have no complaints or regrets. Love is love. In this world there is nothing else that can replace one's love. In place of his lover. For all eternity, for all eternity. Perhaps, in the dream this love was still continuing for all eternity, where the flowers were beautiful and the moon was round, where the deep feelings were deeply attached, where the earth grew old, the sea dried up, and the rocks crumbled. Women, the most sincere feelings in a lifetime are only given to one person. This was especially true for these peerless beauties who could topple nations, these peerless beauties. They were frighteningly persistent. But this kind of feeling is true love, is forever. Perhaps to other relatives, this was indeed quite cruel and selfish, but to Dongfang Wenxin she could no longer care about it. It was not that she didn't care about her mother, her son, or her family, it was because her heart was empty. It was already dead, it could no longer hold anything else. She could no longer think. With tears in her eyes, Dongfang Wenxin left quietly. Mei Shuyan's tears streamed down her face. She leaned on Jun Moxi's shoulder and cried silently. In the face of such love, in the face of such true feelings, who wouldn't be moved? Especially since the two of them were originally affectionate people who loved each other deeply. Mei Shuyan suddenly had a clear feeling. If the person in the portrait was Jun Moxi, then the person lying on the bed right now would be her, Mei Shuyan. This kind of ecstatic feeling made her sad from the bottom of her heart, and she could no longer be as elegant as before. Jun Wu Hui, Dongfang Wenxin. A peerless hero and a peerless beauty. The presence of Jun Moxi and Mei Shuyan did not affect the atmosphere in the room at all. Dongfang Wenxin was still smiling calmly, peacefully lying on the bed peacefully. Jun Wu Hui in the portrait was still looking at his beloved wife affectionately, unwavering, determined, and persistent. Different portraits, different gazes. It was as if he was worried about Dongfang Wenxin lying on the bed, as if he was smiling indulgently at his wife's mischievousness, as if he was angry at Wenxin's disobedience, as if he was smiling gently at his wife's sweet sleeping posture. All the gazes were filled with tenderness and love. Although Jun Wu Hui's body was no longer there, his feelings were still so intense and passionate, filling this space and this heaven and earth. Dongfang Wenxian's body was still there, but her heart was no longer there. Her feelings had also left her body and were floating in mid-air, in this void. She and Jun Wu Hui were in love, deeply attached to each other, husband and wife, indulging in each other's desires. Jun Moxi stayed quietly, feeling the undying love between his parents, and suddenly felt very lost. What should I do? What should I do? How should I choose? How can I choose? With the vast spiritual energy in the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxi was 100% sure that he could wake up Dongfang Wenxin. But so what if he woke up? What if he woke up? Jun Wu Hui was already gone. How could Dongfang Wenxin live alone? Instead, in the dream they could stay together until the end of time. Which plan was better for his mother? Before she fainted, her 3 sons were still alive, and when she woke up she was told that 2 of her 3 sons had died? Her husband died and her sons lost. How could she bear it when she woke up? Wouldn't that be even worse than death? Jun Moxie was an orphan in my previous life. Although my father died early in this life, I still have a mother to look forward to. Although my mother is in a deep sleep, she is not dead. Jun Moxie had always longed for it and had always been very anxious. He had even imagined countless times in his heart, what would it feel like to really be in his mother's arms? Warm, sweet, safe? They all talk about a mother's embrace and they all praise a mother's embrace. But now that I've really seen my mother, I'm in such a dilemma. Could it be that I, Jun Moxie, am destined to lack this in my life? In this life I practice the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, and from then on, I will not fall into the cycle of reincarnation, beyond the 3 realms, and from then on, I will no longer have to worry about life and death. But, the kinship in the world. I am missing the love of a father and a mother. Could it be that I will never have this chance again? Mother's love. I've looked forward to it for 2 lifetimes, I've longed for it for 2 lifetimes, I've also fantasized about it for 2 lifetimes, I've experienced 2 lifetimes. Could it be that in the end I still can't have it? Jun Moxie staggered to stand up and slowly walked to the bed. Suddenly he slowly knelt down, and gently placed his forehead on Dongfang Wenxin's right hand. Suddenly his heart was filled with endless bitterness, so sore that he wanted to die. What should I do? What should I do? Who can tell me? Jun Moxie had never felt hesitation, powerlessness and helplessness before. Feeling the gentle touch on his forehead, that was his mother's hand, Jun Moxie's body convulsed in pain. He was choking with sobs and could no longer speak. It was as if his heart was being squeezed tightly, and his eyes were blurred with tears. He could only silently ask Dongfang Wenxin, who was in front of him, "Mother? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What should I do? Mother?" Calling out "Mother," Jun Moxie felt as if his heart was about to explode. All his longing, hope and dreams. At this moment were they all going to turn into nothingness? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Jun Moxie raised his head and silently roared. Tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes and into his mouth. That bitterness seemed to have spread all the way to his heart, and it would continue to be bitter forever. So bitter. So bitter. Chapter 602. What should I do? Seeing his sleeping mother's face full of happiness, contentment and tranquility, Jun Moxie's heart is in a mess at this moment. I am evil. I never deny that I am evil. I'm never a good person. I only do things for myself and never care about others. I only do things according to my own preferences, fearless and unscrupulous. But, the person in front of me is my mother. Could I really wake her up from her beautiful dream and bring her into a cruel and unacceptable reality just for the sake of my own longing, for my own happiness, for the moment of warmth and reunion between mother and son that I yearned for? If she really wakes up, she will have to face the cruel reality of losing 2 of her 3 sons. How can she bear it? How could she feel at ease when she saw that her maiden family had fallen into such a miserable state because of her? Also, his mother had suffered for 10 years because of him. Would she feel so guilty that she wanted to bury herself in a hole? How can my heart be revived when it's dead? How could he let a woman whose heart had died once again face the painful life of death? Can I be so selfish? Can I really? Jun Moxie silently asks himself. Jun Xie, who has always been decisive in killing, is really in a dilemma at this moment. If I don't save her when I can, how can I be a son? Where is my conscience? How can my conscience be at ease? It was unacceptable for a son to watch his mother fall into a deep sleep. He could have saved her, but he didn't. How heartless was that? What's wrong with you? Mei Shuiyin is also choking with sobs because of everything in front of her, but with her unparalleled cultivation, she is keenly aware that something is wrong with Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie shook his head in agony. He stretched out his trembling hand and grabbed the small tree that was on the verge of withering on his mother's body. The moment he came into contact with it, he felt a jolt in his heart. The moment he came into contact with it, he could clearly feel that his skin had gained a lot of vitality. There was actually such a rare treasure in the world. With such a miraculous treasure, no wonder it could extend Dongfang Wenxian's life for 10 years. Under Mei Shuiyan's confused gaze, Jun Moxie closed his eyes and used all his strength to activate the power of wood in his body. At this moment, his mind was in unprecedented grief. He connected with the Hongjun Pagoda, and all the pure energy in his body was turned into the power of wood. Mother, perhaps you really don't want to wake up. Perhaps you'd rather continue your long-cherished wish of spending a lifetime together in a dream. But even if it's a dream, I still hope to be part of your dream. I want this dream of yours to be more comfortable. Power of wood. Ever since Jun Moxie obtained this new ability, he had been practicing it. He had never slacked off, but he had never used it. But what exactly was the power of wood? The power of wood represented the purest essence of plants in the world. As long as there is enough power of wood, any magical seed can sprout, branch, bloom and bear fruit in an instant. As long as there is enough power of wood, a tree can wither and die in an instant, and a dying plant can be rejuvenated with a snap of a finger. Seize the fortune of heaven and earth, gather the essence of the sun and moon, and transform it into the spiritual chi of the 5 elements. Power of wood. Is it shocking? Is it revealing his strength? Is it revealing his trump card? Right now, Jun Moxie did not think about it at all. He was only wholeheartedly creating a comfortable environment for his mother. Mei Shuiyan's puzzled gaze turned into astonishment, and then into horror. What kind of shocking change could cause such a calm person like her to be so shocked? Because everything in front of her eyes was too unbelievable. In Jun Moxie's hands, the magical little tree that was about to wither was rejuvenated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Divine light flowed, and the fluorescent light became denser and denser. The green that symbolized the plant's lifespan became more and more exuberant. The originally withered branches and leaves also slowly regained their lush color, and then transformed into a deep green, and then green to the point where it was transparent. Even the whole room, because of the little tree's rejuvenation, became a delicate green, full of health and vitality. The miraculous changes didn't stop there. At the top of the small tree, a branch suddenly wriggled and a small lump slowly bulged out. Then it unfolded and turned into a small piece of sparkling green leaf, and then another, and another one, and another one. Mei Shuiyan only felt that her 2 legs had gone soft, and she had no strength to support herself. She could only slowly sit on the ground, her heart full of shock. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. This kind of magical power, even she had never heard of it. This was a miracle that surpassed the legends. Slowly, the little tree that originally only had 4 or 5 withered leaves in this instant had transformed a lot. Not only did the leaves regain their green color, but they also grew and grew. At this moment, there were as many as 14 or 15 leaves, and the little tree's height had also increased to the size of a human head, and the branches were at least 3 times thicker. If the original little tree's vitality could support Dongfang for 10 years, then the tree in front of him could at least support it for 100 years. Jun Moxie closed his eyes, but tears continued to flow from the corners of his eyes, and the spiritual power in his body continued to flow out unreservedly. There was a limit to a person's strength, and of course, it was the same for plants. Although the little tree was magical, there was a limit to how much the essence of heaven and earth could bear. Under Jun Moxie's endless supply of spiritual power, the little tree's vitality was finally full. If he continued, Jun Moxie did not dare to continue. What if it was too weak? He finally stopped, but his eyes were still closed and his face was full of sincerity. He held his mother's delicate hand and gently caressed it on his face. Feeling this gentle and delicate touch, tears dripped down, wetting his mother's palm. This is what I hope for. This is what I dream of. He did not hesitate and once again activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, and slowly poured the purest spiritual power in his body into his mother's meridians, carefully combing through every single impurity in his mother's meridians. I'm sorry, although you are willing to sleep and would rather follow father in the underworld, holding your hand and growing old together. But, as your son, I cannot let you die like this. Even if you sleep and ignore me for the rest of your life and don't say a word to me, I am still a child with a mother. In Dongfang Wenxin's heart, there was a huge cloud of haze. It was like a fog, so dense that it was almost tangible. Jun Moxie was very clear that as long as this cloud of haze was removed, Dongfang Wenxin would immediately wake up. But, before Jun Moxie could make up his mind, it was better to temporarily ignore it. If she really woke up and if she immediately committed suicide, then everything would not be worth it. So, Jun Moxie could only adjust his mother's meridians and everything else to the best state. But he could not and did not dare to touch the heart meridian. After a long time, Jun Moxie opened his eyes and looked in front of him in a daze. In that position, a portrait of his father, Jun Wuhui, was smiling at him, comforting him. Jun Moxie let out a long breath and in a low voice as if he was talking to himself he said, "What should I do? Am I really making the right choice now? Shuiyan, I can save mother, and let her body recover to its best state, but her heart, I can't do it. Shuiyan, tell me, what should I do? What should I do?" As he spoke, Jun Moxie's eyes were still staring at the empty space in front of him, looking at his father's warm gaze in the portrait, as if, asking this father in the ethereal world. Mei Shuiyan was startled and didn't know how to answer. After a long time she finally shook her head slowly and said blankly, "I also don't know. To be honest, this is a dead knot that cannot be solved. From a woman's point of view. If you are in the portrait and I am in the bed. I also don't want to wake up. I would rather sleep until the end of time. There is no other reason, no matter if it's a dream or an illusion, I will always have you by my side. Although the mortal world is real. I will not have you by my side," she smiled sadly and said. Before, when Xian's mother went into a deep sleep, she drew so many portraits of Wu Hui's father to accompany her. Obviously she had already made all the preparations. She created a perfect world for her father. If we forcefully pull her out it would be too cruel. So, she definitely has a sufficient reason to continue sleeping. That is what she wants. Maybe we really shouldn't disturb her. If mother can get what she wants and be happy, isn't that better than anything else? Jun Moxie sighed painfully and said, "I think so too, but since you have the ability to wake her up, I'm afraid it's not possible to keep her from waking up." Mei Shuiyan said heavily, "First of all, if mother just lies there, the two great families will be tormented. The Dongfang family has already sacrificed so much for Wen Xian's mother, and the old lady has been tortured day and night, living a life worse than death. There is also the revenge of Wu Hui's father, and the hatred of the Jun family, and the injustice of our son. And you. Can all these be abandoned? This is also a violation of the human relationship. If it's possible, let her wake up." All of a sudden, a muffled voice sounded outside the door. The two of them looked up in surprise and saw the old lady of the Dongfang family standing at the door with tears all over her face. This poor mother still followed them in the end. The old lady's body was trembling, and she slammed her walking stick heavily on the floor. "Bah!" The old lady repeated, "Let her wake up." She said it very urgently, decisively and unquestionably. Only then did she walk in. Her eyes were filled with tears, but they were also filled with great surprise. She looked at Jun Moxie and said word by word, "Moxie, since you have the ability to wake her up, then I'll give it to you. Then what are you still hesitating for? Let her wake up immediately. Immediately. Immediately." Jun Moxie said painfully, "Grandma, I also want to." "But, Grandma, mother, what will happen after she wakes up? What should I do? How will she face it? Do I really have to let mother face such a cruel reality?" Chapter 603. What identity? Jun Moxie shook his head blankly. Could it be that his mother had another identity that he didn't know about? Since she came to this world, her first identity is that of a daughter, a mother's daughter. The old lady of Dongfang's white hair fluttered in the wind. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but she looked at Jun Moxie without blinking. Secondly, she is the sister of my 3 brothers. Then she is Jun Wu Hui's wife. Then she is the daughter-in-law of the Jun family, and finally she is your mother. First she is a daughter, then a wife, and finally a mother, or perhaps a grandchild. Old Madame Dongfang raised her head towards the sky and sighed sadly. She's sleeping now, but it's only for the identity of being someone's wife. Then isn't mother's worry day and night, tossing and turning in bed, her heart aching? Isn't that her responsibility? I have had my mother since I was a child, lonely and destitute. Isn't it her responsibility? Since the heavy responsibility is on my shoulders, how can I continue to sleep? The old lady shouted at the last sentence. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan's bodies shook, and they suddenly understood. Yes, Jun Moxie had been worried that his selfishness would hurt his mother, but he didn't think that not saving her would be even more selfish. So many relatives, so many true feelings, would all be hurt. She must wake up. Let her wake up. She must wake up. The old mistress said solemnly. Back then she should not have fallen into a deep slumber like a zombie. If she had really pulled out her sword and committed suicide, it would have been the end of all her troubles. She would not have been able to torment this old woman for so many years. We have never given up after tormenting the Dongfang family for so many years, hoping that she would wake up one day. We must wake her up. If she still wishes to seek death, then this old woman would like to see how she would seek death under the service of her son and daughter-in-law, how she would face the heartache of her white-haired, elderly mother. I will wait and see, and I will not stop her. Even if the white-haired person has to send off the black-haired person, it's still better than tormenting him half dead. When the old lady said this, 2 lines of tears uncontrollably flowed down along the wrinkles on her face. She choked and said, "As a woman, I have also experienced the same thing. How can I not understand her pain? How can I not empathize with her? But, since it was her suffering, she had to bear it. He absolutely could not keep running away. If there is no joy in sorrow, how can one live a complete life? As the old lady said this, her whole body suddenly trembled. Although her words were ruthless, the strong expectation in her eyes and the great surprise of her daughter, who she thought was going to wake up soon, couldn't be concealed anymore. She slowly walked to the bed and gently touched her daughter's delicate face. Although her words were resolute, her movements were so gentle at this moment, as if she was afraid of waking up her daughter. Her expression and eyes were so gentle and loving. She gently moved a strand of her daughter's hair back, slowly bent down and put her face on her daughter's face. She said softly, "There is no pain that can't be endured. When I will be with you. No matter what, we will bear it together. You won't be lonely, that's good. Grandma, since you've decided to let mother wake up, then you should prepare for what happens after she wakes up." Wuxia made a prompt decision. He was always like this. Once he made a decision, there would be no changing it, and he would press forward. Before, he hadn't made up his mind, so he had been hesitating. Now that he had made up his mind, he could only think about what to do next. After she wakes up. After she wakes up. The old lady looked at her daughter's face affectionately. Suddenly she couldn't help but cover her face and burst into tears. "My son, after she wakes up, what awaits you is still endless suffering, or even more painful. Your husband is gone. 2 of your 3 sons have left you. My daughter, my Wuxian, little Wuxian. Your life. Why is it so hard? Every time I think of this, I feel so much pain, so much pain. Do you know? Every time I think of this, I wish you would never wake up. I have a way that might let mother get well as soon as possible." Mei Shuiyin said carefully. "What way?" Jun Moxie and the old lady were overjoyed and asked at the same time. If, in order to save mother, Wuxia used up all his energy. Exhausted, seriously injured, and unconscious. What will happen to mother? Mei Shuiyin said slowly. Seriously injured? Unconscious? The 2 of them were stunned, but they seemed to have grasped the key point and started to ponder. Suddenly, the old lady slapped her thigh and praised loudly, "Good idea." It was indeed a good plan. In this way, Wuxian would naturally take care of her son wholeheartedly. Unknowingly, she would also put all the other important things aside. Only when her son got better would she have the mood to understand other things. As long as there was a buffer, all the things that were difficult to accept would also be diluted. This plan was based on human nature. It was really a good plan. Wuxia, this daughter-in-law of yours is really not simple. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the more spicier it is. The old lady, who had a clear view of the world, actually figured out the key point before Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was very smart and immediately understood. He nodded and said, "It is indeed a good idea. Although it is a lie. But it is still the best choice for now. Shuiyin, you are really my good wife. You can even think of such a good idea. Your husband will definitely reward you tonight." Mei Shuiyin's face turned red and she said angrily, "You speak properly. Don't be like that. Besides, I'm not asking you to pretend to be injured. If you pretend to be injured and mother finds out, the effect will be the opposite of what you want. It will only be effective if you are really injured." "Really injured?" The old lady was stunned and hesitated for a moment. "If I am not really injured and only pretend to be injured, moreover, I will have to disguise it for a long time. If I want to not be seen through by someone who takes care of me every day, it is really not easy. Although mother is not a peak expert, she is still a Shen practitioner. Hiding it from her like this might not be possible." Mei Shuiyin smiled confidently and said, "However, with Wuxia's vast divine power, it is still possible to cause a strange injury such as internal organs being shaken and power exhaustion. He just needs to control himself every day." The old lady did not understand what Mei Shuiyin said. Firstly, her cultivation was not high enough. Secondly, she did not understand Jun Dashao's methods. But how could Jun Moxie not understand? Injury? That was too easy. As long as his soul did not scatter on the spot, what kind of injury could resist the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? The control that Mei Shuiyin mentioned was to control the speed at which his injuries healed. That, isn't it too risky? Internal organs shaken and power exhaustion? The old lady sucked in a breath of cold air. "This is not a joke. Something really happens. Wouldn't it be a waste of my efforts? My daughter is gone and my nephew is gone. No, it is too risky. Let's change the method." "Don't worry, Grandma. Wuxia will be fine. His methods are very powerful. Mei Shuiyan smiled sweetly. Seeing that Mei Shuiyan was so confident, the old lady could not help but look at Jun Moxie doubtfully. Her expression gradually became serious. Because she had used all her power to look at him, but she could not see the level of her good grandson. Wuxia, tell me honestly, what is the level of your Shenqi cultivation? If you really reach the peak of Tianshan, it might be possible. But with your age, it doesn't seem possible, right? Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan looked at each other and smiled. He said, Grandma, right now you are probably at the supreme level, right? Qinshan level 7? Third order venerable? Although Jun Wuxia used the word question, his tone was certain. You can see through my cultivation? The old lady was shocked. She could not see through him, but he could see through her. Didn't this mean that Jun Moxie's cultivation was higher than hers? Yes. My current cultivation. In terms of Shenqi, it should be Qinshan level 8 fourth order supreme. Jun Moxie thought for a while and finally told the truth. He said, if I can go one step further, I should be superior supreme. Hiss. The old lady gasped. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at her good grandson, Jun Moxie. Her body swayed and suddenly she was about to sit on the ground. Mei Shuiyan reacted quickly and held her. Qinshan level 8. Fourth order supreme. The old lady felt that she was dreaming, or this kid was lying through his teeth. She shook her head hard and said in disbelief, How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, Grandma. Don't worry. Wuxia indeed has this kind of strength. If they really fight, I believe that ordinary superior supreme experts may not be his match. Mei Shuiyan said confidently. Mei Shuiyan's words were quite exaggerated. With Jun Moxie's current skills, he may not be his match. It was a direct instant kill. Previously, he killed 15 experts from the Supreme Golden City silently in the snow. Among them, there were 5 real superior supreme experts. Even the supreme assassin Chu Qihun would not be able to achieve such a feat. Although the outside world thought he could do it now, at the end of the day the title of the world's #1 killer, the king of killers, and the supreme killer belonged to Jun Moxie. Only Jun Dashao could be considered to be the real title. Oh. The old lady trembled as she supported herself on the bed and stood up. She looked at Mei Shuiyan and said, Miss, I am confident that my eyes are not blurry. But I still can't see the real strength of you and Wuxia. If Wuxia is already a supreme master, then what about you? The old lady was not a simple person. She had already noticed that this niece-in-law in front of her was not an ordinary person. Now that she had made it clear, she might as well get to the bottom of it. I'm just a little taller than him. Mei Shuiyan tried to think of an excuse, but she still managed to be modest. Chapter 604. This is a dream. This is a dream. I must be dreaming. I have been dreaming ever since I said when Xang could be saved. Otherwise, how could such an unbelievable thing happen? A zombie who had been sleeping for 10 years could wake up. 2 people who were not even 20 years old, one was a 4th order supreme martial artist and the other was a superior supreme martial artist. Qinshan was a 9th order martial artist. Wouldn't he be a superior supreme martial artist? Even if it was a legend, there was no such person. The old lady was so happy that she was about to collapse. Collapse in happiness. So what if she collapsed from such a beautiful dream? The secluded courtyard fell into an unprecedented silence. The people of the Dongfang family stood outside the courtyard, closely monitoring any movement. Dongfang Wenqing and his 2 brothers patrolled back and forth with their hands on the hilts of their swords, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The old madam sat in the bedroom and didn't even blink her eyes. Mei Shuiyan was standing on the roof of the small building, looking around with her sword in her hand. This kind of precaution was already foolproof. Even if the 3 holy lands came out at the same time, Mei Shuiyan alone would be able to hold them off for a while. Moreover, it was in such a remote place. In the bedroom, Jun Moxie closed his eyes slightly and held his mother's hand. A huge amount of extremely pure heaven and earth spiritual energy was continuously channeled into his mother's heart, driving away the haze in her heart. Jun Wuxia did not dare to be too hasty, and did not dare to be careless at all. Bit by bit he resolved the problem. After all, his mother had not moved for 10 years. Even though her body had been nursed by him, it was still weak to a certain extent. If he used too much force, it might cause unimaginable damage. It was better to be safe than sorry. Jun Moxie used all his caution. There must be no mistakes. The haze in Dongfang Wenxian's heart slowly disappeared under the pressure of Jun Wuxia's powerful heaven-earth spiritual qi, disappearing without a trace. Slowly there was only a small ball left, a small ball. If it was originally the size of an apple, now it was only the size of a strawberry seed. On the bed, Dongfang Wenxin's tranquil expression disappeared and was replaced by a deep frown. She seemed to feel that she was about to be dragged out of her sweet dream, so she was very unwilling. She still wanted to stay here, but the pulling force was so strong that she couldn't resist. She struggled with all her strength. The expression on her face became more and more painful. Her head shook violently. The old lady of Dongfang gently held her daughter's hand. Her expression was full of pity, surprise, and worry. At this moment, the old lady suddenly became afraid and regretful. If when Xen woke up, her husband was already dead, and she knew the death of her 2 sons, what would her reaction be? What is the most important thing in a woman's life? The most important thing was his family. Husband. Children. One dream for 10 years. The happiness in the dream disappeared instantly. When she woke up, she not only had to face the tragedy of her husband leaving her forever, but also the fact that 2 of her 3 sons had died. How cruel it was. Painful. The old lady almost didn't dare to imagine what her daughter would be like when she woke up. She just held her daughter's hand tightly and watched her daughter struggle in pain. She seemed to want to pass all her strength to her daughter to help her resist the endless pain. It was almost done. Even Mei Shuiyin, who was on the roof, could clearly feel the pain and joy in Jun Moxie's heart. This was the crucial moment. Finally, Dongfang Wenxin furrowed her brows tightly and shook her head in pain. Her face was filled with the pain of parting with death, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down her forehead. Suddenly, her eyelids fluttered and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Wu Hui. Then she sat up abruptly. At the same time, the huge spiritual power in Jun Moxie's meridians flowed backward and exploded in his dantian. He spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and then continued to spit out blood. However, his hands continued to transfer spiritual power. The injury this time was not a fake injury as previously planned, but a real injury. It was a very serious injury. In order to make it look real, Jun Moxie decided to make it real. After such an explosion, all his internal organs were severely injured, and he was almost at death's door. In the eyes of the common people, Dongfang Wenxin had woken up, but Jun Moxie was also finished. He would probably be sick and bedridden for the rest of his life. This was not an exaggeration at all. He had to fight like this because he cared too much about his mother and he couldn't afford to lose her. For mother, he had to fight. For mother, this injury was worth it. No matter how heavy it was worth it. Dongfang Wenxin felt as if she had woken up from a distant dream. She opened her eyes blankly, and her face was still filled with pain. She could only feel a warm current flowing from her hands. She opened her eyes and saw an old face full of wrinkles looking at her with tears in his eyes. A familiar voice called out in a trembling voice, "Wenx, my daughter, my good daughter, you've finally woken up." Dongfang Wenxin opened her eyes wide and looked at the face in front of her in disbelief. But under the effect of mother-daughter instinct, she still recognized that the old woman in front of her was her beautiful mother. She suddenly panicked and cried out involuntarily, "Mother? How did you become like this?" "I'm fine. Don't worry about me, take a look at your son first." "Ah, poor child." The old lady cried out and her tears kept falling. "Son?" Dongfang Wenxin looked over and saw a young, handsome and familiar face in front of her. He was lying on the quilt on top of her. His eyes were closed and his face was pale like a dead person. Blood was still flowing out of his mouth and he was unconscious. However, there was a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. That was his face, and the person in front of her must be her son. One of his hands was still holding her hand. That warm current was coming from that hand. Was it my son who woke me up? But what happened to him? Why did he become like this? Dongfang Wenxin suddenly felt sour and bitter in her heart. Looking at her son's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, she suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in her heart. Is this Moyu? She looked at the son in front of her in surprise. Before she fainted, her eldest son Moyu was already this big, but he seemed to be older than the person in front of her. Is this Mo-cho? Her trembling hands lifted up Jun Moxie's right sleeve and looked at it. She shook her head and said, "It's not Mo-cho nor is it Moyu." Suddenly she cried out in pain, "Is it Mo-sia?" She hurriedly reached out her hand and brushed aside her son's hair. Above his ear there were 3 red moles. Even Jun Moxie himself didn't know that there were red moles at this position. They were very small, like sesame seeds, and they were placed side by side. This was also a sign that only a mother could find and remember. It's Emosia. My son Emosia. Dongfang Wenxin panicked and suddenly felt a pain in her heart. Mother? What happened to Emosia? Why did he vomit so much blood? You are so powerful, please save him. Save him. What's wrong? Isn't it all your fault? The old lady wiped her tears. You have been asleep for 10 years and both the Dongfang and Jun family have exhausted a lot of effort and manpower. In order to wake you up, Emosia has practiced a magical mental cultivation method since he was young. Now he finally succeeded in it and couldn't wait to save you. But in order to save you, this silly boy used up all his energy and caused the backlash of his power. He vomited blood and was injured. His life is in danger. Wenxin, look at your son. How could you? The old lady let out a long sigh and helped Jun Moxie to sit in her arms. She used a soft silk handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. But this also allowed this exhausted and pale face to appear completely in front of Dongfang Wenxin. I've been asleep for 10 years? Dongfang Wenxin murmured to herself blankly, but immediately put this matter behind her. She was anxious again and her heart was tightly clenched. She actually forgot about her own pain and hurriedly urged, Mother, will Emosia be all right? Quickly think of a way. The silly boy, why does he work so hard? Why does he work so hard? How dare you say that? Didn't Emosia work so hard for you, his mother? Wasn't it for him to have a mother to love him? Poor child, he has nothing left except for you, his mother, but his mother is still lying on the bed, ignoring him. How painful is his heart? How anxious is he? Have you ever thought about it? The old lady complained, You only know that you are sad and only know that you are sad. You sleep in a dream and don't want to wake up. But what about this child? Emosia can be considered lucky. He managed to grow up without any illness or disaster. But he's always been looking forward to you. Dongfang Wenxin's heart ached. She lifted the quilt and was about to get off the bed. Let me see Emosia, poor child? She got off the bed and hugged Jun Moxie tightly in her arms. Her tears suddenly gushed out. It turns out that I've been asleep for 10 years. Turns out that Wu Hui, he's been gone for 10 years, 10 years. What a long time. I don't know how the 3 children grew up without their mother's care. How are they? The heart of a loving mother instantly filled her heart, and even the image of her husband that she couldn't bear to part with was temporarily thrown aside. She didn't feel anything, but the old lady opened her eyes wide. He could actually walk immediately? Just like a normal person? Jun Emosia's methods were miraculous to what extent? How much would Jun Moxie's exhaustion be? At this time the old lady was really worried. She thought that he was just a little injured, but now it seemed that the injury was not light. Dongfang Wenxin quietly walked in and heaved a deep sigh. All these years, little sister, you? He wanted to say a few words to her, but he choked on his words halfway. You only know how to love your son. But do you know? Your own mother, because of you, turned white overnight. The old lady sighed sadly. Mother? I'm not filial, I'm sorry. Emosia, my Emosia. I'm even more sorry. Dongfang Wenxin hugged Jun Moxie tightly and burst into tears. Chapter 605. A white shadow flashed and Mei Shuyan quietly appeared in the room. Seeing that Dongfang Wenxin had woken up, she couldn't help but feel happy. But when she saw that Jun Moxie had fainted with blood all over his mouth, she couldn't help but feel sad. With her cultivation, she could clearly see the severity of his injuries. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, I only asked you to put on a show. I said I wanted you to get seriously injured, but I didn't ask you to risk your life to get seriously injured. He looked like he was on the verge of death. But Mei Shuyan also knew how important Dongfang Wenxin was to Jun Moxie. Perhaps, at this moment, Jun Moxie's desire for motherly love had reached a height that even Mei Shuyan couldn't understand. Mother. This was such a sacred name. In Jun Moxie's heart, it was the biggest demon that had haunted him for 2 lifetimes. Mother, in my previous life, why did she abandon me? What? Don't you know how much I desire it? Even if you beat me and scold me. I'm also a person with a mother and I'm not an orphan. In my previous life, I dominated my entire life. No one in the world didn't fear me. In the mortal world, I became an immortal legend. But, who knew the pain in my heart? Because until I died, I didn't know what my surname should be. I was like an extra person in this world. Although I was brilliant and glorious, but I didn't have a root after all. I longed for my mother, longed for motherly love. Who could understand to what extent my longing had reached? When I dreamt in the middle of the night, when the autumn wind was blowing, when I couldn't sleep, when thousands of families were reunited with lights during the spring festival. What about me? I only walked alone on the road. I didn't want to be arrogant. I didn't want to be cold-blooded. I wanted to cry in my mother's arms when I felt wronged. I wanted my mother to take care of me when I was weak, not because of the so-called care, but because of the motherly love. In this life my mother was still here, but she was thousands of miles away, sleeping like a living dead. When I thought of myself as June Moxie, my mother was questioning me. But, I'm your son. I dreamed of motherly love. June Moxie was unconscious. The moment Dongfang Wenxin woke up, he finally fainted with a peace of mind. He blissfully fainted. Dongfang Wenxin couldn't help but ask, "This lady is?" Suddenly seeing a fairy-like beauty dressed in white appear in front of her, and her eyes were filled with heartache and concern as she looked at the son in her arms. "What young lady? This is not your daughter-in-law. Emosia's wife." The old lady rebuked, "Wenxin, you're already a mother-in-law. Maybe you'll have grandchildren soon. Daughter-in-law? Emosia's wife." Dongfang was startled. He looked at Mei Shuyan from head to toe and finally smiled with satisfaction. He asked warmly, "Miss, what is your name?" Mei Shuyan's face instantly turned as red as a plum blossom. She said in a low voice, "My surname is Mei Shuyan. You're Emosia's wife. Why don't you call her mother?" Dongfang Wenxin looked at Mei Shuyan with a smile. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. "My son has good taste. This daughter-in-law is prettier than me when I was young, mother?" Mei Shuyan clenched her teeth. She was a little embarrassed, but more than that, she was shy and happy. She called her mother in a low voice. Good daughter-in-law. You're so pretty. Emosia has been naughty since he was young. Shuyan, you have to bear with him." Dongfang Wenxin smiled comfortably. She hugged June Moxie tighter and said with tears in her eyes, "Yes. I'm already a mother-in-law. I'm going to have grandchildren soon. If Wu Hui knew about this, he would be so happy. I should have told him about this earlier." The old lady sighed sadly. I'm going to have grandchildren soon." Dongfang Wenxin suddenly frowned. Then she smiled. "Emosia is the youngest. Has he already found a wife?" Mou and Mo Cho must have gotten married long ago. Or they already have a lot of children. So, I'm really not a good mother. Where are the two of them? Why didn't they come? Why are you in such a hurry?" The old madam forced a laugh. "This is the Dongfang family. Emosia has already gone through a lot of trouble to come here. It's not like you don't know how remote this place is." "Oh?" Dongfang Wenxin slowly sat down. Although she still vaguely felt that something was wrong, she was relieved. She smiled and said, "I forgot. This place is 17,000 miles away from the capital city of Tianxiang, right? It's really too far. That year, I had to travel thousands of miles before I saw anyone. At that time, the first person I saw was Wu Hui. He was with a few people. He was carrying one of his brothers to look for a doctor. That soldier was bitten by a snake. Fortunately, he met me that day. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome." Dongfang Wenxin said faintly, "Later, I found out that it was one of his guards. It was very hot at that time. The soldier had to travel such a long distance. His feet were so smelly. But in order to prolong his brother's life, Wu Hui sucked the poison from his body every few hours. That was how he finally saw me. Otherwise, that soldier would have died from the poison. I was very touched at that time. A general who could treat an ordinary soldier like that. It's really admirable." Dongfang Wenxin's eyes were filled with sadness, but the corners of her mouth were inexplicably gentle. It was as if she had returned to that period of time. Although Dongfang Wenxin had been in a coma for a whole 10 years, her thoughts had also stopped at 10 years ago. She didn't know that in these 10 years the house was still the same, but the people were different. For her heart was full of pain and memories, and it was so vivid. The old lady let out a long sigh. She opened her mouth but really didn't know how to comfort her. She stood up and said angrily, "Take care of your son first. Your son almost lost his life because of you. Let's wait for Emosia to recover first." Dongfang Wenxin was shocked. She looked at her son in her arms lovingly. That familiar face that made her intoxicated, only much younger. She gently lowered her head, put her face on June Moxie's face and said softly, "My good son. He is also Wu Hui's flesh and blood. I must make Emosia get better. San-er. My San-er. Mother's San-er." The old lady sighed in her heart and gave them a look. Although Dongfang Wenxin and the others were reluctant to leave, they also left. The old lady was the last to stand up and said, "When Emosia recovers, Dongfang Wenxin, just wait and beg for forgiveness from me. You are such an unfilial daughter, so many years you." Sigh. Finally she let out a long sigh, stood up and left. There were only 3 people left in the room. Dongfang Wenxin, Mei Shuiyin and Jun Moxie, who had fallen into a coma, must have been suffering a tremendous amount of pain. However, his face was full of happiness and joy as he nestled in his mother's arms. For the next few days, Jun Moxie felt like he was living in heaven. Dongfang Wenxin almost didn't care about her clothes at all. Even when she slept, she set up a small bed beside her son. Every time he ate, she would personally feed him. At first, Jun Moxie was a little uncomfortable, but later, under Dongfang Wenxin's gentle insistence, he was defeated after resisting for a while. Slowly he actually enjoyed it. Snuggling in his mother's arms, enjoying his mother's deep care, smelling his mother's sweet smell, and feeling the happiness of a mother and son's hearts connected. For the first time in his two lives, Jun Moxie felt, what was happiness? What was dependence? It was so good to have a mother. Warmth, comfort, joy, as if all the adjectives to describe happiness in the world were not enough to describe the satisfaction he felt at this moment. I'm Jun Moxie. I'm Jun Moxie. I am the evil monarch. I finally have a mother. I am also a person who has a mother's love. Jun Moxie's heart was inexplicably excited. Over the past few days, he had been talking to his mother every day, telling her everything that had happened over the past few years, how mischievous he had been, how hedonistic he had been, how he had made people angry as if there was nothing that could not be said. Then, his mother would happily point her finger at his forehead and gently reprimand him. Then he would listen to his mother talk about how mischievous he was when he was a child, how he started to make trouble in his mother's womb, how he met his father, how they got to know each other, how they fell in love, how they accompanied each other, and how they stayed together. Every time it was like this, Jun Moxie would listen quietly, and Mei Shuiyin would also sit at the side and listen with a smile. But the strange thing was that Dongfang Wenxin never talked about sad things and only talked about happy things. Even the two brothers, Jun Moyo and Jun Macho, were rarely mentioned. Since the first time she mentioned it in front of Jun Moxie, but Jun Moxie cleverly changed the topic, Dongfang Wenxin was stunned for a while, and didn't mention it again, although her face was still shrouded by a faint sadness, and her eyes were still filled with deep pain. But in front of Jun Moxie she never showed it. She only took care of her son carefully, every moment, every minute, every inch of her son's food and drink, and even a strand of his hair, she took care of it to the extreme. It was as if she couldn't wait to pour the 10 years of maternal love into her son in one day, pour all her heart and soul into the son in front of her. Jun Moxie even had a feeling, how good would it be if it could go on like this forever? This kind of feeling was really too nostalgic. In these days the Dongfang family came to visit every day, but every time they came they left in a hurry. Even the old lady was no exception. Because they were all afraid to see Dongfang Wenxin's eyes. Sometimes, her eyes were filled with pain and questions, and facing these questions even the old lady couldn't bear to tell her the truth. She could only come in a hurry and leave in a hurry every time. Every time Dongfang Wenxin was left standing by the door thoughtfully, and the anxiety and the feeling of inauspiciousness in her eyes were also getting stronger and stronger, and more worried. Jun Moxie also keenly sensed the heavy pressure in Dongfang Wenxin's heart, and the deep sorrow. Although she never revealed it, never said it, and always tried to hide it, but Jun Moxie could feel it. Jun Moxie finally decided to get to the bottom of it. Instead of keeping it in their hearts with tacit understanding, it was better to get to the bottom of it. Grief only needed to be vented with a good cry, and it would be much better. Seeing his mother so depressed every day, Jun Moxie couldn't bear it. Of course, the biggest thing that gave Jun Moxie the courage to do so was a certain moment when Dongfang Wenxin wasn't around, and Mei Shuiyin said unintentionally, I really can't bear to see my mother in such pain. If the dead could be resurrected, how good it would be. Chapter 606. After hearing Mei Shuiyin's words, Jun Moxie had a flash of inspiration and decided on one thing. A lie. Yes, a lie. After telling his mother the truth, he would make up a white lie. He would say that he had received the teachings of an immortal, but his current cultivation was not strong enough to change his fate and bring the dead back to life. However, in the future he would be able to bring his father back to life. Let the old lady carry on with this beautiful hope and live on with a strong will. Even though this was a huge lie, it was still much better than having her heart turn into ashes right now. Even though it was a lie, how much love did it take to deceive her like this? Even though it was a lie, it was the sincerity of a son towards his mother. As long as there was hope, the future would not be dark anymore. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. Let's take one step at a time. If he let her go on like this, she would probably repeat the same mistake sooner or later. Who knows what will happen in the future? The door opened and Dongfang Wen Xen walked in lightly with a bowl of bird's nest soup in her hands. The moment she entered, she saw Jun Wuxia half lying on the pillow in a daze. She couldn't help but reprimand him. "Child, your injuries haven't healed yet, why are you moving around? Lie down quickly, why are you so lost in thought?" Jun Moxie smiled, but this time he didn't listen to her. He looked into Dongfang Wenxin's eyes seriously and said seriously, "Mother? I have something to say, can you believe me? It might be a bit ridiculous, but I hope you can believe me." "I believe you. I believe everything my son says. No matter how ridiculous it is, I will believe it." Dongfang Wenxin smiled and scooped up a spoonful of bird's nest soup. She blew on it and tasted the temperature. Then she brought it to her son's mouth and coaxed, "Good boy. Open your mouth quickly. The more you eat, the faster you will recover. It's not hot at all." "Ah." Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. It seemed like his mother was taking care of him like a 3-year-old child. However, this kind of feeling, apart from the awkwardness, was also very intoxicating. Really intoxicating. "Mother, let me show you something first. Watch carefully." Jun Moxie drank a spoonful of porridge and said excitedly. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. There was a rose seed in his palm. "Isn't this just a flower seed? What's there to look at? Is it some kind of rare seed?" Dongfang Wen Xen smiled lightly, but there was still an unconcealable depression in her eyes. "Is it just an ordinary flower seed? However, you'd better watch carefully." Jun Moxie smiled mysteriously as he quickly circulated the power of wood in his body. What happened next shocked Dongfang Wen Xen so much that she opened her mouth wide and almost dropped the delicate bowl in her hand. The dark brown seed in Jun Moxie's palm suddenly turned green. Then a thin bud slowly swayed out. It grew rapidly, sprouted, and grew taller. Slowly, it grew into a flower tree that was 3 feet tall, and the trunk was as thick as an index finger. The surprise didn't end and the change didn't stop either. On the branch of the rose, a small pink bud slowly bulged, grew slowly, and opened slowly. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, 9 fragrant roses appeared in Jun Moxie's hand out of nowhere. The whole room was instantly filled with the fragrance of roses. What's going on? Is this a magic trick?" Dongfang Wen Xen was tongue-tied. She looked at the rose tree in her son's hand and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "Magic tricks use props, but these are real flowers. Mother, can you smell these flowers and see if they smell good?" Jun Moxie squinted his eyes proudly, like a child who had gotten a good toy and couldn't wait to show it off in front of his mother. This is all real? How is this possible?" Dongfang Wen Xen was so shocked that she couldn't help but touch the rose with her hand. She lowered her head and sniffed it. She could clearly smell that the fragrance of the flower was real. She unconsciously exerted a little force on her hand, and couldn't help but let out a soft cry of, "Ah." Her hand was pricked by the thorns of the rose, and a drop of bright red blood seeped out. So, this wasn't a dream. It really wasn't a dream? Such a miracle was actually real. Such a miracle actually happened right in front of her eyes. "Mother, this is not a magic trick or a trick. This is the real magic of the gods. When I saved my mother previously, I was able to revive that withered little tree, and it was also because of this divine ability." Jun Moxie looked at Dongfang Wen Xen seriously. "The effect of this magic is not limited to this. My current cultivation is still low, and I don't have any more powerful magic. If I can cultivate it to a certain level, I can move mountains and fill seas, chase after the stars and the moon. I can also make 1,000 miles of forest wither overnight, or turn a 10,000 miles of wasteland into a sea of forest in an instant. Of course, I can also make a person with a terminal illness recover instantly, and even make an ordinary low-level Shen-Qi practitioner transform into a supreme master in an instant." He looked at Dongfang Wen Xen fixedly and said word by word, "If I really cultivate it to the extreme, it's normal for a person on the brink of death to grow flesh and bones. If I can really communicate with the world and the netherworld, I can even make the dead come back to life." Dongfang Wen Xen felt dizzy. Her body swayed, and the delicate porcelain bowl in her hand finally fell to the ground with a "pa" sound. The sound was so clear that it seemed to resonate in her heart. Then Dongfang Wen Xen's body swayed, and she softly fell down. Mei Shuyan, who was beside her, quickly caught her and held her in her arms. In just a moment, Dongfang Wen Xen slowly woke up. As soon as she woke up, she couldn't wait to reach out her hands and touch the flower tree in front of her obsessively. Although she was constantly pierced, she didn't seem to feel it at all. There was only an intoxicated look on her face, and her tears flowed down continuously. It was as if what she was touching was not a flower but a dream. An earth-shattering dream that was within reach. With Dongfang Wenxian's intelligence, how could she not understand the meaning of Jun Moxi's words? She didn't want to believe it, but this obvious miracle appeared in front of her eyes. In such an instant, an ordinary seed could germinate and bloom. With such a miraculous scene happening in front of her, what else couldn't she do? Her son had just said that his cultivation level was still low, and his cultivation level was still low, so this was the best he could do. But if he could achieve such a miracle with such a low cultivation level, what would happen if he really reached an extremely high level? At this moment, the room suddenly shone with a green light. The strange little tree that was originally placed on Dongfang Wenxian's chest had been placed on a piece of warm jade ever since Dongfang Wenxian woke up. At this moment, it felt the majestic power of wood released from Jun Moxi, and suddenly flew over. It slowly flew to the front of Jun Moxi, and started to circle around his body. It seemed to be a little anxious. Jun Imosia's heart stirred. He stretched out his hand and let it fall on his palm. Then the Hongjun pagoda suddenly opened in his mind. And that small tree disappeared from his palm with a whooshing sound. Dongfang Wenxian was shocked again. She was no stranger to this little tree. Although this little tree was found by the old lady after she fell asleep to help her extend her life, it had been almost 10 years. Even though it was a beautiful dream that she didn't want to wake up from, this little tree still played a part in it. It was because of this magical little tree that she, a living dead person, had survived for 10 years. This magical little tree that had almost exhausted its vitality was revived because of her son, and now it seemed to have flown into her son's body spontaneously. This son of hers was really too mysterious, or anything could happen to him. Jun Moxi could clearly feel that after the little tree entered the Hongjun pagoda, it seemed to be pulled by something and flew straight to the first level. There, the two soul-replenishing jades that Jun Moxi had obtained from the Xiao family were originally sitting there peacefully. Suddenly, with a clear buzzing sound, they separated. The little tree flew slowly to the center of the two soul-replenishing jades and landed slowly. The two soul-replenishing jades closed with a snap, sandwiching the roots of the little tree in the middle. The three seemed to have merged into one in an instant, becoming inseparable. From the roots of the little tree, a few roots extended out and wrapped around the two soul-replenishing jades. This change was completely out of Jun Moxi's expectations. He tried again and again, but he couldn't move it out. This little tree ran in on its own and actually settled down inside. It couldn't be chased out anymore. This was the first time Jun Moxi had encountered such a thing. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What should he do? This was something that his grandmother's family had spent almost all of their fortune to get. How could he just take it away without knowing what was going on? At this time, Dongfang Wenxian had already regained her senses, but her expression was still rather agitated. Her delicate body was trembling, and her eyes were shining with tears. She looked at her son without blinking and asked in a trembling voice, "Emosia? Son, what did you say? What do you want to say?" The intelligent Dongfang Wenxian had already understood her son's intentions, but she still wanted to get a definite answer from her son's mouth. "I said, in time I might be able to bring father back to life." Jun Moxi looked at her fixedly and said word by word, "But this needs time. It might take a lot of time." He paused and his face twisted a little. He took a deep breath and threw out the main show, even my two brothers, can be brought back to life." Dongfang Wenxian's body shook violently again. She murmured, "They can also be brought back to life, they can also be brought back to life." Suddenly, tears gushed out of her eyes and she said weakly, "So, my premonition was right. Not only Wu Hui but also, Imoyu, Imocho, my children. What happened to them? What happened to them?" Suddenly she felt a pain in her heart. She covered her face with her hands. What happened in these years? What on earth happened? Why even... Mother? You don't have to be so sad. Jun Moxi said resolutely, "I just said. I can do it, I can definitely do it. I can bring them back to life." Chapter 607. I will live well. Emosia. Don't worry, although I am not a good mother, I understand what you mean. Dongfang Wenxian sobbed sadly and said, "Not to mention that you've given me a glimmer of hope today. Even if there's no hope, I will not seek death again. Mother wants to see you grow up, to see you shake the world, to see you and your wife have children. Mother also wants to see you take revenge for your father." Revenge? I have not taken my revenge yet. How can I seek death again? In Dongfang Wenxian's eyes, a terrifying flame of hatred shot out. In her tears, the deep hatred seemed to be burning fiercely. Your eldest brother and second brother, how did they die? Jun Moxie closed his eyes and said with hatred, Blizzard Silver City? Shao clan. Even. Third Uncle Jun Wui was plotted against by the Shao clan, and was almost permanently disabled, unable to walk for 10 years. Shao family. Dongfang Wen Xen let out a shrill scream. The hatred of killing my husband and son. Shao clan. I'll leave for the Silver Blizzard City as soon as I've recovered from my injuries. Jun Moxie's eyes were burning with hatred. What's a mere oath? The Sword Peak should collapse. The Shao clan should be exterminated. You? Dongfang Wen Xen had just recovered from her anger, but she suddenly became worried. Wuxia, don't be impulsive. This matter can be discussed at length. You must be fully prepared. As she said this, she suddenly burst into tears again. Wuxia, I can only rely on you now. Don't be impulsive. If anything happens to you, I will really have no hope of living anymore. If taking revenge will put you in danger, I would rather not take revenge. Mother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll try my best to take care of myself. Jun Moxie was moved and said, if I didn't have absolute confidence, I would never act rashly. Mother only has Wuxia by her side, and Wuxia also only has mother by his side. Then I'm relieved. Nodding lightly, Dongfang Wen Xen seemed to be a bit bashful. Her face turned red as she asked in a low voice, Wuxia, tell me the truth. Can your father, really, come back to life? Her voice was filled with anticipation and uneasiness. She was worried about personal gains and losses, and it was obvious that she had reached her limit. I promise. If there's anything that I'm hiding from you, just call me. Jun Moxie raised his hand and said solemnly. Dongfang Wen Xen hurriedly covered his mouth with her hand and shook her head in panic. No need to swear. I believe you. Mother really believed it. Really? Jun Moxie heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. In the next few days, Jun Moxie's body was obviously getting better, and Dongfang Wen Xen's emotions were also getting more and more stable. She even took down all the portraits of Jun Wu Hui in the room and put them away carefully. In her eyes, the endless sorrow had mostly disappeared, and what replaced it was sincere hope. With regards to this white lie, Jun Wuxia felt a little guilty. But more than that, he felt an indescribable joy. Living with hope. Even if it was an extremely faint hope. It was still better than despair. On this day in the hall of the Dongfang family. The old lady, the three Dongfang brothers, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan and Dongfang Wen Xen were all sitting there. Dongfang Wen Xen sat beside her son, and from time to time she would raise her head to look at her son, and there would be a doting smile on her face. It seemed that no matter where her son was, no matter how old he was, he would still be the naked baby that she held in her arms. The old lady's complexion had also obviously improved. Her daughter had woken up, and her will to die was gone. She was full of vitality. The unexpected arrival of her grandson this time really brought too many surprises, and he even brought a granddaughter-in-law, and such a powerful granddaughter-in-law. The old lady had been smiling a lot these days, and the knot in her heart was gone. Moreover, Jun Moxie used his spiritual power to soothe her body, and she seemed to have become 10 years younger all of a sudden. The capable, domineering, and fierce aura that she had in the past had returned to her. At this time, the old lady was looking through a thick pile of intelligence from the outside world. She frowned and seemed to be looking for something. All these years, the communication between the Dongfang family and the outside world was completely based on these intelligence reports. Finally, she coughed and took out a set of intelligence reports. She said, there are a few important news here. Everyone please be careful. Although we are not in the martial world, there are still some people who go out to deal with the necessary things occasionally. Some situations must be reported to all the juniors in the family in case you cause big trouble. If you provoke someone that you shouldn't provoke. The three Dongfang Wenqing brothers agreed in unison. The old lady looked at Jun Moxie and said meaningfully, Wuxia, you can't stop running around in the martial world. You should know that there are some things that you shouldn't provoke recklessly. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. Do you understand? Jun Moxie was startled. He didn't know what his grandmother meant, but since the elders had spoken, he could only agree first. A few days ago there were many battles. The three Holy Lands sent out a total of 90 experts to encircle the number one person of Tianfa Venerable Mei, dozens of times. But in the end they suffered heavy losses and suffered great losses. The strength of the Beast King of Tianfa Venerable Mei is really amazing. I believe that even the people in charge of the three Holy Lands are no better than him. When the old lady said this, Jun Moxie suddenly coughed violently. Mei Shuiyan also opened her eyes wide in shock. Her pretty eyes looked around suspiciously. When she heard the last sentence of the old lady, her face turned red, and she pursed her lips and lowered her head. Jun Moxie almost thought that the old lady was purposely joking with them, right? The Venerable Mei, who was encircled, is sitting in front of you right now. Everyone here is family, there's no need to praise him like this. The old lady glared at him and said to everyone, this matter is a huge whirlpool. You must pay attention. Once you step into it, not to mention the Dongfang family, even if all the aristocratic families in the world join together, they won't be able to escape the fate of being annihilated. Mother, is the battle between the three holy lands and the Tianfa forest so important? I only knew about the existence of the three holy lands the last time I went to Tianfa. I also saw a few of the seniors of the three holy lands. The three holy lands are naturally very powerful, but to say that the three holy lands can resist all the aristocratic families in the world, isn't that a little too much? Dongfang Wenqing said in bewilderment. Moreover, that Venerable Mei has the air of a gentleman. After the last battle in the southern Heaven City, Tianfa's side had already gained the upper hand. But they still chose to withdraw their troops in the end. It's clear that they don't want to be enemies with the humans. In fact, it can even be said that they are magnanimous. I really don't understand why the three holy and one ferocious would fight like that. What do you know? First of all, the strength of the three holy lands that you've seen is only the tip of the iceberg. The true strength of the three holy lands is much, much more terrifying than what you can imagine. Secondly, let's not talk about the Venerable Mei, but there must be some other reason behind this. A battle of this level is not something that ordinary Shen cultivators can come into contact with. Just a touch and you'll die. Don't think that you'll be fine just by watching from afar. Let me tell you clearly, the moment you meet with something like this, run as far as you can. Put away your pitiful heart of righteousness. In a battle like this, your heart of righteousness is just a joke. And the most tragic joke. The old lady reprimanded mercilessly. The two of you are the same. The old lady looked at Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan coldly and warned, although your current strength is not bad, but it's better to stay far away from the matter of the three holy lands surrounding Venerable Mei. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If we had a choice, we would definitely choose to run away, but we are the people involved, how can we run away? But how did this information come about? Why did they only mention Venerable Mei and not Jun Moxie? And not even mention the Jun family? Isn't this too ridiculous? This intelligence work is too much of a failure. Also, Venerable Mei is currently working together with the Supreme Assassin, Chu Chihuan, to deal with the three holy lands pursuit and launch a bloody revenge. The old lady sighed. That Chu Chihuan is known as the Supreme Assassin, but he's a ghost of a generation, always appearing and disappearing like a ghost, killing people without leaving a trace. But to go against the three holy lands like this, he's overestimating himself. Even if he's lucky enough to gain the upper hand occasionally, how can the three holy lands' 10,000 years of accumulation be easy to deal with? How can a mere Chu Chihuan be able to resist them? To get involved so recklessly, you'll just lose your life for nothing. If Chu Chihuan could hear the old lady's evaluation, he would definitely cry bitterly. Heavens earth! Only a bastard would want to get involved in this matter. How would I know what was going on? How could I be so muddle-headed that disaster fell from the sky? I've been chased for so long and I still haven't figured out the reason until now. But since Venerable Mei has already left the Tianfa forest, and the battle in Tiannan, our Dongfang family's oath has already been broken by half. What's left is the collapse of the Sword Peak. The old lady said worriedly, the Shen beasts have all come out of Tianfa. We can use tricks, but the Sword Peak has stood for millions of years, how can it collapse so easily? The latter is too difficult. Maybe it will collapse tomorrow. Don't worry, Grandma. The heavens will always protect the good. Jun Imosia vowed solemnly. Go away. What does a kid know? How can such a thing be done just by opening your mouth? Our Dongfang family has never been a kind family. If someone punches me, I'll return it with 10 swords. Kind person? Is that how Jun Zhantian, that old thing, taught you? The old lady reprimanded Jun Moxie in a bad mood. She also reprimanded the Dongfang family. Imosia, your grandmother and uncle are discussing things. You're just a kid, don't interrupt. Dongfang Wenqing warned gently. Then he said unhappily, Mother? Imosia is still a kid. Aren't you afraid of scaring him by being so loud? When he grows up. Chapter 608. The old lady took a few deep breaths and said bitterly, When Xin, it's not that I want to lecture you, but even if you want to spoil your child, there should be a limit. Imosia is still a child. His cultivation is even higher than mine. No matter how high his cultivation is, he's still a child. If his cultivation is higher, he's not my son anymore? Dongfang Wen Xn was a little unreasonable and protective of her child. The old lady and Jun Moxie were both speechless. Grandma, let me take a look at these reports. Jun Moxie took the reports and looked through them one by one. Mei Shuiyin, who was beside him, also looked over. Obviously she had the same question. As they watched, both of them frowned. Strange. This was too strange. These reports only talked about how the three holy lands surrounded Venerable Mei and how fierce the battle was. It was very detailed, but there was not a single mention of Jun Moxie. What was going on? These two people had obviously left together. They were ambushed together and they were attacked together. In this place there was actually nothing for Jun Wuxia to do. What was going on? The two of them looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Mei Shuiyin furrowed her brows and thought for a while. Then, she secretly transmitted her voice. The three holy lands must be wary of your master and purposely erased your name from the intelligence report. This matter is highly possible. After all, if such an ambush angered him, the three holy lands would not be able to bear it. As long as they don't mention you when you go back after a period of time, the storm will naturally disappear. That makes sense. Jun Moxie understood. With the power of the three holy lands, it was not difficult for them to purposely change the reports to this extent. Moreover, the ambush happened in the wilderness and no one saw it. Naturally, they could say whatever they wanted. Now that Wuxia's cultivation has reached a high level, Shuiyin is his strongest helper. With such strength, dealing with the Shao family or even the entire Silver Blizzard City would be a cinch. Li Ju Tian is dead, and Yun Biqin hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. The Silver Blizzard City is no longer a threat. So, it's time for our Dongfang family to prepare for a comeback. Wen Qing, Wen Jian, Wen Dao, the three of you are responsible for training the three talents assassins of heaven, earth and man. How are the results? How many people have reached the standard? Dongfang Wenqing stood up and said, 36 sky-ranked assassins have qualified. Currently there are 71 qualified earth-rank assassins. As for human-rank assassins, there are currently a total of 341. No. The power that he could use was still too little. It wasn't of much use at all. Hurry up and practice. Even if you die, you have to practice. Wuxia will set off for the Silver Blizzard City at any time. Wang Zhan is confident that he has the absolute advantage in terms of strength. What if the strength of our soldiers can't keep up? At that time, at least 50 sky-ranked assassins and 100 earth-ranked assassins will follow Wuxia to take revenge. You have to know that we, the Dongfang family, haven't rescinded our vows yet. The old lady ordered in a gloomy tone. Dongfang Wenqing and the other two agreed, but their faces showed that they were in a dilemma. Jun Wuxia felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Grandma is so anxious because of my revenge. So he winked at Mei Shuiyin. Mei Shuiyin understood. She stood up and took out a few small jade bottles from her bosom. She smiled and said, Grandma, Shuiyin has some good things here. With these, the previous problem will no longer be a problem. What are these? The old lady asked in surprise. The Dongfang family was located in a remote area, so they still didn't know about the transcendent pills. Although Dongfang Wenqing and the other two knew about the 10 years pill, they only mentioned it when they came back and didn't explain it in detail. So the old lady didn't know about it. These are the miraculous pills refined by Wuxia's master. These are the 10 years pills. Each pill can increase a Xian practitioner's Xian Qi by 10 years. There are 2 bottles here and each bottle contains 100 pills. These 2 bottles contain the bone-tempering pills, which can be used to change a person's physique. There are also 200 pills. These pills are used to train future talents for the Dongfang family. Mei Shuiyin smiled as she introduced the pills. When she said the words Wuxia's master, she couldn't help but pause. Then she continued, as for the other 3 bottles, they are the real rare pills. This is the Vitality Linkage pill, which can increase a Xian practitioner's speed by 3 times, regardless of the foundation. This is the Vitality Gathering pill, which can increase a Xian practitioner's speed by 3 times. And finally, the Heavenly Vitality pill, which can directly increase a person's pure strength by 50 years. These 3 pills are very rare and there are only 10 pills in each bottle. But they are specially prepared for grandma and uncles. But if someone else were to take them, they must be at least at the peak of the Tianxian realm in order to take them. Otherwise their bodies will explode and they will die. Jun Moxie had refined many of these pills in this period of time, and they had come in handy now. Mei Shuiyin had only taken out a very small part of them. But the Dongfang family's current strength wouldn't be able to use them even if they had more. In fact, these pills were already more than 3 times more than what they had. As Mei Shuiyan spoke, Dongfang the old lady and Dongfang Wenqing gasped in shock. Then their mouths opened wider and wider and they couldn't close them anymore. This was simply something that had never appeared in the legends and now, it actually appeared in front of them. And Dongfang Wenxian's face was full of excitement. Between her brows, there was obviously a bit more expectation. Didn't all these miracles and legends prove that my son really had that kind of magical power? Could it be that what Wuxia said was actually true? Although Dongfang Wenxian had said that she believed him, she was still doubtful in her heart. To a large extent, she had only agreed to it because she didn't want to disappoint her son. After all, bringing the dead back to life was such an unimaginable miracle. How could it be done lightly? But now, at this moment in her heart, there was a bit more confidence. She had really ignited her hope. The old lady of Dongfang looked very excited. She took a deep breath and said, "Wuxia, these things are too precious. How can we afford it?" "Grandma, aren't you being a little too polite? I, Jun Moxie, am the grandson of the Dongfang family. We are a family, why can't we afford it? Besides, speaking of preciousness, in this world what can be more precious than family?" Jun Moxie smiled and said, "So, if you want to say that we can't afford it, it's only me who can't afford it. I even think that these things are really too little." "Good. Well said, this sentence is so well said. In this world what can be more precious than family?" The old lady praised, "Just because of this sentence, Wuxia, you have really grown up. Wenxian, you really should be proud of your son. He is so young but he knows so much more than you do. As his mother you should learn to be like your good son." Dongfang Wenxian's face turned red and she lowered her head, but she was very satisfied in her heart. Because that was her own son, although her mother had scolded her, she had praised her son, which made her even happier than if she had praised herself. "Wuxia, about Blizzard Silver City, do you have any specific plans? Do you have any strategies?" The old lady put away the jade bottle and asked cautiously. "Blizzard Silver City? I don't have any specific plans." Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows and said, "It's nothing more than to collapse the Sword Peak, flatten Blizzard Silver City, drag out the Shao family members one by one and put them to death. What kind of strategies do we even need? That's not a plan. If I had a plan, wouldn't I have flattened the entire snow mountain?" The third uncle Dongfang Wendao was startled. He sucked in a breath of cold air and mumbled as if he had a toothache. "Everything must be planned out before taking action. Caution is the parent of safety. You can't be impulsive right now. You must not be arrogant just because you are stronger than others. You must know that there is always someone better out there." The old lady warned. "I understand. I am planning to leave the Dongfang family in the next 2 days and return to the Jun residence to prepare for the trip to Blizzard Silver City." Jun Moxie replied respectfully. "That's good too. Wenxian, what about you?" The old lady turned around and looked at her daughter. Dongfang Wenxian replied calmly, "Of course I will go back with my son. I am the daughter-in-law of the Jun family after all. I have not served my in-laws well these past few years. I have been very unfilial. Now that I have woken up, I will naturally make up for the past 10 years. If I don't do this, how can I face Wu Hui? How can I face my 2 pitiful children?" The old lady let out a long sigh. She raised her head and looked into the distance. After a long time, she closed her eyes and said sadly, "All right." She lowered her head and looked at her daughter. Her eyes were full of pity and reluctance. However, she said sternly, "Dongfang Wenxian, since you have made such a decision, I will not stop you. But you must always remember. You are a mother. You must not let down your mother, your husband's family, and the world. You must not let down your son, daughter-in-law, and future grandchildren. I don't want you to fall asleep and be carried back. Do you understand?" Dongfang Wenxian smiled sadly and said, "Mother, don't worry. I have thought it through. I will never bring shame to the Dongfang family again." "That's good." The old lady closed her eyes and did not speak anymore. That afternoon, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan visited the training base of the Dongfang family with the company of his 3 uncles. They also made many suggestions for improvement. With his experience as the king of assassins and his wholehearted guidance, almost every word he said was treated as a golden rule by Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 uncles. They were so inspired that they almost took pen and paper and followed behind him to take notes. After that, Jun Moxie sorted out a training plan. It was also the training content of his previous life. He just deleted some parts and gave it to Dongfang Wenqing. Jun Moxie was very confident that with the foundation of the Dongfang family, if he used this plan as the foundation, the rise of the martial world would be just around the corner. Chapter 609. The old lady readily agreed and said disdainfully, "That thing, I don't know what it is. Anyway, I got it by accident and it's good for the body. Other than that, it has no other use. It's not good for cultivation and it can't improve one's skills. It's just used to prolong your mother's life. If it wasn't useful for your mother, maybe she wouldn't know where to throw it away. Take it, see what's good here, take a few more." Jun Moxie touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. This was obviously a treasure of heaven and earth, and the old lady actually said that it was almost thrown away. Although he knew that the old lady said this to let him not take it to heart, but Jun Moxie still felt wronged for this treasure of heaven and earth. Because the old lady's lack of attention to this small tree was obvious at a glance, and it wasn't fake. In fact, not to mention the old lady, even Jun Moxie himself didn't know what this small tree was at the moment. But although Jun Moxie didn't know what it was, he firmly believed that as long as it was recognized by the Hongjun Pagoda, then it was a rare treasure in the world. This matter couldn't be wrong. Dongfang Third Master and his wife, along with their children, sat at a table, feeling proud of themselves. Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian both had a face full of envy. The wives and concubines beside them were even more resentful. Once a woman was a few years older, once she saw others teasing children, how could she restrain her maternal instincts? Jun Mosie's heart was filled with joy after solving several major problems in a row. So he noticed that Dongfang Wenqing was frowning. So he couldn't help but sneakily ask, "Uncle, what's the matter? You have so many aunts, why didn't you get me a cousin or something? Isn't it a bit of a waste? You think I don't want to? Your grandmother complained a lot about me." Dongfang Wenqing glared at him angrily. "But these women are so disappointing. What can I do?" Jun Moxie rolls his eyes. It might be possible for 1 or 2 wives to be infertile. But if all 59 wives are infertile, then Dongfang Wenqing's luck is too horrible. With such a probability you can buy a lottery, and win every single one of them. Why didn't he just say that it was because of him? Jun Moxie was a little disdainful. He squinted his eyes and said sneakily, "I'm quite knowledgeable in this area. I was the one who fixed my third uncle's leg. If first uncle trusts me, I can guarantee that you'll be hugging babies this time next year, and there will be several of them." "Really?" Dongfang Wenqing sat up straight and looked at Jun Moxie with her lantern-like eyes. She breathed heavily and grabbed her nephew's hand. "You're not lying to me, are you?" The people around him were shocked. "Damn. What does this first master want to do? Why would I lie to you? It's true." Jun Moxie squinted his eyes and smiled mysteriously. He said, "Actually, I can see it at first glance. Not only you but second uncle also has this problem, right?" Dongfang Wenqing blushed. She said shyly, "Don't mention it. It's really a misfortune for our family. You can't control yourself when you're young." Jun Moxie sighed pretentiously. He said earnestly, "The absurdity of youth often brings a bitter consequence for life. This sentence is the same for both men and women. Although it said that it's a waste to be romantic when you're young, there's a limit to everything." These words were what Dongfang Wenqing said to Jun Moxie when they were in Tiannan. Now both of them had, "Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." Dongfang Wenqing was a little impatient. She roared at Jun Moxie. Then she looked at the people around her who were about to prick up their ears to listen. She immediately scared them away. Let me help you take a closer look." Jun Moxie grabbed Dongfang Wenqing's hand and injected a stream of natural energy into his body. Then he used the pure life force of the power of wood to go through his body. Then he took out a small jade bottle and said, "Take 1 pill every day for half a month. Within half a month, you must not have sex. After half a month, Jun Moxie revealed a manly smile. However, Dongfang Wenqing snatched the jade bottle from his hands and casually slapped his head. Then he put on the airs of an uncle and glared at Jun Moxie as he reprimanded, "What are you thinking about at such a young age? How could you speak of such an unrefined matter with such relish? It seems that you're the #1 foppish young man in the capital city. I'll have to tell your mother and let her teach you a lesson." His other hand was like a weasel that had stolen a chicken, and he put the jade bottle into his bosom at the speed of lightning. The moment he said that, his voice was very loud. More than 200 pairs of eyes turned to look at Jun Moxie like searchlights. Their eyes were full of curiosity, obviously wanting to know what this little fellow had said to actually be reprimanded by the Grand Elder. It must have been something very unbearable. Otherwise, why would the Grand Elder reprimand him in front of everyone? Jun Moxie was infuriated. He had never seen such a shameless person who didn't know what was good for him. I helped you solve your lifetime's difficulties out of goodwill. It's fine if you didn't say anything after getting the benefits. But to cover up your embarrassment, you pushed me to the front of the awkward stage? This can't be tolerated. I can tolerate it, but I can't tolerate it either. Since I can't tolerate it anymore, there's no need to tolerate it anymore. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and moved closer to him mysteriously. He said, Granduncle, as long as you take the medicine and follow the other movements and incantations, it'll be foolproof. Maybe when I come back you'll have a group of children? There are specific movements and incantations. Dongfang Wenqing was stunned. Just a moment ago, he was still secretly delighted that he had finally made a fool out of this brat. Moreover, he had successfully protected his face. Most importantly, he had even obtained an enormous benefit. Who would have thought that before he could even blink, a pail of cold water would be poured down on him? He had just made a fool out of him. With this brat's vengeful character, how could he possibly let him off? She could not help but be vigilant. What conditions do you have? Tell me. Conditions? Jun Moxie cried out, feeling wronged. Do I need to talk about conditions with you, Grand Elder? Since you see me as such a despicable person, I won't say it. You've made me sad and wronged. I was filled with enthusiasm and gratitude, that's why I wanted to help you solve this problem. It's my fault. It's my fault. Uncle is wrong. Uncle is wrong. Dongfang Wenqing quickly covered his mouth and apologized profusely. Then he shamelessly asked, Good nephew, what kind of movement and incantation are these? Hurry up and tell uncle. Well, who asked you to be my uncle? We're all on the same side, so I'll tell you. Jun Moxie sighed helplessly. It seemed as if he had suffered a huge grievance. What a good boy. Uncle, thank you so much. Dongfang Wenqing was overjoyed. Moving closer to Uncle Dongfang's ear, Jun Moxie tried to make his voice inaudible. This movement needs to be in the air. It may be a little tiring. You have to hold on. Yes, hanging upside down. Yes, yes. Dongfang Wenqing nodded repeatedly, frowning seriously. She tried to memorize it wholeheartedly, for fear that she would miss a word and ruin the whole thing. And the incantations are. Listen, remember carefully. You have to match the movements. Yes, the incantations are like this. 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4 Yin and Yang are in harmony, heaven and earth are in peace. 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4 Change your posture and do it again. Jun Moxie taught seriously. Dongfang Wenqing memorized it wholeheartedly. She was so anxious that her forehead was almost sweating. I'm old, so my memory is not good. Fortunately, it's not very long, so it's easy to remember. As soon as Jun Moxie finished reciting, Dongfang Wenqing was still frowning and muttering. Jun Moxie asked kindly, Have you memorized it? Dongfang Wenqing furrowed his brows and stood up. He didn't say anything and walked out with a calm and dignified face. He strode straight to the study room. It seems like a good memory is inferior to a lousy pen. I've memorized it, but what if I forget it? It's better to write it down? Moxie, where did your first uncle go? Dongfang Wenjian sat down and asked suspiciously. Oh, he probably drank a little too much and went to the toilet. Jun Moxie chuckled. The next step was to solve the problem of Dongfang Wenjian. However, Dongfang Wenjian was much more honest. He took the elixir and began to thank Jun Moxie profusely, beaming with joy. Naturally, Jun Moxie did not teach him any nonsense movements and incantations. From this, it could be seen that it was better to be honest. I'll let you embarrass me again. Although you're my uncle, I won't spare you when it's time to punish you. Jun Moxie was proud of himself. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed silently. Later, he held his stomach and slapped his thighs, laughing wildly. Bang! A chicken bone flew over and hit his head. Jun Moxie looked up in shock and saw Dongfang the old lady's face was red. She looked at him fiercely and scolded, Little bastard! What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. Jun Moxie touched his head and sat down with a grin. Madame Dowager looked at him gloomily. Suddenly, she spat out the mouthful of wine in her mouth and coughed. Her face was flushed and she scolded angrily and helplessly, You're too mischievous. It turned out that the old lady heard it. Actually, there were only two people who heard it, Mei Shuiyan and the old lady. These two people were the most powerful. However, Mei Shuiyan was a virgin after all, so she didn't know what it meant. On the other hand, the old lady was an experienced person. Cough cough. Cough cough. Jun Moxie touched his head and giggled. He quickly lowered his head to eat and drink. He looked very well behaved. Mother, what's wrong? Dongfang Wenqing looked at her mother blankly. She was sitting next to him just now and almost got spat out. You're such a naughty son. But you have to teach him a lesson. When you go back, watch him closely. This kid is too naughty. When it's time to beat him up, don't be soft-hearted. Just hit him hard. This kid can take it. The old lady calmed down, but she was still angry. She heard it. But that thing. She couldn't remind him. How could she, as his mother, remind him about this kind of thing? This grandson of hers was really too mischievous. Monsieur is so well behaved. How could he not listen to me? Dongfang Wenxan furrowed her brows and said with heartache, I don't want to hit a child. I remember when he was a naughty child, I gave him a tight slap on his butt and I even cried for a few days. The old lady rolled her eyes. She couldn't do anything about it. This matter lasted until a long time later. One day, Dongfang Wenjian saw his elder brother twisting his waist in the garden. He didn't know what he was doing, so he walked up and asked, Elder brother, what are you doing? Chapter 610. Ahem, there are already 5 pregnant. Big brother, I heard that you have quite a lot? Mother has been very happy recently. Mosia's medicine is really effective. Dongfang Wenjian touched his nose. He was a little embarrassed, but his tone was full of excitement. That's right, I already have 7 little fellows on my side that are about to be born. Ha, Dongfang Wenqing laughed proudly and sighed. That brat Mosia, his method is really good, but it's a little too tiring. Although the women aren't heavy, they're still over 100 jin ah. Half an hour ah, and I still have to keep chanting the incantations. It's really tiring ah. It's not like I'm the only one. AI, so many women. But it's still worth it. Dongfang Wenqing twisted his waist and spun his buttocks in circles. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Dongfang Wenjian. Second bro, you're a few years younger than me. You're so useful. Your waist doesn't even ache, right? Tiring? Heavy? Incantation? Dongfang Wenjian asked curiously, Big brother, what are you talking about? Huh? Dongfang Wenqing looked at him and said casually, It's the secret method of making babies that Mosia mentioned. #% yen 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 #yen%. Dongfang Wenjian was speechless. What else can I do? Won't I be fine after taking the medicine? What? Dongfang Wenqing immediately stopped moving and froze on the spot like a mummy. He slowly turned his head and suddenly grabbed Dongfang Wenjian's collar. He gnashed his teeth, glared at him and roared, Second brother, what did you say? What did you say just now? Dongfang Wenjian was startled and his whole body was lifted off the ground. He rolled his eyes in fear and said, I didn't say anything, you said it. Dongfang Wenqing was about to explode and she roared loudly, Say it again. Say what? You're still pretending to be confused? You damn bastard. You better tell me now. What did Mosia tell you back then? Dongfang Wenqing lowered his voice and spat out word by word through gritted teeth. No. There's no other way. You just gave me a few pills. I'll take 1 a day and forbid sexual intercourse for half a month. After half a month, I'll be completely fine. Dongfang Wenjian cried out as if he had been wronged. His 2 legs kicked wildly in the air. Big brother, quickly put me down. Cough, cough, cough. I'm about to suffocate to death. Puff. Dongfang Wenjian fell heavily on the ground. He rolled and crawled a few feet away. When he turned around, he saw that his eldest brother was still in the same position as before. He was standing there motionlessly like a bronze statue. Big brother, are you all right? Dongfang Wenjian asked cautiously. Scram! Dongfang Wenqing let out a long and drawn-out roar, causing the mountains and valleys to reverberate. Dongfang Wenjian fled. After a long time, following this hysterical roar, a series of banging sounds could be heard, as if someone was madly smashing and smashing. It was only until the next day that everyone realized that the entire garden had been completely destroyed. Not to mention the flowers, trees and rockery, there wasn't even a single piece of grass left. At this time, old Madam was counting on her fingers in her room. In a few more months she would be able to add more than 10 children. The Dongfang family would finally not have to worry about a lack of successors. Boundless gratification. Hearing her eldest son's roar coming from the direction of the garden, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. How did I give birth to such a foolish son? Took me so long to realize. My son is really slow. Sighed, those maids are really slow. Is it so tiring to make a few sets of baby clothes? The more he thought about it, the more he smiled. He muttered to himself, This is great. The population has flourished all of a sudden. It's all thanks to Mosia. And, on the second morning, Jun Moxie left the Dongfang family with Mei Shuiyan and his mother, Dongfang Wenxin, on their way back. Next, Jun Moxie needed to consider how to deal with the Silver Blizzard City. Only now did he realize that the pugilistic world was in an uproar. No matter where he went, it was like a pot of boiling water. On the way back, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan unexpectedly discovered that there were too many people from the three holy lands. The number seemed to be much more than the 90 people from the previous time. It seemed like the revenge of the three holy lands had already begun. Not only did they want to deal with Mei Shuyan, but they also wanted to deal with Chu Chihuan. On the way back, Chu Chihuan's glorious achievements were being discussed everywhere. Praises of the supreme assassin were being sung everywhere. The pugilistic world was bustling with activity. The heroic deeds and glorious image of the supreme assassin, Chu Chihuan, had already become a household name. Every day that passed, as long as there was no news that the three holy lands had successfully killed Chu Chihuan, the whole pugilistic world would continue to be in awe of him. Today, Chu Chihuan could be said to be the first idol of the Shenshen continent in many years. The prestige of his name was simply earth-shattering. Like the first clap of thunder in spring, it rolled over endlessly, shaking the heavens, shaking the earth and the vast sky. Especially when it was made into a folk song that was sung everywhere, lasting for a long time. Be Chu Chihuan, your name shakes the world, incomparably peerless. Look down on who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, the supreme assassin. These were the first 4 lines that were sung. But later on, some busybodies added another 4 lines. Kill the mortal world, kill the holy lands, kill the thieves, kill the supreme assassin. Escape the world, kill the supreme assassin, kill them all under the sword. Jun Wuxia was in the middle of eating when he heard this limerick. Suddenly he spat out a small piece of deep-fried biscuit that he had just chewed. Then he rubbed his stomach and laughed like he was about to die. Dongfang Wenxin raised her eyebrows. This young man from an aristocratic family was so lacking in etiquette. She was about to reprimand him, but when she turned to look, she saw that her usually steady and dignified daughter-in-law, Mei Shuyan, was also laughing so hard that she was shaking like a flower. Looking at her, if it wasn't for the fact that she had to maintain a reserved image, she was probably even more exaggerated than Jun Moxie. What's going on? Why are you both laughing so foolishly? Dongfang Wenxin frowned and looked at the two of them. No, nothing. No. What? Jun Moxie tried to hold it in. Finally he couldn't hold it in any longer. His whole body twitched and he leaned on the table and trembled. The teacups, plates and teapots on the table also started to tremble, clanking loudly. He was the one directly involved, so how could he not know how Chu Chihuan's illustrious reputation came about? Carrying one black pot after another, and it was the extra-large kind. Carrying the supreme assassin in the Holy Lands, and it was only one at the beginning. Now, all 3 of them were on his shoulders and he couldn't even unload them. Carrying such a tragic black pot, it would be strange if he didn't become famous. In order to reduce the chances of attracting attention, the 3 of them disguised themselves a little. After all, Dongfang Wenxin was with them. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. It was different from when the 2 of them came. No matter how big the danger was, they could escape at any time. Now that the 3 holy lands were so powerful, they had no choice but to hide. Although Dongfang Wenxin was already a mother of 3 children, she was already in her 40s. After so many changes she should have looked haggard. However, she had been in a deep sleep for 10 years. Because of the miraculous little tree, her face was still the same as it was 10 years ago. Her face didn't change much, and she had the elegance of a beautiful middle-aged woman. Only her eyebrows and eyes still had the willfulness of a young girl. Although she couldn't be said to be a peerless beauty, she could be said to be a pretty woman. Especially during this period of time, with her son and daughter-in-law serving her, she was in a good mood. Because of the great hope in her heart, she had become more energetic. If she didn't disguise herself, she would be radiant the moment she came out. How could she still keep a low profile? As for Mei Shuyan, she was an outstanding beauty that was rarely seen in the world. If she were to travel with her original appearance, she would probably be chased by a lot of lascivious men. Although she was not afraid of them, it was still very annoying. Besides, even if he didn't have to guard against anything else, he still had to guard against the people of the 3 holy lands who could appear and kill him at any time. Naturally, he had to be careful. They arrived at a small town that day. Jun Wuxia and Little White Tiger had also walked this road a few days ago. Could be said that this road was deserted on that day. There weren't any pedestrians. But today they saw people coming and going. It was very lively, and they almost thought that they had arrived at a different town. It turned out that during this period of time, because of Chu Chihuan's high-profile rise, it caused a lot of changes, causing the people of Jianghu to frequently come and go. Even this small town was no exception. People came and went, it was bustling with activity. They walked out of the town and hurried for a while. The snow was getting heavier. Jun Moxie felt sorry for his mother. He saw a small pub by the road and went in to temporarily avoid the wind and snow. The small pub was located in a remote area. Usually business was not good. In this cold and snowy weather, business was even worse. But now, in this off-season when the pub was almost closed, business was booming and money was coming from all over the world, it could be seen that the appearance of the idol Chu Chihuan had directly led to the development of the economy and stimulated consumption. Yes, something like this had not happened in the world of martial arts for thousands of years. When this rumor about Chu Chihuan came out, how could the bored martial artists not pay attention to it? It could be said that the people in the world of martial arts were even more professional than the most professional paparazzi. In such a big snowstorm, the weather was freezing and the paparazzi did not come out. They asked around and spread the news. There was an endless stream of rumors. All kinds of anecdotes came out. There were different versions of the legend, but the only thing that was similar was the main character, Chu Chihuan. For example, the story of the supreme assassin Chu Chihuan and the three holy lands, the inside story of the three holy lands chasing after Chu Chihuan, it was all because of a chicken's butt hair. The three holy lands were furious. The supreme assassin roamed the world. Who was the beautiful old lady crying behind him? Chapter 6:11. The great idol Chu Chihuan, with his unparalleled influence, had directly or indirectly driven the consumption of all kinds of restaurants, tea houses, hotels, and so on and so forth. From this, it could be seen that the power of an idol was indeed limitless. Since ancient times, no matter if it was on Earth or in another world, it was the same. Jun Moxie had only just sat down and had not even finished his meal, but he had already heard 3 different versions of the story. Any one of them made him want to burst out laughing. It was almost the end of the year, and the heavy snow had connected the sky and the earth. This small and secluded hotel was now overcrowded. The snow had sealed the mountain, and the people who had come in couldn't get out. They were all sitting around the fire, and new people were coming in one after another, and the most ridiculous thing was that, in the face of such a hot scene, the 2 owners of the hotel, who had been collecting money until their hands were cramping, and they kept the money in their pockets, seemed to be very dissatisfied and even a little annoyed. They even ignored the money that they were collecting. This abnormal thing made Jun Moxie pay attention to it quickly. Mei Shuiyan's martial arts were extremely high, but her experience in the martial world was shallow. She would not pay much attention to such low-level human relationships. Dongfang Wen Xian was born in a big family, so he did not care much about these things. But Jun Moxie was the king of assassins for 2 generations, and he had a lot of experience in the martial world, so he paid attention to even the smallest things. He felt that this small hotel was really strange. However, in such a snowy weather, this place was an excellent place to stay. Moreover, there was a lot of specious information that was free of charge. Therefore, Jun Moxie decided to stay here for the night. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision tomorrow based on the weather. After all, Dongfang Wen Xian's cultivation was still shallow. Even with the help of Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan, it was still very difficult for them to travel in such bad weather. Staying here for one more day, other than resting and waiting for the right time, he might be able to hear some explosive news. Even if there was nothing, it would be good to hear some interesting legends. The owners of this tavern are 2 first-class experts. Jun Moxie was in deep thought when Mei Shuiyan's voice drilled into his ears. Yes, it is indeed quite brilliant. Besides, there's something strange about this pub. Jun Moxie's eyelids didn't move as he gently held the teacup. Strange? What's weird about it? Mei Shuiyan was a little surprised. She looked left and right and realized that this was only a small pub. There was nothing strange about it. Only the 2 bosses were extremely brilliant, and even the waiters were ordinary people. After all, there were many hidden masters who had seen through the world and lived in seclusion, never getting involved in the affairs of the world. So, it wasn't necessarily strange. How could it be strange? First of all, the location of this pub is very strange. We just left that small town and rushed here. Even though it's less than 100 miles, don't underestimate this distance. 100 miles is only a short while for us, but for an ordinary person, it would take at least a day. Moreover, the small town in front of us has quite a lot of residents. If the pub was open there from a business point of view, it would definitely make more money. Jun Moxie analyzed in a low voice. So, this is the first strange point. That's right. This place is indeed a little remote. Mei Shuiyan nodded. If we walk further ahead, we will reach a stretch of mountains that stretches for hundreds of miles. There are no signs of human habitation. However, it could also be that the 2 bosses have seen through the ways of the world and don't want to come into the world anymore. So, it's possible that they opened a pub in a remote place. I've thought about this before, but I still can't figure it out. Because the second strange thing is that in such a small tavern, in the middle of nowhere, there are two powerful masters as the owners. What's their intention? What's their purpose? Or should I say, what's the benefit? If they really have seen through the ways of the world and want to live in seclusion, why don't they just go deep into the mountains? Why do they have to choose this place? Jun Moxie asked a series of questions. Another strange point is, why are there so many Jianghu people here? The last time we came here there weren't any customers. We can also see from the expressions of the two old men that this phenomenon has only appeared in the last 2 days. So they are very impatient. But they can't do anything about it. If it had been like this for a long time, I'm afraid that these two people would have moved away a long time ago. They didn't do anything about it. I'm afraid that they are afraid of revealing their whereabouts. These two top-notch masters are even recognized by us. So what are they afraid of? Jun Moxie raised a third question. In summary, these Jianghu people have gathered here, and the people from the 3 Holy Lands have also appeared here. I can boldly judge that Chu Chihuan should be hiding in this area. Otherwise, why would these people come here in such terrible weather? As for this news, it should be released by the 3 Holy Lands. Jun Moxie frowned. The more he spoke, the clearer his thoughts became. Establishing prestige. In the past 10,000 years, no one had ever dared to go against the 3 Holy Lands like this. But Chu Chihuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even caused a great loss to the 3 Holy Lands' battle strength. The 3 Holy Lands had to find a way to eliminate this negative influence, and the best way to deal with it was to eliminate Chu Chihuan in one fell swoop, and it had to be done in front of everyone. So the 3 Holy Lands had to first let Chu Chihuan's reputation rise, and then kill him in front of everyone. This way they can be wary of Shen Xian, intimidate the world, and re-establish the supreme authority of the 3 Holy Lands. This is the main purpose of the 3 Holy Lands. Jun Moxie laughed. But isn't it unnecessary for the 3 Holy Lands to do this? Isn't it better for them to kill Chu Chihuan quietly than to mobilize a large number of people? After all, only they know about this matter. Are they afraid that others will spread the news? Mei Shuiyan asked, puzzled. You've overlooked the most important problem. At the very least, there are 2 people who know about this. If the 3 Holy Lands keep concealing it, the moment we expose it, the 3 Holy Lands will be in an even more passive position. As the saying goes, it's better to let them announce it to the world. It's more proactive. As long as they can eliminate Chu Chihuan in front of everyone, all the negative influence will vanish like smoke. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows and said somewhat mockingly, the 3 Holy Lands are gauging the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure this time. Are you a gentleman? Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him and snorted. If the 3 Holy Lands don't do this, then you'll be the one doing this, right? Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and laughed. It must be said that ever since Mei Shuiyan got together with Jun Moxie, she could be said to have a deep understanding of this fellow's bad taste. Just like what she said, if the 3 Holy Lands really made a stupid move and tried their best to cover it up, then Jun Dashao would definitely make a move and use Chu Chihuan to stir up a storm. But at that time, the right to speak would all be in Jun Dashao's hands. So, Jun Moxie obviously expressed his anger and strong dissatisfaction with this beautiful response from the 3 Holy Lands. They actually dared to mess up this young master's follow-up plan. This pub was really not big. There were a total of 6 or 7 tables, and at this time they were already full. Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, and Dongfang Wenxian were sitting at the innermost table. From here they could see everything at a glance. However, this good seat was actually bought by Jun Moxie with money. This seat was originally occupied by 5 people. Jun Moxie did not say much. He just walked over and took out 5 silver notes and placed them on the table. Then he grabbed the machete of one of the men and poked a hole in the thickest part of the blade with his finger. Then Jun Dashao pointed his finger at the silver notes and pointed it outwards. Then he pointed at the hole on the machete and pointed it downwards. From the beginning to the end, there was not a single word of conversation. The 5 fierce-looking men obediently kept the silver notes and left. Moreover, they were extremely attentive and even cleaned up the table quietly. They did not even call the waiter to clean up the table. This behavior made Dongfang Wenxian wring her neck and scolding the nouveau riche. However, after doing this, the effect could be said to be extraordinarily good. After witnessing this strange scene, the other guests at the other tables acted as if they did not see it. They continued to talk loudly, but their expressions were obviously much more restrained. Moreover, they would rather squeeze 10 people at a small table than sit together with this nouveau riche young man. Everyone understood that their necks were definitely not as hard as that machete. In this cold weather, if there was really a hole in their necks, it would be really terrible. After that, the complacent Jun Dashao said proudly, "This is the reality of this world. Having money and power is great. Although I don't have power now, I have money and fists. In this place, having fists is equivalent to having power. Moreover, it is the power of life and death. Girl, learn a little. This is a big knowledge." Such complacent words made Dongfang Wen Xan very dissatisfied. It also made Mei Shuiyan roll her eyes. However, the two of them could not refute it. On the other side, at a table a little further away, someone was talking loudly. It is said that Chu Chihuan suddenly let out a long roar. He jumped up and appeared in hermitage in a heroic manner. He brazenly rushed in and started to fight fiercely. As he attacked fiercely, he continuously roared, "Give me back my wife." Jun Moxie held his teacup and listened with great interest. He commented seriously, "This Chu Chihuan is really brave. He actually directly attacked Hermitage. He is so domineering, so courageous." Mei Shuiyan giggled and shook her body. The two bosses who were lying on the counter and taking a nap also raised their heads sleepily. One of them moved his lips as if he said something. The other nodded in agreement, then lowered his head and continued to take a nap. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan heard clearly that the old man said the word, "idiot." They did not know whether he was scolding Jun Moxie or the big man at the table. Chapter 612. Dongfang Wen Xan had heard a lot about Chu Chihuan along the way. This Chu Chihuan had been famous for more than 60 years, and he was the only top-notch assassin who could compete with the Dongfang family alone. He was already famous and now he had become even more famous. However, Wen Xan didn't find anything funny about what these people said. How could such a hot-blooded story become a joke? Yet, his son and daughter-in-law were overjoyed when they heard it. This was too strange. Ever since they entered a place with people, Dongfang Wen Xan didn't call Jun Moxie by his name anymore. Instead, she called him by his nickname, San Air. Firstly, it wouldn't expose his identity, and secondly, it was more intimate. "Mother, there are too many people here, so it's not convenient for me to explain it to you. I'll tell you in detail when we're on the road. When you understand the cause and effect, you'll be happy too." Jun Moxie laughed. Right at this moment, something strange happened. The cotton curtain that was blocking the entrance of the tavern suddenly flew up, and countless snowflakes flew into the tavern along with the strong wind. Some of the hot-tempered customers wanted to curse, but they sat down with a face full of fear. In the white snow, a purple light flashed, and 3 people in purple robes entered the tavern like ghosts. It was snowing heavily outside, but when these 3 people walked in, they were clean. Even their shoes didn't have a single snowflake or mud. They were so clean that it was as if they had just come out from a bath. They looked refreshed. They were wearing the iconic purple robes. They were from the illusory Blood Sea. After the 3 of them came in, they looked around, sizing up everyone's face and body. Wherever their eyes landed, the people in that direction would feel as if they had been stripped naked in a world of ice and snow. It was a bone-chilling cold. After looking around, they walked a few steps in and stood beside the big fire basin. Only then did they notice that there were no empty tables. One of them frowned and slapped the table closest to him. Then he stretched out a finger and pointed outside the door. The meaning was clear: get out. There were a total of 5 people at this table. They were the 5 burly men that Jun Moxie had sent away. Who would have thought that they would be chased away again after moving here? It could be said that this was an unlucky year. However, the 5 of them were very straightforward and efficient. They cleaned up the table like a whirlwind, bowed, and left dejectedly, disappearing into the wind and snow that filled the sky. The 3 human kings of the illusory Blood Sea had ugly expressions on their faces. Who would dare to provoke them at this time? Wasn't that courting death? Looking around the world, how many Chu Chihuans are there? No matter how many there are, we are definitely not him. Losing face was a given, but it was definitely better than losing his life. The tavern instantly quietened down. The people who had been talking about the 3 holy lands and Chu Chihuan had now lowered their heads and started to eat and drink. However, they did not even dare to make a sound as they chewed. They were as obedient as a 3rd grader who had seen their class teacher. Wine. Vegetables. Pick a good one and serve it quickly. A purple-robed man sat down with a gloomy face. The 2 old men at the counter raised their heads and looked at each other. Then they bent down at the same time and sighed. The waiter quickly served the dishes and wine. The 3 purple-robed men started to eat and drink quietly. His demeanor was not very arrogant, but there was a kind of indifference in his bones. The hotel, which had been bustling with activity just a moment ago, became dead silent in an instant. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. Chu Chihuan had slapped the faces of the 3 holy lands. These people were obviously very angry. Whoever met them would be unlucky. No one wanted to be the unlucky one. We don't have Chu Chihuan's strength and we don't have Chu Chihuan's guts. The illusory ocean of blood is truly awe-inspiring, Jun Wuxia laughed mischievously. Mei Shuiyan gave him a warning look, indicating that he should not cause trouble. Now was not a good time to cause trouble. It seems that Chu Chihuan is nearby, Jun Moxie said quietly. Mei Shuiyan did not say anything. She said, if we meet him, should we help him? In the end it is us. Jun Moxie smiled non-committally and did not say anything. It was very quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of snow falling from the vast land outside the door. The northern wind whistled as it drew nearer and nearer. Then it disappeared in an instant. This small tavern that was filled with people was as quiet as a ghost town. Pa pa pa. Outside, a few loud and clear sounds could be heard, as if thin bamboo poles were knocking on the hard ice. As they got closer, the exceptionally heavy footsteps as well as the rather hurried breathing could be heard clearly. The sound was getting closer and closer. Finally it came to the door. The door curtain was lifted and a walking stick was the first to come in. It hit the ground hard and coughed. A person covered in snow moved in with difficulty. It was only when he came in that everyone realized that this person had a wooden stick in his armpit. One of his legs was limp. The person who came was a cripple. His face was full of wrinkles and his head was wrapped with a thick white cloth. There seemed to be some blood stains faintly visible. The thick white cloth even covered one of his eyes. It seemed that he was blind in one eye. The one eye that was exposed was full of pain. He was carrying a long and narrow bag on his back. This person looked so miserable. Could it be that he was a Shen cultivator? Otherwise, how could he travel in such terrible weather? With great difficulty the man dragged himself in. Everybody stared at him. He coughed violently, shook himself, and snowflakes fell on the soles of his feet. Bits of ice stuck to his body. Even the few strands of hair that peeped out from the cleft of his hat were frozen into strips of ice. Give me a pot of wine, 10 steamed buns and a plate of beef. This person was so cold that he was shivering. Even his teeth were chattering. He tremblingly took out a few pieces of silver from his bosom. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone frowned. His voice was as unpleasant as a duck that had not drunk water for 7 or 8 days and had its neck choked by someone. Then he looked left and right. He couldn't find an empty seat. He didn't seem to have the means of Jun Dashao or the illusionary Blood Sea. They couldn't make the other guests give up their seats for him. However, he had other plans. He sat in front of the brazier and gasped for air. He rubbed his hands and greeted everyone in embarrassment. Hey, the weather is really cold. The 3 people from the illusory Blood Sea had been watching him since he came in. They sized him up for a long time. Then one of them with a square face and big ears suddenly smiled. He arrogantly and gently said, "Friend, where did you come from? How did you end up in such a sorry state?" "Ah, sir, thank you for asking. Alas, I think it's an unlucky year. I didn't expect to meet a robber in such a snowy weather." The lame man wanted to cry but had no tears. The cripple wanted to cry but had no tears as he said, "This lowly one has been working hard for a whole year and finally earned a few hundred taels of silver. I wanted to go home to celebrate the new year. Who would have thought that I would be robbed when I reached Rooster Mountain? Everything I had on me was robbed, even the fur coats I bought for my wife and children were also robbed. Of the few hundred taels of silver, I was only left with less than 3 taels of silver in my coat pocket. What's worse is that this lowly one only said a few words to beg for mercy, but that thief actually broke one of my legs and crippled one of my legs. I know that it's hard to walk in this world, and I don't know if I can go home with this crippled life. That's too much." The purple-robed man sighed and said sympathetically, "It's almost the end of the new year. The outlaws are getting more and more arrogant. They all want to have a good new year. However, those who were robbed by him also want to have a good new year. Who doesn't want to have a happy reunion with his wife and son?" "That's right." The lame man patted his thigh. He was in so much pain that he gasped for air. He squinted his eyes and said, "Those people are really heartless." "What did the person who robbed you look like?" The purple-robed man asked with concern. "Tell us so that we can be prepared." "I didn't see what that person looked like. He was all white. He looked like a snowman who suddenly came to life. I became like this after a few bangs. I just begged for mercy but that person broke my leg. I didn't see what the thief looked like until I woke up. Even if I wanted to report it to the authorities, I couldn't tell them clearly." While saying that, the lame man started to cry. The purple-robed man said kindly, "However, it's always good to keep your life. It's better than being robbed and killed. It's a great fortune in misfortune. Don't you think so, my friend?" The lame man looked stunned. After a long time he sighed deeply. At this time, the liquor and steamed beef he ordered were served. He took a sip of the warm liquor and suddenly lowered his head sadly. His shoulders were shaking and the robe on his back was twitching. He seemed to be crying. Dongfang went inside and said in a low voice, "Crippled in one leg, knowing that it's hard to walk in the world, how pitiful. San Air, such a pitiful person. If you can help him, just do it. You are quite rich, you have the money to buy a table, how can you lack the capital to help others?" Wuxia had been quietly sizing up the lame man the whole time. Hearing this, he chuckled and lowered his voice, "Mother, you're wrong. Don't worry, this lame man isn't pitiful at all. In this world there are many people more pitiful than him." Then he smiled meaningfully and said, "Mother, you should continue to watch. There may be a lot of people here who deserve to be pitied, but they are definitely not some cripple who knows that it is hard to walk in the world with a crippled leg. I wonder who will not be able to walk in the world tomorrow morning." Mei Shuyan smiled and said, "Mother, Mosier is right this time. Didn't you see that the three superior supremes from the illusory blood sea only glanced at them when they entered the restaurant? But why would he interrogate this cripple in such a pleasant manner? They are masters who have transcended the mortal world. Why do they care about a lame man?" Dongfang Wenxin was stunned. She said doubtfully, "Is there something wrong with that lame man?" Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan laughed at the same time. "There is something wrong with him." Mei Shuyan and Jun Moxie both had extremely strong spiritual senses, and they had already sensed that there was something wrong with that cripple. Ever since he came in, the two of them had already noticed it. Jun Mosie's mouth even curled into a sinister smile as he quietly drank his tea. Although they were not 100% sure, they guessed that this lame man was most likely the supreme killer Chu Chihuan. Chapter 613. The three men from the illusory ocean of blood also sensed that there was something wrong with the cripple. But after a round of questioning they found nothing. Although they were the strongest in the world, they lacked Jun Moxie's superhuman senses, and were far from Mei Shuyan's level. So they slowly let down their guard. How strong are those two bosses? Why can't I see it? Are they stronger than me? Mei Shuyan transmitted her voice to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie scratched his head and said, "These two people might be formidable, but they aren't that strong. They probably aren't as strong as you. But they are definitely stronger than me. The reason why you can't see through their strength is because they have a special technique that allows them to perfectly conceal their aura, and not even the slightest bit of it is exposed. However, these two people are obviously not from the three holy lands. If something unforeseen happens here, I believe that the biggest variable will be these two old men." Jun Moxie didn't know that while they were talking, the two old men were also secretly transmitting their voices to each other. "Who are the young man and woman inside? Any one of them is very dangerous." The other man said, "Yes, if something happens here, I believe these two young men will be the biggest variable. But, where did these two outstanding young men come from? This is a tough question for an old man like me." The people from the illusory ocean of blood don't seem to have noticed. That cripple is not simple. Don't worry about these things. As long as they don't provoke us, they can fight as much as they want. It's none of our business. Don't bother with other people's business. The two old men continued to lie on the counter, pretending to sleep. The people from the illusory ocean of blood are here. If that cripple is really Chu Chihuan, why is he here? Isn't this like sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth? One had to know that those were three superior supreme masters. Although Chu Chihuan is strong, it's not wise for him to fight one against three. Mei Shuyan frowned. It's not a hypothesis, it's a certainty. If this cripple wasn't Chu Chihuan, I would eat this plate whole. Although none of you can sense it, I can clearly sense the bloodthirst that is ingrained in his bones. Hitman Jun smiled coldly and slowly said, "I'm not surprised that he's here. In fact, he's here for those three people from the illusory ocean of blood." It seemed that this king of assassins was finally anxious from being hunted down. This time it's just a simple revenge operation. Not bad, not bad. That's how it should be. Mei Shuyan nodded in agreement. But I really can't figure out how he is going to defeat three superior supreme masters by himself. With Chu Chihuan's strength, it's already quite lucky for him to be able to kill one of them. It's still the same old saying, there are only things that can't be imagined in this world, but there is nothing that can't be done. People like you will never understand the methods of a truly brilliant assassin. Jun Moxie smiled confidently. Since Chu Chihuan dared to come, then these three people will die without a doubt. I just want to see. The three holy lands have already laid out an inescapable net here. After he kills these three people, how will he be able to avoid being seen by others and escape? You must know that Chu Chihuan will have to pay a considerable price to kill these 3 people. However, this supreme assassin is really courageous. He actually dared to jump out. Mei Shuiyan smiled sweetly. Humph, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Chu Chihuan is being hunted down for no reason at all. How can he not be angry? He's a supreme assassin of his generation, but he's being forced to act like a stray dog. He's been holding his breath for a long time. Jun Moxie said sympathetically. You're the main culprit. You're actually crying crocodile tears here. If Chu Chihuan really has the ability to assassinate a supreme assassin, and he finds out afterwards that the person who framed him is that person, do you think he'll let you go? Even if you have the confidence to deal with him, what about the others? Mei Shuiyan looked at him disdainfully. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, I definitely won't stay out of this world's affairs. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say that I'm going to do anything to Chu Chihuan. Let's not talk about anything else. If such an assassin really dies, it'll be a pity. There will be many less wonderful things in this world. What I'm trying to say is that I'll lend him a hand. It'll be a little compensation. I'll let this guy deal with these 3 people from the illusory ocean of blood as soon as possible. At least there will be fewer casualties. I feel that the purple robe of the ocean of blood is an eyesore. Jun Moxie chuckled and suddenly stood up. He shouted unreasonably, that cripple. Fuck. Can't you fucking stop smacking your lips while eating? Listening to your voice, not to mention eating, this young master feels like vomiting. As soon as this sentence came out, a few people in the tavern looked over with disdain. The other party is already in such a miserable state, and you still want to hit him when he's down? The cripple was startled. He raised his head and looked as if he was about to cry. He said hoarsely, I have nothing left. I've lost half of my life. Can't I even decide how I eat? What kind of world is this? Is there still any justice in this world? This sentence could be said to make people cry. Coupled with his extremely miserable appearance, it was enough to make even the most cold-blooded person in the world sigh in pity. Dong Fangwen Xen frowned and looked at her son. Although she was a little confused, she knew that her son was not someone who would hit someone when they were down. Or perhaps her son had his own reasons? So she didn't say anything to stop him, but just watched coldly from the side. Mei Shuiyan secretly praised. Although Dong Fangwen Xian's cultivation of Shenqi was not high, his calmness, magnanimity, and wisdom were not something an ordinary person could compare to. She had already prepared to mediate, but who would have thought that Dong Fangwen Xian would not say a word and only ponder, which saved her a lot of trouble. Fuck. It's your own business that you're unlucky. Is your crippled leg or half of your life a reason to disgust this young master? What a joke, what a fucking joke. Jun Moxie's attitude could be said to be getting worse and worse. After changing his appearance, his sallow face was filled with a violent aura. He was like a nouveau riche who came out with a mountain of gold on his back. He took 2 steps forward and kicked the brazier. The firewood that was burning in the brazier jumped out, and sparks flew in all directions. Hurry up and fuck off. Don't annoy this young master here. Fuck, ever since a cripple like you came in, this house has become like a pigsty. How do you expect this young master to eat? How do I eat? Jun Moxie twisted his neck and squinted his eyes. He put one hand on his waist and roared, hurry up and fuck off. If you don't, I'll break your remaining leg and your 3rd leg. You're a fucking dung beetle on the dining table. It's disgusting if you don't eat. Just as Hitman Jun had guessed, this cripple was the supreme assassin, Chu Chihuan. During this period of time, Chu Chihuan had been chased to the ends of the earth, and he had had enough. Damn it, the tiger doesn't show its power and treats me like a sick cat. So what if it's the 3 holy lands? You don't even want to listen to my explanation. Damn it, don't tell me that I'm called the supreme assassin for nothing? Supreme Chu Chihuan, who had been oppressed to the extreme, finally exploded. He also knew that if he continued to be chased like this, only death awaited him. But even if I die, I'll drag a few more down with me. If I kill one, I'll break even. If I kill more, I'll make a profit. Therefore, after being chased to this place, Chu Chihuan finally decided to launch a counterattack. It was an extremely vicious and desperate counterattack. He had seen the 3 experts from the illusory ocean of blood enter the tavern, so he had followed them in. The fire of vengeance in his heart had already been ignited. But now, Supreme Chu Chihuan was extremely depressed. He had managed to sneak in with great difficulty, and had even avoided the interrogation of those 3 guys. As long as he waited for those 3 guys to eat and drink to their heart's content, and when their vigilance was at its lowest, he would have made his move. But out of nowhere, this stupid kid had popped up. He even wants to take care of me while I'm eating? This is really fucked up. For a moment he stared at the sallow-faced kid in front of him and didn't react. This kind of bastard kid, I can kill him with one finger on a normal day. But I still have 3 superior supremes behind me. It's easy for me to kill him, but once I'm exposed, it won't be difficult for those 3 guys behind me to kill me. For a moment this wise and resourceful supreme killer actually called out to the heavens in his heart. Does the heavens really want to destroy me? At such a critical moment, such a stupid upstart had actually popped up. Do I really want to let go of such a good opportunity? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Do you think I'm good looking? Is good looking for you to look at? You still want to look at me? Jun Moxie roared fiercely and reached out to push Chu Chihuan's shoulder, causing him to stagger a few steps back, and almost fall to the ground. But in such an awkward situation, Chu Chihuan suddenly felt inexplicably shocked. The position of this push had pushed him to the position where it was easiest for him to attack. Moreover, the force contained in this push just happened to tilt his body slightly, and even the swing of his arm was at the position where it was easiest for him to grasp the hilt of his sword. Could it be? Fuck. You're actually so fucking strong. Jun Moxie exclaimed in a strange voice and slapped hard on his face. Chu Chihuan exclaimed, and intentionally or unintentionally took another step back, and his body was already less than 3 steps away from the 3 purple-robed people's table. One of the purple-robed people frowned and Lingling shouted, "Enough!" And at this delicate moment, Jun Moxie suddenly flew up and kicked Chu Chihuan's belly. Chu Chihuan screamed and rolled on the ground and actually got under the table of the 3 purple-robed people. This position was 10 times more ideal than the most ideal position in Chu Chihuan's plan. And, in the eyes of outsiders, this was completely an accident, a 100% accident. The perfect cooperation of the 2 kings of assassins from 2 different worlds was achieved in a situation of pure tacit understanding. Oh no! The 2 old men behind the counter looked up at the same time, and their faces changed color and said the same word at the same time. One of the purple-robed people slammed the table and stood up and said angrily, "Bastard! Do you want to die? How dare you be so presumptuous?" This sentence was directed at Jun Moxie. Before he could finish his sentence, under the table, an extremely bright and gentle light slowly unfolded, like a dream or illusion. There was a scream and blood splattered everywhere. A figure with dreamy sharp sword light broke through the dining table, and rose up into the sky. Countless bright lights sprinkled on the heads and throats of the 3 purple-robed people at the same time. This kick of Jun Moxie directly announced the death sentence of the 3 masters above Supreme Master. The Autumn Dew Invincible Sword, Dreamlike and Illusory. Chapter 6:14. Under the table, blood splattered everywhere. A total of 5 legs were severed at the same time. Only the purple-robed man who had stood up and reprimanded Jun Moxie was slightly faster. He hastily dodged and only one of his legs was severed. The thick smell of blood spread out. It was too sudden. It was too shocking. He didn't know if he knew about what Chu Chihuan had said about his crippled leg, but these 3 supreme-level experts definitely knew about it. They had experienced it firsthand. Such an unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Even a Supreme Master would be affected by the precise cooperation of the 2 King of Assassins. The other 2 purple-robed men were still sitting there calmly. They even had wine bowls in their hands and were looking at them with interest, as if they were watching a show. They really didn't want to interfere in the competition between these small fries. Who knew that all of a sudden, such a shocking change would befall them? And it was such a cruel change. Instantly disabled. At this moment they even felt a chill below their knees, and the carefree feeling of their blood gushing out. They didn't even have time to feel the pain. However, Chu Chihuan's sword light had already descended from the sky. The sword light on the table was hazy and dreamy, and under the table was a sea of blood. The scene at this moment was exactly the place where the 3 purple-robed men came from, the illusory blood sea. And it was the real illusory blood sea. With 2 miserable howls, the faces of the 2 supreme masters who had their legs severed were twisted. They slapped the chairs under them, and half of their bodies flew up in the air to meet Chu Chihuan's dazzling sword light. The last strike of their lives. Their chests, foreheads and faces were bleeding profusely. Under Chu Chihuan's sudden attack, both of their legs had been chopped off, and then their bodies had been pierced by the sword. At this moment they were completely drenched in blood. At this moment, in order to seek revenge, 2 pillars of blood spurted out from their severed legs. In Jun Moxie's eyes, he was like an Astro Boy with chicken blood tied to his body. The once warm and peaceful tavern had instantly turned into an Azura hell. A large amount of blood sprayed onto the dishes and wine bowls on the tables. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They were so shocked that they couldn't move. Everyone was petrified. The superior supreme expert who had just stood up swayed and his face instantly turned ashen. He roared in anger and a dazzling cold light appeared in his hand, flying towards Chu Chihuan who was in midair. Chu Chihuan did not say a word. In midair, the autumn dew invincible sword mysteriously appeared and then mysteriously disappeared. His body also seemed to be faintly discernible in the sword light. Occasionally, when he stretched his body, countless afterimages of Chu Chihuan would appear in the air. Jun Moxie finally understood why this guy had to take the blame every time he made a move. Because the way the two of them fought was too similar. The way Chu Chihuan fought was too similar to the way he used the yin-yang escape to assassinate. Sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, looking ahead, looking behind, this guy was really a good scapegoat. Jun Moxie watched the show with interest. Buff, buff. The two purple-robed men in the air fell like broken kites. There was a glaring hole in their throats. On Chu Chihuan's body, there were also a few spots of blood spurting out. But his expression did not change. His long sword flew out from the ethereal, shining brilliance. With a snap, it clashed with the long sword that was stabbing towards him. Slowly it landed on the table. He stood with the sword in his hand. The autumn dew invincible sword drooped down in his hand. A drop of blood dripped into a wine bowl, stirring up waves of ripples. Supreme killer? Chu Chihuan? Good move, good scheme. After all, the remaining superior supreme only had one leg left. He barely managed to stand up after being hit by the counterattack of the long sword. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Chu Chihuan as if he was about to eat him alive and asked word by word through gritted teeth. It was as if he was about to go crazy from the hatred in his heart, looking at Chu Chihuan as if he was going to eat him alive. One of his legs was chopped off at the knee. Even his robe was cut off. Blood was still dripping. But he had already used a secret technique to stop the bleeding. At this moment he was only standing on one leg looking at Chu Chihuan with hatred. Even after suffering such a heavy injury, his expression did not change. Yes. Now that you have lost one leg, do you know how hard it is to walk in the world? Chu Chihuan's voice had also changed. It became gloomy, like a chilly wind blowing against one's face, bringing with it a cruel killing intent. His eyes were no longer cloudy and became as sharp as a knife. He stared deeply at the remaining superior supreme in front of him. The three holy lands are only SOSO. Han Shanzhang, you dare to chase after me. The three holy lands will pay the price. You are dead. Dead? Haha, how can a frog at the bottom of a well know how big the Milky Way is? Now that you have been exposed, there is no room for you to hide. It is still unknown who will be the winner. Chu Chihuan, you are just an arrogant person. You think too highly of yourself. Today I will let you see what a real strong person's means are. If you can reach the peak of the strong just by relying on the ghost-killing technique in the shadows, what is the use of righteousness? Can you resist the evil ways and the demons in your heart? The one who will die is you. Han Shanzhang laughed and his eyes flashed. Although the ghost-killing technique may not be able to reach the peak of the strong, it can kill people like you who claim to have righteousness but only know how to boast. Chu Chihuan's eyes were as sharp as knives. Han Shanzhang, your leg has been cut off by me. Your blood and meridians are all cracked. You can no longer self-destruct. I respect that you are a supreme master, which is also a prominent figure. You kill yourself. You are no match for me now. Aha, the three of us have the same fate. Since the two of them have gone to the underworld, I have no intention to continue to live. But before I die, I want to know one thing. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Jun Moxie fiercely. Who are you? Why do you cooperate with Chu Chihuan to fight against the three holy lands? Do you know what kind of price you will pay? Who am I? Jun Moxie looked at the blood on the ground in shock. Then he suddenly lost his head out of fear and shouted, Murder! Murder! Help! It's so scary. No matter who you are, no matter whether you did it on purpose or not, you and your family are dead. Those who make mistakes will always pay the price. Han Shanzhang was so angry that he trembled. He stared at Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao fiercely. Then he suddenly turned around and faced Chu Chihuan with his long sword. He suddenly roared and shouted, Chu Chihuan, please accompany me for this journey. The biggest enemy in front of him was still Chu Chihuan. As for this young man, even if he was really the subordinate of the supreme killer, he was still an ant. As long as he could survive in the end, he would not be able to escape even if he went up to heaven or down to hell. Han Shanzhang's sudden long roar was imbued with his peak level of dark force cultivation. With a boom sound, a big hole appeared in the tavern. The sound waves rolled out and the mountains and valleys began to echo at the same time. The snowflakes that filled the sky were actually bounced back, and none of them could fall through the big hole that was created. Chu Chihuan's eyes turned cold, and the autumn dew invincible sword drew a dreamy color. Lengling said, "The people from the three holy lands are really extraordinary. Just now you were still speaking so passionately, but now you are asking for help. Haha, it turns out that superior supreme experts also know how to ask for help. You still have the nerve to say that you will live and die together. It's really an eye-opener for me, an evil person. Do you think you can escape like this?" Before the voice died away, Chu Chihuan's body suddenly made a move, as if he was about to rush over. Han Shanzhang shouted and stabbed with his long sword. But just as he stabbed with his long sword, he suddenly found that the body of Chu Chihuan, who was rushing over with an unstoppable momentum, suddenly disappeared into thin air. The figure that was rushing forward abruptly disappeared. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword wind attacked him from behind. Han Shanzhang was also a top expert in the world. Facing this sudden change, although he was shocked, he did not panic. He roared again and quickly retreated against the sword wind without dodging. His back was filled with the purest dark force, and at the same time he pushed out with both hands. This was a desperate way to perish together with the enemy. Bang! Chu Chihuan's body flew up from the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. This was the only serious injury that Chu Chihuan had suffered in this sniper battle. He took advantage of the momentum and flew out of the snow hole on the roof. With a dreamy hazy sword light, he flashed and disappeared in the sky full of snow. One hit to kill and then immediately retreated 1,000 miles away. This was the style of the king of assassins. Jun Moxie clearly felt that the moment Chu Chihuan rushed out of the snow hole, his sharp eyes looked deeply at him. That simple glance actually contained many deep meanings. There was some gratitude, some resentment, some suspicion, and even a little bit of amazement. Chu Chihuan understood very well that the firewood in the brazier spurted out with that kick had blocked his unfavorable position. That push had allowed him to get closer to his target. Then, the backhand slap had given him the most reasonable opportunity to take a step back. That last kick had brought all of the effects of the previous three actions to full play. First, it made the opponent underestimate him. Second, it made the opponent look down on him. With these 2 points, when facing a top assassin, he would have lost 90% of his life. But that last kick had turned everything into an accident. That was why Chu Chihuan could succeed in one hit and kill 3 superior supreme martial artists at lightning speed. These 4 simple actions, coupled with the perfect hoodlum actions, had seamlessly formed a fatal trap, advancing step by step. Gradually advancing. Chapter 6:15. And at the last step of the plan, the target was still in a dream, watching the show from the sidelines. How could he not die? The grasp of this foresight, the subtlety of this psychological warfare, the dexterity and adaptability of this arrangement were all amazing. Chu Chihuan admitted that if he were in the opponent's shoes, he would not be able to do all this. This was simply the ultimate killing method that only the god of killers could use. Killing people invisibly, and it was killing people invisibly with a borrowed knife. At the moment when Chu Chihuan left, a sudden fear surged in his heart. What if this person is the opponent's? Thinking of this, he felt a chill on his back and sped up to disappear in the snow. Chu Chihuan went far away. It was not until this moment that Han Shanzhang, who had stabilized his body with one leg, slowly fell to the sky. An arrow of blood shot out from his chest and back at the same time. His eyes were wide open and a gurgling sound came from his throat. Then he fell to the ground with a bang. His dead fish eyes looked at Jun Moxie as he struggled to ask, "Who are you?" "Me. I'm a human." Jun Moxie seemed to be a little frightened. "What I'm asking is, who exactly are you?" Han Shanzhang's eyeballs bulged out more and more, and the blood spurting from his chest had slowly become bloody foam. "I'm a man," Jun Moxie replied in a very honest and accurate manner. "You." Han Shanzhang was so angry at this honest and accurate truth that his body jumped on the ground and then fell to the ground. He stopped moving, and breathed his last. "Fuck. I'm telling the truth. Do you think I'm a woman?" Jun Moxie spread his hands and said innocently. He died of anger just like that. How could he be so narrow-minded? Forget it, he can't even beat a disabled person. It's a waste of food to keep him alive. At this moment, the people in the hotel came to their senses from the extreme shock and let out a series of exclamations. It was as if a grenade had been thrown into a public toilet. Everyone was scared out of their wits and ran out. One by one they charged into the snowstorm outside the door and left. Jun Moxie chuckled and said, "The show has come to an end. Let's go." "Wait. Little brother, you destroyed my shop and killed people. Are you going to leave without a word? Shouldn't you give the two of us an explanation? Behind the counter, the two old men who had been pretending to sleep finally stood up and looked at Jun Moxie. Of the two old men, one had a red face and big ears and a dignified appearance. The other had a red nose and was as thin as a skeleton. When they stood together, they contrasted with each other. It was quite comical. They didn't even look at the corpses on the ground as if they were used to the pungent smell of blood. Both of them looked at Jun Moxie with a hint of vigilance. Fuck. I say, old man, what kind of look is that? Didn't that disabled person who killed people just fly away? Why didn't you say anything then? Why are you stopping me now? What does this have to do with me? No matter what you say, it doesn't make sense. Even if you want to blackmail someone, you don't have a way to do it, do you? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You're wrong about me. Jun Moxie glared and shouted exaggeratedly. You can't lie in front of a real person. Little brother, if it wasn't for you, that Chu Chihuan wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. The red-faced old man smiled. Little brother, we don't mean any harm by stopping you. We just want to see the prey. Also, I want to ask, who is your master? I don't think there are many people in this world who can train such a young talent like you. This old man is really curious. He smiled, but it looked very strange, as if his face had been split into two halves. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the center of the old man's face had been deeply slashed by a sword. His entire face had been cut into two halves. But the wound had healed quite well after the incident. If he didn't smile, it would be hard to tell. But when he smiled, his red muscles bulged, making him look even more terrifying. Who is my master? My master is my wife. Jun Moxie laughed and pointed at Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan stood up and slowly walked over. She looked at the red-faced old man with her limpid eyes and finally said in a low voice, "So it's you too. If you didn't smile, I wouldn't have known who you were. Ren Pingxing, you're still as crazy as ever. You two have changed a lot, and your martial power has advanced to an astonishing level. I think that Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng are no match for you now. It's really worth congratulating. May I ask who you are? How do you know these two old men?" The red-faced old man and the red-nosed old man looked at each other. They were shocked. They had been living in seclusion here, and no one had ever seen through their identities. So, how could they not be shocked when such a young girl had revealed their identities? You don't need to know who I am. But today's matter isn't something you can interfere with. Mei Shuiyan said casually, I believe that the people from the three holy lands will be here soon. Although your strength has improved a lot, and your cultivation has reached a higher level, if you don't want to get into trouble, you should stay out of it. I believe that since you have chosen to live in seclusion here, you have the idea that it's better to stay out of trouble. These two were the supreme masters of the previous generation. They were as famous as Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng, the two masters of the rainstorm and gale. They were known as the cut through the wind and cloud, cut through the sky Renwu Pingxing, Renwu Quang. The red-faced old man was Ren Pingxing, and the red-nosed old man was Shenwu Quang. Yi Quang's eyes flashed and he chuckled, This old man thanks Miss for your concern. Although we may not be able to provoke the three holy lands, if the three holy lands really want to make a move against us, I'm afraid they'll have to think twice. His tone was filled with arrogance, and it was obvious that he was very confident. Mei Shuiyan was just about to walk out when she suddenly turned around and looked at the two of them. A rare smile appeared on her face. You're actually so fearless. Could it be that you're already part of the Misty Illusory Manor? Could it be that the entrance to the Misty Illusory Manor is nearby? That's right, no wonder the two of you could advance so quickly. No wonder the two of you would choose to open a tavern in the middle of nowhere. I thought the two of you had been quiet for too long and wanted to move. So that's why. May I ask who you are? Ren Pingxing and Shenwu Quang's expressions changed. They flew in front of Mei Shuiyan, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At the same time their clothes began to bulge. It seemed that if Mei Shuiyan's answer did not satisfy them, they would not hesitate to fight. I am the same as you. Mei Shuiyan was silent for a while and said softly, I am from the Tianfa cave. If you go back, please pass on a message for me. So you are from Tianfa. Ren Pingxing and Shenwu Quang breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw the annoyance in each other's eyes. What message? Please speak, Mississippi. We have sacrificed too much in these years. Guarding the secret territory has taken up too much of our energy. And you guys still haven't received any news, and you've even set up that fog of the Misty Illusory Manor. To us, the losses are too great and we can no longer make ends meet. And now the three holy lands are even more aggressive. It seems that they will not stop until they destroy the Beast Kings of Tianfa. If the Misty Mansion still wants to maintain this balance, first, warn the three Holy Lands to restrain themselves. Otherwise we, Tianfa, do not mind going to war. Second, remove the fog of the Misty Mansion. Let us, Tianfa, restore the inheritance of the Holy King. Mei Shuyan said softly, I have been looking for the Misty Mansion for a long time. Do you really not care about the 9 Nether Secret Territory? When Mei Shuyan said this, Jun Moxie actually heard the heartfelt bitterness in her words. Rin Pingxing and Shen Wuquang looked at each other and said awkwardly, Miss, what you said is reasonable. But this is not something we can decide. Of course I know you can't decide. That's why I asked you to pass on a message. If you still do not respond after the war for seizing the heavens, we, Tianfa, will not contribute any more power to the secret territory. Mei Shuyan Lingling said resolutely, for the war for seizing the heavens we Tianfa have put in tens of thousands of years of effort, but now we are being chased by the 3 Holy Lands. The 9 Nether Secret Territory has been guarded since ancient times, and you will only send people to it when it is extremely urgent. In the end he even set up a trap in the misty illusory manner. Mei Shuyan's cold eyes were resolute. Since you don't care about this continent, do you think we, the Xian beasts, care more than you do? To put it bluntly, no matter if the strange races occupy the continent or the 9 Nether Secret Territory breaks out, our Tianfa forest will still be the Tianfa forest. There will be no change at all. Please pass on this message word for word. That's all I have to say. Let's go. Mei Shuyan said softly to Jun Moxie, and held Dongfang Wenxin's hand. Rin Pingxing and Yi Jiuquang looked embarrassed and made way for them. When they reached the door, Mei Shuyan looked up at the sky full of snow. She suddenly stopped and asked, Yun Biqin is also in the Misty Mansion, right? He is not here. Yi Jiuquang was startled and said, the guide had invited Yun Biqin, but Yun Biqin refused. Mei Shuyan replied indifferently, and with a swoosh the 3 of them disappeared from the door. Rin Pingxing stared blankly at the 3 of them as they left. Suddenly he slapped his own mouth and said in annoyance, I'm such a bitch. It would have been better if I had just let them leave. Why did I have to be so curious and ask about their master's background? Now I've created a Tianfa cave. Chapter 616. Ying Kuang sighed and said, if we report this to the higher-ups, I'm afraid that both of us will be punished. We might even be stripped of our positions here and sent to someone else to take over. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. We can focus on improving our cultivation. Rin Pingxing also sighed and said slowly, Old Kuang. Thinking back to the war in which both sides were injured, Fengyu and Fengyu entered the hermitage, and we came here by chance to recuperate. Then we joined the Misty Mansion. How many years has it been? Still Kuang looked at the snow in front of him in confusion and murmured, How many years? I've already forgotten. Rin Pingxing stood beside him and looked at the fluttering snow with him. He sighed and said sadly, Actually, I really miss those days. I was so weak, but I could be titled as a supreme martial artist, above millions of people, and roamed the world for decades. Now, my strength is getting higher and higher, but I feel so weak. Old Kuang, do you think what they said really exists? Still Kuang Lingling said, Don't forget there are a few old monsters in the Misty Mansion now. This is an indisputable fact. Both of them sighed at the same time. In the distance, purple figures were flying, white robes fluttering, and hemp robes fluttering. The people of the 3 Holy Lands were rushing over from the snowstorm. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan were stepping on the sleigh, gliding like the wind on the snowy ground. On Mei Shuyan's back was Dongfang Wenxin. Jun Moxie wanted to carry him to show his filial piety, but Mei Shuyan forcefully snatched him away. Your son is filial, why can't I, your daughter-in-law, do the same? Dongfang Wenxin enjoyed the argument between the two. He was very satisfied with lying on his daughter-in-law's back. She thought to herself, this daughter-in-law is so generous and filial, she'll definitely become a good helper for Wuxia. I heard that this brat has quite a few lovers. This time when I go back I'll check them carefully and use Shui Yan as the standard. On the way Jun Moxie asked curiously, What Misty Mansion? What secret realm? Why haven't I heard of it before? Shui Yan and your Tianfa's bewildering fog, the one I entered before, was it the Misty Mansion bewildering fog? Mei Shuyan was silent for a long time. She lowered her head and hurried on. After a long time she said, There's no benefit in knowing these things. I'll tell you if I have to. But right now our level is not high enough. Jun Moxie responded with an oh, and didn't ask any further. However, his heart was filled with endless mysteries. Mei Shuyan had said countless times before, the previous generation's Saint King and Beast King had gone into seclusion because of some accident. Now that he thought about it, they must be in the misty mansion bewildering fog. From what she said today, it was probably not that they went into seclusion, but that they couldn't come out after they went in, as for the accident, or the secret realm. But that bewildering fog was indeed powerful. Even with his spiritual sense, he couldn't sense anything. He thought that it was a natural phenomenon, but now he knew that it was actually man-made. This made Jun Moxie a little shocked. In this world, there were still many things that he didn't understand and couldn't understand. As the few of them were moving forward, Jun Moxie suddenly exclaimed and stopped. Right in front of them, on top of a tree, the tree was covered with white snow and the sky was filled with white snow. A person in snow-white clothes was quietly attached to the tree. His eyes were like cold stars, looking at the three of them indifferently. His whole body seemed to have become one with the white snow. Even if one looked carefully, it would be extremely difficult to distinguish him. This was also because of Jun Dashao's extraordinary spiritual sense. Otherwise it would be difficult to detect him. Chu Chihuan. He was actually waiting here. You rascal, you were indeed helping me on purpose just now. Chu Chihuan floated down on the snowy ground, but the pure white snow didn't leave a single trace. It was as if Chu Chihuan's entire body was weightless. And Chu Chihuan's eyes were even colder than the icicles. He looked at Jun Moxie, emitting an eerie chill. This sentence seemed to be to express his gratitude, but Chu Chihuan's expression was completely different. It was as if he was here to cause trouble. It's not that I'm helping you on purpose. I just don't want you to die so early. Jun Moxie also said indifferently as he exerted force on his feet. The sled under his feet broke into pieces and flew out with a snap. Facing Chu Chihuan, if he still had this thing tied to his feet, it was tantamount to courting death. Reason? Standing in the snow, Chu Chihuan actually gave people a kind of hazy feeling. It was as if his figure had faded and disappeared at this moment, and then appeared again in the next moment. At this time he was not disguised but still gave people a kind of feeling. It was like looking at flowers in the fog, and no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see clearly what he looked like. Reason? In this world there are too few assassins who can make people's eyes light up. If the supreme assassin dies one day, there will be many less interesting things in this world. Jun Moxie still spoke abnormally indifferent, but when he said the words, supreme assassin, he suddenly deliberately emphasized it. When he said it word by word, a kind of heavy atmosphere suddenly formed. It was like the originally clear sky and the sun was shining high up in the sky, but suddenly the curtain of night fell without warning. At this time he completely put away his playfulness. Although his face was calm, his tone was very serious. For Jun Dashao this kind of seriousness was really rare. And this rare seriousness seemed to have an extremely desolate aura to it. Mei Shuyan suddenly felt that Jun Moxie had changed. At this moment, it was as if he had become the same as Chu Chihuan. The two of them faced each other like this and neither of them made the first move. However, they were like two hungry wolves on the prairie, confronting each other fiercely. Both of them wanted to swallow the other into their stomachs. The two of them were like the two sharpest swords hanging in the same room. They left their scabbards in the middle of the night, and roared like dragons and tigers, all for the sake of competing between the two swords, who was the sharpest. One was a peerless sharp weapon, brilliant and brilliant. The other was a rare and extraordinary weapon showing off its edge. Both of them carried extreme self-confidence, a kind of bloodthirst that believed that they could kill anyone in the world. This reason is not bad. Chu Chihuan, who was in the snow, seemed to lower his head and smile. Then he suddenly raised his head, and two sword-like eyes pierced through the snow and fog, shooting straight at Jun Moxie's face. The person who has been framing me, is it you? That's right and wrong. The person involved in this matter is indeed me, but no matter how you look at it, it can't be considered framing me. Jun Moxie smiled and said softly, I think you should be grateful to me because I helped you achieve your unparalleled prestige. An immortal legend. As he said that, he suddenly raised his head, and his two eyes were like thunder and lightning, meeting Chu Chihuan's eyes. For pairs of eyes met, and both of them felt pain in their eyes at the same time. But neither of them gave way, and they stared at each other intently. It's a pity that the unparalleled prestige that you've given me wasn't earned by my own efforts. Chu Chihuan Lingling looked at him. Moreover, this glorious road is not only a dead end, but also a road of no return. If you were me, wouldn't you be grateful? But if you had chosen it yourself, would you have dared to work so hard? Jun Moxie also looked at him coldly. You wouldn't dare. But I dare. Not only do I dare, but I've also done it more than once. But after I've done it, you've been hunted down like a dog. That's the difference between you and me. So, I'm stronger than you. It turns out that we're in the same profession. But to say that you're stronger than me, you're not qualified yet. Chu Chi-hun stared unblinkingly at Jun Emosia's eyes. Although your killing intent is very sharp. Although your murderous aura is very sharp, I'm the supreme assassin in the world. As the supreme assassin, Chu Chi-hun was naturally very sensitive to the murderous aura of Jun Moxie. Once Jun Moxie's nature was awakened, the first thing he felt was this legendary king among the assassins from the alternate world, appreciating each other but also repelling each other. So, Jun Moxie used the word supreme assassin to create a huge momentum, but now Chu Chi-hun also used the same words to counterattack. I'm the supreme assassin. The supreme assassin in the world, the #1 assassin, is me, Chu Chi-hun, and not someone else. Not even you. Really? But don't you think your so-called murderous aura is too bloodthirsty? Jun Moxie took a step forward slowly, and with a bang, his right foot landed on the ground. At the same time, Chu Chi-hun, who was tens of feet in front of him, seemed to have sensed it. His left foot took half a step back and then he stepped back. But he deviated from his original footprint, and his body changed direction. He turned slightly sideways, facing Jun Moxie. You don't dare to fight? Jun Moxie's lips curled up. Why should I hide? Since you said I framed you, don't you want to take revenge? I always need money to kill people. Even my enemies are no exception. Chu Chi-hun said calmly, this is the rule of an assassin. I won't fight without paying the price. Although you caused me to be chased by the 3 holy lands, you've helped me today. Moreover, it's not suitable to fight with you today. First, I've already released my murderous aura. He looked at Mei Shuoyan. Lengling said, second, I have many misgivings. But you don't have these misgivings. But in the end, no matter what the reason is, it's a fact that you don't dare to fight. Jun Moxie said coldly, so, the supreme assassin should be me. Not you. This sentence was like a sharp needle, piercing into Chu Chi-hun's heart. Chu Chi-hun smiled coldly and said coldly, the so-called supreme assassin of the world is just an empty title. But the supreme assassin of the world really exists. No one can surpass it. The position of the king is not one with words. It needs to be used with the sword and it needs to be used to kill. Jun Emosie's words pulled Chu Chi-hun, who had thought of retreating, back to his original position. At this moment, the murderous aura from his body rose again. He didn't even bother to conceal it, nor did he consider that doing so would attract enemies. Yes, the king of assassins, just for the title of king. Although this wasn't a very glorious profession, the two of them had reached the peak of this path. Chapter 6:17. Jun Emosia had Jun Emosia's pride. His pride stemmed from the evil monarch's undefeated victories. And Chu Chi-hun had occupied the throne of the #1 assassin for decades, and had a dignity that could not be infringed upon. From the moment the two of them met, they were at each other's throats, all for the sake of giving each other this feeling of unease. It was as if their positions were being seriously threatened. Within Jun Moxie's body, there was a long-lost bloodline flowing. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter, his murderous aura getting thicker and thicker, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from his bones, the crazed desire to kill awakened in his soul. Although I'm an assassin, I'm here now representing Yan Huang. Behind me I have 7 billion brothers and sisters. I can't lose. I can't lose. Do you dare to fight? Chu Chi-hun suddenly stared straight at him and said gloomily, let's see who is the king of assassins between you and me. A shocking battle intent suddenly burst forth from this supreme killer. At this moment, it was not killing intent that burst forth. It was fighting intent. Fight. Fight for glory. It's not because you want to fight, but because I want to fight with you. Jun Moxie straightened his back, and his whole body was like a bow that had been pulled into a full moon, and then suddenly returned to its taut state. His eyes shone with a dazzling light, and with strong self-confidence, he suddenly pressed forward, and the reason I want to fight is more important than the whole world. Ah, awesome. In my, Chu Chi-hun's life in terms of strength there are not many people who can beat me but they are not rare either. But in terms of killing intent and murderous aura, I have never seen anyone who can beat me. Chu Chi-hun laughed heartily and said, you are the first. Even if you die in battle later, I believe it will be a comfort. It's a pity that the loser of this battle will definitely not be me. In this world I have fought a fair battle and you are also the first one. And I believe you are also the only one. Jun Moxie said gloomily, this battle is for the reason in my heart. For the glory of my heart. I will make an exception and grant you a chance to have a fair fight with me. Give me a chance to fight fairly? Chu Chi-hun wanted to laugh, but he realized that he couldn't. because he realized that the other party wasn't joking. From this sentence, Chu Chi-hun could even feel an enormous pressure from the bottom of his heart. Am I the only one to have a fair fight? What kind of explanation was that? What kind of person would say something like that? What kind of person had never faced a head-on battle in their life? Assassin. Only a top-notch ultimate assassin would have this kind of understanding. Only top-notch assassins who walked in the shadows and would deal a fatal blow to their targets once they had the chance to do so. Therefore, it was only when the two top assassin kings met each other that they were most unwilling to resort to conspiracies and sneak attacks. Because this battle had nothing to do with life or death, it was only a battle for supreme glory. At this moment, what Jun Moxie said was the truth. He would never have a fair fight with anyone. His endless tricks allowed him to challenge and kill those who were at a higher level than him. In Jun Moxie's eyes, the so-called fair fight was a stupid way of fighting. Battle was a battle of life and death. Survival of the fittest, where was the fairness? No matter what methods were used, as long as the opponent was killed, he would be the winner. Only the surviving party had the right to say the word, fairness. But today, facing Chu Chi-hun, Jun Moxie made an exception and used the word fairness to describe the upcoming battle. A fair and square battle. In the name of the descendant of Yan and Huang, as the descendant of the dragon. Take the crown of the king of my profession fairly. Follow me. Since we want a fair fight, we naturally have to find a suitable place. Jun Emosie's figure floated up, riding the wind amidst the snowstorm. His figure was hazy and indistinct like lightning. A white robe separated the snowy sky and disappeared in a flash. Chu Chi-hun laughed and his eyes revealed a look of admiration. Then it turned into a cold and sharp sword aura. His body flew up and disappeared with a swoosh following Jun Moxie. Shuiyan, isn't there something wrong with Emosia? Dongfang Wenxen leaned on Mei Shuiyan's back, her brows tightly furrowed, a look of deep thought on her face. Why is it that when Emosia saw this supreme assassin, he seemed to have changed into a different person? Just now. I almost couldn't believe that that was my son. Mother, Emosia doesn't care about anything else. He only cares about the word, assassin. But he is very obsessed with it. I don't know why. Mei Shuiyan was worried and said absent-mindedly. Then this fight will be dangerous. Let's go and take a look. Dongfang Wenxin urged. Her eyes were full of anxiety. The reputation of the supreme assassin was comparable to the reputation of the whole Dongfang family. How could it be ordinary? And I will naturally bring my mother over to help Emosia. However, I believe that Emosia will not let anyone help him in this fight. I can feel it. Mei Shuiyan reminded Dongfang Wenxin tactfully. I can also feel his eagerness for this fight. It seems like this is his biggest dream. And this dream has been going on for a long time. Dongfang Wenxin frowned and sighed deeply. She said with a heartache, what kind of change could make Emosia, the young master of an aristocratic family, become like this? Shuiyan. My son is suffering. My heart hurts. Don't worry. Emosia has absolute confidence. Mei Shuiyan sighed softly. Her slender body swept up. Although she was carrying a living person on her back, she was still as light as a willow catkin. She drifted away like the wind. Behind her, a gentle whirlwind swept up and wiped away all the traces on the ground. There was no longer any trace of someone passing by. Even when Mei Shuiyan had completely disappeared in the snow with Dongfang Wenxin on her back, the small whirlwind behind her did not stop. Although the wind was small, it never stopped spinning. In the end, it suddenly exploded in the air, sweeping away the killing intent and battle intent of the two king of assassins in the air. Jun Emosia took the lead, his silhouette faintly discernible. In a flash, he had covered a distance of several tens of zhang. He was running like a meteor, but his figure seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, confident and elegant. His toes did not seem to touch the ground at all. Only when he passed by a blade of grass or a branch would he lightly tap on it. Then he would borrow the force to fly away again. Chu Chi-hun followed closely behind him. Except for the distance of 7 feet at the beginning, he did not manage to catch up for even an inch. However, Jun Moxie did not manage to widen the distance again either. Chu Chi-hun's Qinggong was really similar to Jun Moxie's yin-yang escape art. During the high-speed movement, his figure was also faintly discernible, appearing and disappearing in a flash, then reappearing and disappearing again, chasing after the blurry figure in front of him. Although Chu Chi-hun did not manage to shorten the distance between him and Jun Moxie, the battle intent in his eyes was getting more and more intense. At this moment, the two king of assassins were fighting for supremacy. It was a contest of movement skills and speed. Only by moving fast and unpredictable could one surprise and kill the target with one strike. Only by moving fast could one kill the target before the enemy could react, and then escape thousands of miles away. Chu Chihuan was now following behind Jun Moxie. It only took him a moment to understand why he was framed. It was so obvious that no matter how he tried to explain, it would be useless. The Qin Gong and Jun Moxie's movement skills were too similar. At this moment, even he himself felt that if the person in front of him attacked him, it would be really unreasonable if he did not take the blame for it. It was too similar. Jun Moxie's movement skills were mysterious and unpredictable. He would appear and disappear in places that others would never think of. On the other hand, Chu Chihuan's movement skills were strange. It was boundlessly strange. It was faintly discernible, and there were layers upon layers of afterimages. It was impossible to figure out which one was his real body. The only difference was that Jun Moxie's movement skills had a trace of faintly discernible aura. It was a phenomenon that shouldn't exist in an assassin's Qin Gong. However, Jun Moxie's movement skills had this kind of aura. On the other hand, Chu Chihuan's movement skills were in line with the principles of the King of Assassins. He was like a ghost shuttling back and forth between day and night. However, the two of them had one thing in common. Whether they were flying, leaping up, or landing on the ground, their postures were completely different. At every moment, they would adjust their movements to the best angle of attack. They could draw their swords, strike their palms, kick their legs, and even any part of their body could launch multiple waves of deadly attacks in an instant. Although the two of them were running at full speed, they were also paying attention to each other's movements. From the beginning until now, the two of them had developed a kind of admiration for each other. It was like being at the top of a mountain. Just when you were feeling proud and complacent, you suddenly found out that there was someone else at the top of the mountain who was also feeling complacent. You couldn't help but feel a kind of, "I'm not lonely" mentality at the same time. This was a very strange mentality. Speaking of which, whether it was Jun Moxie or Chu Chihuan, these two people's martial arts skills were not the best in this world. In fact, compared to the real experts at the top, they were not just one level lower. But these two people's vigilance, grasp of propriety, choice of attack angle, and high level of vigilance had truly reached the peak. Chapter 618. Fifth chapter. Physically and mentally exhausted, the dense forest beneath them flashed by, the grassland beneath their feet disappeared without a trace, the mountains and boulders were instantly left far behind. The further they went, the more desolate and desolate it became. Along the way he didn't know how far he had run. Under the guidance of Jun Moxie, the three of them formed a straight line, passing through the wind and snow. Dongfang Wenxian, who was on Mei Shuiyan's back, was gradually surprised. His daughter-in-law was really amazing. Carrying such a big person on her back, she had run for at least a few hundred miles, and her speed didn't decrease at all. Her breath was long and relaxed as if she didn't expend any energy. She wasn't any slower than the two guys in front of her, and even had a lot of energy left over. If she really exerted her strength, she could easily catch up with the two guys in front of her. Lying on her back, he watched the mountains and trees turn into blurry shadows that passed by him at high speed. This kind of speed was as fast as lightning, but he didn't feel the wind and snow blowing on his face at all. He didn't feel it at all. It was as if he was sitting peacefully at home. If he hadn't been worried about his son, even if he had really fallen asleep, he wouldn't have been woken up by the jolting. It seemed that the level of his daughter-in-law's Shen cultivation had definitely reached the peak of perfection, and could only be stronger than his son's. I really don't know how my son flirts with girls. He's actually so valiant to be able to bring such a perfect girl who has the combination of beauty, magic skills, personality, temperament, and demeanor into his home. He's really a promising man. Dongfang Wenxian didn't know that she had underestimated a few things. This good daughter-in-law was also the #1 person in Tianfa, the current leader of the world, the supreme ruler of one of the 3 saints and 1 ferocious beasts. If he knew all these, maybe Dongfang Wenxian would faint. There was a big slanting valley in front of them, and Jun Moxie's figure landed here without hesitation. Chu Chihuan followed behind, and his body floated down like a willow catkin along with the snowflakes. When he landed, he saw that Jun Moxie was already standing in front of him. Jun Moxie's blade-like eyes were glinting coldly as he looked at him. Not bad speed. Such a good movement technique. The two of them spoke at the same time. While they were praising him, there was a hint of unwillingness in their tone. Both of them were well aware that in this competition of speed, the two of them were tied. Jun Moxie didn't shake off Chu Chihuan, and Chu Chihuan didn't catch up with Jun Moxie either. In terms of movement techniques, the two of them were about the same. Mei Shuiyan carried Dongfang on her back and rushed over like a puff of smoke. She landed a few hundred feet away from them. He stopped quietly. Just as Dongfang and Wenxin had judged, Mei Shuiyan's Qinggong was better than the two of them. However, she didn't want to interrupt the competition, so she didn't use her Qinggong to its fullest. Before this, Jun Moxie had used his actions to show his sincerity. The first competition of speed and movement techniques was also a hint to Mei Shuiyan. I don't want anyone to interfere. Jun Moxie's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Suddenly he smiled, and his handsome face revealed a cold-blooded cruelty. Chu Chihuan, let me see your martial arts. Chu Chihuan's face turned pale and he said calmly, I want to see it. Both of them didn't make the first move. They just stood facing each other, but suddenly they moved almost at the same time. Chu Chihuan dashed forward, and his pair of iron fists smashed the snowflakes in the air. It was unstoppable. Jun Moxie also dashed forward quickly. The two of them were like two speeding trains and they were about to collide in the middle. However, at the last moment when the two of them were about to collide, their figures flashed strangely. Jun Moxie disappeared first, and at the same time Chu Chihuan also disappeared suddenly. The battlefield seemed to have become empty. However, in the middle of the battlefield, the sound of punches and kicks could be heard continuously. The snowflakes on the ground suddenly flew up, and the sound of punches and kicks could be heard hundreds of times per second. However, the two of them didn't show their bodies. They just rolled around in the air, invisible and traceless. However, the strong wind was blown away, and the snowflakes that fell would break into pieces and float back up. Gradually, a thick wall of snow was formed in the air. It was pushed up by the two of them and it actually became solid in the air. Bang! With a loud bang, two white figures appeared at the same time. They broke through the wall of snow above their heads at almost the same speed, and in the process they were still attacking crazily. Every attack was aimed at the opponent's fatal point. Once any of the attacks landed, at least one of them would be crippled. Jun Moxie's palm was ethereal and illusory. Halfway through, his palm suddenly turned into a claw, and fiercely stabbed at Chu Chihuan's throat. Chu Chihuan raised his right arm and blocked his throat, while his left fist rushed out like lightning, aiming at Jun Moxie's temple. Jun Moxie tilted his head and kicked 3 times silently, aiming at Chu Chihuan's 3 vital acupoints, Zhongji, Sanyuan, and Dan Tian. All of them were fatal acupoints. As long as any one of them was hit, Chu Chihuan would be dead. At the same time, Jun Moxie's first palm met with Chu Chihuan's arm. Bang! Bang! 3 sounds followed, and both of them somersaulted at the same time, and stood steadily on the snowy ground. It turned out that the 3 kicks from Jun Moxie just happened to meet the 3 sneak attacks from Chu Chihuan. Chu Chihuan praised in his heart. He had nearly 100 years of fighting experience, and every time after a battle, he would ponder over it for a long time, and improve many of his deadly combat techniques. But now, facing his opponent, he actually couldn't gain the upper hand. And the battle was far from over. It was just the beginning. Jun Moxie had just stood on the opposite side, and with a sway of his body, he turned into a gust of wind. Chu Chihuan shouted coldly, but this time he didn't use his body movement skills. Instead, he spun rapidly on the spot like a top. His hands and feet were like the 1,000-armed guanyin, and layers of strange lotus flowers bloomed to protect his body, while he counterattacked with all his strength. Around Chu Chihuan's body, a small tornado suddenly formed, whirling and whirling. Streams of energy surged out from this shapeless tornado. Attacks were launched from all directions and even from the top of the head and the soles of the feet, using all kinds of methods. The tornado brought along a thick layer of snow, and suddenly flew up, becoming thicker and thicker. The white snow piled up like a white dragon, dancing wildly in the 9 heavens. Bang bang bang, a series of continuous attacks. A continuous series of explosions rang out. Finally, a muffled groan. The snow column suddenly scattered and Jun Moxie appeared. Opposite him, Chu Chihuan staggered 3 steps back, and his robe split open with a bang, and a clear palm print floated down. 2 trembling sounds came from his back, and 2 palm prints fell off his robe like leaves. Chu Chihuan snorted coldly, took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "You take one of my moves." His body jumped up and disappeared in a flash in the air. This time it was Jun Moxie who was in charge of defense. Just like Chu Chihuan, Jun Moxie did not use his strange body movement skills to disappear, but instead he moved around in a small area, and his feet quickly changed his position. His body suddenly flew up and suddenly fell down. When he flew up, he would reach a height of 10 feet, and when he landed, he would be as small as a dwarf. The continuous sounds of attacks and collisions were like the wind blowing on lotus leaves, and the rain hitting on banana leaves. It was continuous, dense, and unending. Finally, Jun Moxie let out a hat, and his feet slid straight out of the space of 7 feet as if he was stepping on a slide. At the same time, Chu Chihuan's figure also appeared, and his eagle-like eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. 2 almost inaudible sounds were heard, and a palm-shaped rag fell from Jun Moxie's left shoulder. At the same time, 2 thin pieces of cloth floated down from his calf. Chu Chihuan's 2 most powerful palms forced Jun Moxie to fly up 10 feet into the air helplessly. And because of this, the 2 palms that should have hit his back instead hit his calf. In terms of fighting, I lost. Chu Chihuan looked a little sad, but the next moment he raised his head. Although there was still a trace of disappointment on his face, there was not a trace of shame. His eyes were still full of fighting spirit, and they were burning like fire, but as calm as ice. Thank you for letting me win. I won by luck. Jun Moxie's expression was not good either. Just now he had used 8 trigrams Wandering Body Palm, Shaolin's Dragon Capture Skill, 18 Arhat Fists, and was even forced to use Tan Tue Hong Fist and Long Fist. He had used a total of 37 fist techniques and palm techniques. Only then did he manage to fend off Chu Chihuan's storm-like attacks. In the end, both of them were hit by 3 palms each, and Chu Chihuan was hit on his chest and back. They were all fatal spots. But Jun Moxie was hit on his shoulder and calf. It was clear at a glance. There was no doubt that Jun Moxie had the upper hand, and the victor was clear. If they really fought to the death, while Chu Chihuan would definitely die, Jun Moxie would also be heavily injured and crippled. Although being crippled was better than dying, it was still not a complete victory. So, when Jun Moxie said that he won by luck, he meant it from the bottom of his heart. Of course, if they really fought to the death, Jun Moxie only needed to use the Yin-Yang Escape or the 5 Elements technique that he hadn't used in this fight. But this fight was related to the title of King of Assassins. So Jun Moxie wanted to use his true strength to completely convince Chu Chihuan. If he were to lose in such a dubious manner, this arrogant supreme assassin would never be convinced even if he were to die. Sword. Chu Chihuan stretched out his hand, and the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword suddenly appeared in his hand with a dreamy light. The blade of the sword spun slightly, and the snowflakes in the sky became a beautiful scene from a dream. One battle to decide the winner. The winner lives and the loser dies. Chu Chihuan said solemnly, and his eyes shone brightly. If that's the case, you will lose for sure. Jun Moxie smiled evilly, and he stretched out his hand. Clang. The sound of the sword was crisp, clear and loud. An unparalleled sword aura also appeared in Jun Moxie's hand abruptly. A snow-white long sword was held in his hand quietly. The body of the sword was silver, and light flowed around it, reflecting the faint color of blood. The sword aura flickered, and an indescribable aura suddenly spread out. But the target was not Chu Chihuan, but the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword in Chu Chihuan's hand. It was like an emperor who came out for a walk and suddenly saw his subordinate. This was a kind of aloof arrogance that came from his bones. Even if it was just a casual glance, it would be an invisible pressure. Chapter 619. The moment the blood of yellow flame was unsheathed, Chu Chihuan suddenly felt that the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword, which he had relied on for his entire life, had suddenly lost contact with him. Chu Chihuan was shocked, and he almost thought that the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword was no longer in his hands. But the clear feeling in his palms told him that the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword was still in his hands. What is going on? The Autumn Dew Invincible Sword was undoubtedly his most loyal and reliable companion. It was also his trademark as a supreme assassin. Chu Chihuan had always treasured it like his own life. Every time he held it in his hands, he felt a strange connection with it. It was as if he himself was this sword. Every time he wanted to kill someone, he would feel as if this sword was crazily thirsting for fresh blood. At that time, there would be a resonance that seemed to belong to the soul of the netherworld. Truly, the man was the sword and the sword was the man. Man and sword as one, inseparable. But at this moment, that strange feeling actually disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How can this be? Chu Chihuan felt his palms sweating. At this moment, Chu Chihuan felt for the first time that he had lost confidence in this battle. He had completely lost his confidence. You still want to fight? You've already lost. But you didn't lose to my hands but to my sword. More accurately, your sword has already submitted to my blood of yellow flame. Jun Moxie had not expected such a situation to occur. Ever since the blood of yellow flame had been tempered by Jun Moxie with the mysterious power of gold, it had developed a spirit of its own. It had never seen any treasured sword of a high enough level flaunt its prowess in front of it. Following the advancement of Jun Moxie's cultivation, the pride of the blood of yellow flame had also risen. It had drawn its sword at this crucial moment, wanting to have a good spar with Chu Chihuan and have a fair duel. Who would have thought that this fellow would create absolute unfairness the moment he drew his sword? It was an overwhelming advantage. The sword descends upon the heavens, the sovereign of 10,000 swords. How could the Xian myriad swords dare to disobey? Although Chu Chihuan hadn't been defeated yet, and he was still brimming with battle intent, the Autumn Dew invincible sword in his hand had already submitted to the blood of Yellow Flame Sword Emperor's heavenly might. Under the majestic aura of the blood of Yellow Flame, there was practically no room for struggle as it was completely subdued by the peerless sharpness of the blood of Yellow Flame. There was no more murderous aura, no more will to fight. The current Autumn Dew invincible sword in Chu Chihuan's hands was not even as good as a sword forged from ordinary iron. How were they supposed to fight this battle? At this moment, Jun Wuxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He even had a very strange feeling. The situation in front of him was like a fight between two rabbits. One of the rabbits looked for the other rabbit to be its helper and was full of confidence. But the opposite rabbit suddenly summoned a big tiger to help it. Wasn't this bullying? Chu Chihuan tried his best to rouse the battle intent in his heart. In fact, that sharp killing intent burst forth, trying to make his sword and himself return to the state where they were one with each other. But all his efforts were in vain. The veins on Chu Chihuan's hand that was tightly gripping the hilt of his sword suddenly bulged out. He still stood there calmly, but he knew that he had lost. And he had lost in an extremely unjust manner, to the point that he had lost without any rhyme or reason. Facing this terrifying assassin who might not have appeared even once in a million years, not to mention losing control of his treasured sword, even the slightest flaw would be enough to defeat him without a doubt. In such a battle between peak assassins, defeat meant death and certain defeat meant certain death. Your sword is undoubtedly a good sword. Jun Moxie smiled and said. In these years you've killed countless people and swept across the world. And the sword in your hand has also developed its own spirituality under the nourishment of countless fresh blood. Your sword is also in harmony with your mind, and is connected by blood. Can be said to be a top-notch divine weapon. But even though it's a divine weapon, it's still too immature. So, when it faced the sword in my hand, it would instinctively choose to protect itself. Chu Chihuan frowned, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He said lightly, "Oh? But, if you're determined to die today, you can stimulate your sword with that kind of tragic mentality, and it can still arouse the tacit understanding between you two. This is also the only way to reconnect with it and continue this battle. Because even though you don't know, your sword does. Once it comes into contact with my sword, it will instantly break." Jun Moxie smiled lightly and said, "But in that case this battle will lose its original meaning. If I fight you with this divine sword, it will be an unfair victory and it will be a joke. Even though you have the intention to take my life, I only want to determine victory and defeat with you. What I said before, if the Supreme Assassin dies, there will be many less wonderful things in the world. That was my heartfelt words and not a casual remark. I really don't want to kill a peerless assassin like you, and I don't want to destroy a treasured sword that already has spirituality." He raised his head and looked at Chu Chihuan. "Chu Chihuan, why don't we call it a day?" He sighed and said, "Actually, I don't want to call it a day more than you do. In life, it's hard to find a good friend, but it's even harder to find a well-matched opponent. I believe you should be able to understand my feelings right now." Chu Chihuan was silent for a while and said, "You're right. If I force myself to fight at this moment, I'll be overestimating my own strength and seeking my own death. I'll lose the original meaning of this battle, and I'll also lose the most important companion in my life. However, I want to see your sword. I want to know what kind of divine weapon it is, to be able to make my Autumn Dew invincible sword cower before the battle, and surrender without a fight." Speaking of which, this request of Chu Chihuan was an extremely unreasonable one, and could even be said to be ridiculous. A sword that was easy to wield was equivalent to an assassin's second life. How could it be something that others could see just because they wanted to? Just like Chu Chihuan's own Autumn Dew invincible sword, could it be casually shown to others? Let alone Jun Moxie's blood of Yellow Flame. Actually, Chu Chihuan also knew that his request was a little rash, and even Jun Moxie's rejection was within his expectations. However, he still looked at Jun Moxie without blinking. Because he really couldn't accept his loss. Everyone's strength is roughly on the same level, so why should I lose because of the difference in weapons? Just what is so outstanding about the opponent's sword, to be able to make my Autumn Dew invincible sword bow its head, and even lose before the battle? Chu Chihuan, who had long become one with the Autumn Dew invincible sword, did not have any longing for the divine weapon in Jun Moxi's hands, but his curiosity was extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an absurd request. Facing this unexpected request, Jun Moxi fell silent for a moment, before lightly raising the sword in his hand and bringing it to his lips. He said softly, "He can't accept his loss and wants to see you. Can you?" His voice was strangely gentle, as if he was coaxing a child. The blood of yellow flame clanged in Jun Moxi's hand, and even Chu Chihuan could clearly hear the arrogance and disdain in it. Jun Moxi smiled and said to Chu Chihuan, "You can see but only through my hand." At this time, Mei Shuiyin and Dong Fangwen Xan walked over slowly. As they neared, Mei Shuiyin and Dong Fangwen Xan discovered an extremely unbelievable thing at the same time. Jun Moxi and Chu Chihuan, the two men who were fighting to the death just a moment ago, were actually standing together with their heads facing each other, staring at the sword in Jun Moxi's hand. Especially Chu Chihuan's face, which was filled with an expression of pilgrimage. Such a divine sword was indeed a divine weapon that any Shen cultivator would dream of. It was a good companion that would never leave one's side. What surprised Mei Shuiyin the most was that Chu Chihuan was completely defenseless, and the hilt of the blood of yellow flame was still in Jun Moxi's hand. If Jun Moxi suddenly launched a sneak attack, Chu Chihuan would definitely not have any chance to escape. He would definitely be cut in half. How could this be? A person with such low vigilance, was he still the king of assassins from before? And there was also Jun Moxi. This fellow had a proud expression on his face, as if he was showing off a treasure, proudly showing off the divine sword in his hand. Similarly, he was also wide open, completely defenseless. What's wrong with these two? Are they crazy? Are they stupid? Did water get into their brains? After a long time, Chu Chihuan forcefully retracted his gaze and took a few steps back. That cold aura appeared on his body again. He raised his face and used his face to welcome the snowflakes in the sky, hoping to calm his burning heart down. He sighed and said, "There's actually such a divine sword in this world. Such a miraculous thing. It's really an eye-opener for me. This round, my defeat is not unjust, and the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword is not unjust either. No, the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword is more insightful than me, and knows when to advance and when to retreat." Jun Moxi chuckled and said, "In this world there are still many things that you don't know." Chu Chihuan lowered his head sadly, caressing his Autumn Dew Invincible Sword tenderly, a look of deep longing in his eyes. Jun Moxi's blood of yellow flame was undoubtedly a peerless divine weapon in the world, and it was also an invincible treasure. Compared to it, his own sword was undoubtedly far too inferior. But Chu Chihuan felt that his own sword was the weapon that he was most comfortable with. The Autumn Dew Invincible Sword was the most important to him. No matter how good other people's swords are, this sword of mine has accompanied me for many years. An assassin has no family, only a sword. This sword is my family. No divine weapon, no peerless divine weapon can replace it. Chu Chihuan caressed his Autumn Dew Invincible Sword gently. At this moment, he could clearly feel the comfort and excitement coming from the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword. Chu Chihuan was stunned. Previously, he only felt a sense of closeness and familiarity, or perhaps a connection of blood. But he had never felt any emotions from this sword. But today, at this moment, he actually felt it clearly. This sword, just like a human, also had emotions and feelings. Chapter 620. This kind of wonderful feeling caused Chu Chihuan's heart to tremble for a moment. "Since we've decided to stop fighting, I'd like to ask you about something." Jun Moxi also sheathed his divine sword and kissed the blade. "Haha, you've really made this big brother proud today. I've just unsheathed my sword, and the opponent's sword has already raised a white flag. What's called the graceful bearing of a sword emperor? What's called a sovereign descending upon the world? Isn't this it? I'm really going to die from pleasure today? What's the matter?" Chu Chihuan raised his head and looked at him indifferently. The supreme assassin instantly regained his usual calmness after observing the sword. "Since you're called the Supreme Assassin, then the Blood Sword Hall, which specializes in killing people, and is known as the #1 assassin organization in the Shenzhen continent, are they your people?" Jun Moxi asked in a deep voice, and a faint blood-red light flashed in his eyes. "Are you looking down on me, or are you thinking too highly of those bastards? Do you think that I, Chu Chihuan, would have any relations with those bastards? They're not even qualified to carry my shoes." Chu Chihuan glared at him with some dissatisfaction. "One sword to travel 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles of mountain passes. One man and one sword, enjoying solitude and slaughter. This is me, Chu Chihuan. What bullsh*t Blood Sword Hall? I don't know anything about it. Then I'm relieved. Fortunately, this has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, even if I admire you, you'd still have to die. Jun Moxie relaxed in his heart and said coldly, haha, even if you don't want to kill me, I'll definitely die this time. I've never had the extravagant hope that I'll still be alive after this. Chu Chihuan laughed heartily, his expression calm. It's really not easy to take the blame for this. In order to kill me, the 3 Holy Lands have already sent out no less than 300 experts. I hid in a densely populated area from the mountainous area, and then I was chased out again. The encirclement gradually tightened, and now I'm confined to this corner. Previously, it could be said that I've taken the blame for you, but now, I've really taken care of 3 Supreme Masters from the illusory Blood Sea. There's no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. This stretch of several thousand miles of mountains and rivers, I don't know where the feng shui is good enough to bury me, Chu Chihuan. He was talking about his own life and death, but his expression did not change. He was still cold and natural, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. As the king of assassins, he was already indifferent to life and death. Whether it was the life and death of others or their own, it was the same. Then why don't you hide in the downtown area? Although it is difficult to hide in the court, it is not a bad place to hide in the city. Jun Moxie asked. How can I, Chu Chihuan, be that kind of person who steals from others? I, Chu Chihuan, am an assassin. I've killed good people and I've killed bad people. But there has never been an innocent person who died for me. Although I kill people like flies, those who died because of me died under my sword. They died under my hands. Chu Chihuan's expression was cold and indifferent, but his eyes flashed with pride. This is what an assassin is. If one day I really die under someone else's hands, I won't complain. Chu Chihuan smiled coldly. Since I've come out to kill, then I should be prepared to be killed at any time. This kind of thing, to put it bluntly, is not a big deal. You're also an assassin, don't you understand this? Jun Moxie was silent. How could he not understand this? Just like Jun Moxie had his own principles, Chu Chihuan also had his own pride that belonged to him. Chu Chihuan? Just like what Chu Chihuan had said, the strength of the 3 Holy Lands this time was too strong. Even he and Mei Shuiyan did not have the confidence to face them head-on. They could only hide and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Not to mention Chu Chihuan? It was not easy for Chu Chihuan to be able to hold on until now. Relying on assassination, he might be able to deal with 1 or 2 of them. But, if the other party had the chance to stall for a while, hundreds of strong experts would rush over immediately. So what if Chu Chihuan's skills were exquisite? After all, he could not hide in the Hongjun Pagoda like Jun Moxie and disappear without a trace, completely disappearing from this world. Just like the battle the other day, if not for Jun Moxie's help to create the most suitable atmosphere, Chu Chihuan would not have been able to kill 2 people and 1 person in 1 move. According to Chu Chihuan's original plan, even if he attacked when they were unprepared, he would at most be able to kill 1 person. After that, he would be lucky to retreat. How could he kill 3 strong enemies like this? Before this, I'm not willing to die like this. Because I still do not know who is the one who framed me. So I want to know, I want to understand the truth. Chu Chihuan looked at Jun Moxie surprisingly warmly. Now this wish of mine has finally been fulfilled. To be able to see you before I die, I am very gratified. Perhaps your identity is not an assassin, but you are the strongest assassin I have ever seen in my life. Perhaps you are even stronger than me. Because you are much younger than me. I only hope that you can promise me one thing. Chu Chihuan's eagle-like eyes fixed on Jun Moxie. I can die, Chu Chihuan can also die. But the Supreme Assassin cannot die. The Supreme Assassin is not any other Supreme Assassin, nor is it a Xian cultivation level, but a true Supreme Assassin. The highest honor in the world of assassins. Chu Chihuan said word by word, I think you should understand the meaning of this sentence better than I do. What if you cannot die? Or what if Chu Chihuan and the Supreme Assassin will not die? Jun Moxie looked at him seriously. If the Supreme Assassin needs help, then he is not worthy of being called the Supreme Assassin. Chu Chihuan flatly refused, not even letting Jun Moxie explain his intention. I do not need your help. I am even more unwilling to live under someone else's roof. Even if I am under 1 person and above millions of people, I am not willing. Above the Supreme Assassin, there is only the sky, nothing else. As for the matter of you framing me, you don't have to feel that you owe me anything because our skills are too similar. If you were famous before me, I would also frame you. Even if we make a move, we don't need to deliberately frame each other. People will naturally suspect each other. Chu Chihuan laughed heartily and was actually extremely carefree. Perhaps as you said, you and I didn't know each other before this. No matter what others say or even if I purposely put the blame on you, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit of remorse. In times of crisis I would do anything for my own life. There is nothing wrong with it. I have never felt that framing you is wrong. Jun Moxie looked at him with his sharp eyes and said slowly, but don't forget that there is no winner or loser between us. The Supreme Assassin is still undecided or the sky is above the Supreme Assassin, but you, Chu Chihuan, may not be the only one above you, right? If I have the title of the Supreme Assassin because someone else killed you, for me, it is a disgrace, not an honor. Chu Chihuan's eyes narrowed and he looked at Jun Moxie. I have lost in terms of fists and kicks. You can have this title with a clear conscience. But are you really willing? Are you going to give up the title of the Supreme Assassin just like that? Although others may not know, but are you really willing? Jun Wuxia took a step forward and asked in an overbearing manner. I'm not willing. What else can I do? Chu Chihuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At this time Mei Shuiyan reminded him, Wuxia, there are many masters coming here from afar. It seems that the fight between the two of you has attracted the attention of some people. Let's talk somewhere else. Chu Chihuan's face turned cold, and his right hand slowly touched the hilt of his sword. Since you are not willing, why don't we use another method to determine the winner? Jun Moxie said casually, you can tell that the people coming are either Supreme Assassins or Superior Supreme Assassins. There are 8 of them. Why don't we use these people as a means of competition? We will use the skills that assassins are best at as stakes. Let's see who the Supreme Assassin is. Let's see who kills more? Chu Chihuan's eyes lit up. It's not enough to compete in numbers, it also depends on who kills faster. Jun Moxie's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. You must know that these people are not only your enemies but also our enemies. You don't want to be killed by them, but I don't want them to live either. Chu Chihuan laughed and said, I didn't expect that I, Chu Chihuan, would meet a kid like you before I die. This is one of the happiest things in life. Alright, let's compete in this round. Let's see who the Supreme Assassin is. Amidst the laughter, Chu Chihuan and Jun Moxie's bodies disappeared in a flash. They completely disappeared in the snow and in the air. Snowflakes flew in the air. Mei Shuiyan sighed softly. She waved her hand and a big hole appeared on the snow wall behind her. She and Dongfang Wenxin hid in the hole. The intact snow was recycled again, and the hole was filled up without a trace. This skill was learned from Jun Moxie when he went to the Dongfang family. It was very convenient. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In just a moment, a few figures arrived and landed on the snowy ground. Then they ran around the snowy ground. In an instant they searched the whole snowy valley carefully. Their sharp and vigilant eyes searched every corner. Finally they stopped at the place where Jun Moxie and Chu Chihuan were fighting. One of them had a face full of vicissitudes. He was skinny and his eyes were shining with a strange light. He was Ma Jiangming from the Supreme Golden City. Beside him there were 2 other people wearing the same clothes as him. On the other side, 3 people wearing white robes with long beards came leisurely. They stood on the snowy ground. Their figures were elegant and graceful. They had long swords hanging on their waists. A little later, there were 2 experts from the illusory Blood Sea who were dressed entirely in purple. Their purple robes were very eye-catching in the snowy ground. There were all the experts from the 3 holy lands here. The Supreme Golden City had 1 Superior Supreme and 2 Supremes. Hermitage also had 1 Superior Supreme and 2 Supremes. Although the illusory Blood Sea had the least people, the 2 experts from the illusory Blood Sea were both Superior Supreme experts. Moreover, they looked exactly the same. They were actually twins. Chapter 6:21. The killing intent here is extremely dense. But I don't sense any blood at all. How strange. One of the purple-robed men said with a serious expression. He lowered his head and tried his best to sense the abnormality in the air. After a while he said, there are 2 different powerful killing intents here. From the looks of it there are indeed 2 people fighting here. As for that woman, she did not participate in the battle. Ma Jiangming, does that dog nose of yours have any other uses other than finding women to torture? He was just searching for the aura here when he heard the latter half of Ma Jiangming's words. He could not help but feel extremely unhappy. In truth, the moment they saw that the person who had come here with them was actually this perverted Ma Jiangming, the 2 purple-robed men were already extremely dissatisfied. Why were they walking together with this kind of trash pervert? Second brother Ruan, what do you mean by that? Ma Jiangming rolled his eyes. This daddy likes to torture women, what does that have to do with you? Why are you pointing the spearhead at me for no reason at all? These 2 purple-robed men were called Ruan Yin and Ruan Yang. They were brothers of the same bloodline. The eldest was only born an hour earlier than the second. The older generation gave these two people a nickname. Yin and Yang softened together. Ruanyang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Ma Jiangming, look at how lewd you are when you say those words. This old man doesn't even want to bother with you. What's wrong with this old man's appearance? Lewd?" Ma Jiangming yelled angrily. "No matter how lewd this old man is, I've never done anything to your sister. What does it have to do with you? What did you say?" Ruan Yin and Ruanyang raised their heads at the same time, their hands on the hilt of their swords as they glared at Ma Jiangming. "Ma Jiangming, today you will pay the price for those words of yours." The leader of the white-robed men hurriedly tried to mediate the situation. "What are you all doing? The enemy is right in front of us, and the humiliation of the three holy lands has yet to be avenged. We should be united against a common enemy. Why are you all fighting amongst yourselves with just a few words? If everyone speaks a little less, wouldn't there be no more problems?" At the same time he was feeling extremely gloomy in his heart. "Look at this group of people I've been assigned to, they're either perverts or madmen. None of them are willing to submit to the other, and there's no way to coordinate them." As a temporary commander, he didn't have any control over these people at all. It was really fucked up to the extreme. "By Wuxian, who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a commander? Mind your own business." Sure enough, the three of them roared at the white-robed man. Bai Wuxian's face turned purple as he waved his sleeves angrily and snorted coldly. Fine. Then you guys fight to your heart's content. Fight until both sides are heavily injured, and you won't rest until one of you is dead. It would be best if you meet that brat Chu Chihuan after the fight is over. That way he can join in the fun and take advantage of the situation. The three of them had almost come to blows several times along the way. It was unknown whether it was because of their bad horoscopes or something else, but they had never stopped fighting from the beginning to the end. Ruan Yin snorted coldly. It was clear that he was fearful of the supreme assassin Chu Chihuan. He gave his younger brother a look, then turned around and continued to check the messy footprints on the ground, hoping to find some useful clues. Just at this time there was a sudden chi sound, and a sharp chi shot towards his back. Ruan Yin spun around like a bolt of lightning, grabbing the object in his hand. It was as thin as a strand of hair and as cold as ice. It melted in a flash. It was actually a tiny ice needle. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, but his heart was not old at all. Could it be that this was Ma Jiangming's soul-chasing shadowless needle? Ruan Yin flew into a rage and retreated rapidly. With a schwa sound, his sword appeared in his hand, and a round sword light slashed towards Ma Jiangming. "Surname Ma, you're too despicable. This daddy has already magnanimously let you off, but you still want to stab me in the back." Although Ruanyang did not know what had happened, he could clearly feel the rage in his elder brother's heart when he saw his elder brother turn around and fly into a rage. Without even thinking, he unsheathed his sword and followed behind his elder brother. With a thunderous roar, he slashed towards Ma Jiangming. Although Ma Jiangming had been quarreling with the two Ruan brothers on the way here, he was still able to look at the bigger picture. Moreover, both sides had their own misgivings, so they did not really take action. At this moment, he was completely caught off guard, and did not expect that the two of them would actually attack without any regard for their feelings. Caught off guard, Ma Jiangming was nearly dismembered by the two brothers on the spot. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he was already drenched in cold sweat. The cotton-padded clothes on his body were split open from top to bottom. Even the unlined shirt inside was split in half, revealing his bony chest. On it, a clear red mark could be seen. It was a wound caused by the sword chi. Just a hair's breadth difference and his stomach would have been split open. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Ma Jiangming felt as if he had just been on the brink of death, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. In a fit of rage he roared, "Ruanyin, Ruanyang, it was just a battle of tongues, and the two of you actually dared to attack with such killing intent. Do you really think that this old man is afraid of you two brothers?" His hand suddenly swiped at his waist and a long sword appeared. With a wave of his left hand, several steel needles appeared in his hand. In a fit of rage he attacked. The Ruan brothers were even more enraged. "Did you think that this daddy didn't know that you were sneaking up on us? So shameless, and you still dare to say that it was just a battle of tongues. Hypocrites to the extreme." Ding ding dang dang, the three of them instantly engaged in battle. This sudden turn of events not only surprised Hermitage by Wu Xan and the others, even Chu Chihuan, who was secretly preparing to act, was stunned. Just what was going on? It was just a battle of tongues. Why did they suddenly attack with such killing intent? They were on the same side, fighting each other to the death. What kind of logic was this? Great Assassin Chu had originally made use of the snowstorm to conceal himself and sneak over. He was just about to make a move to kill them. He had also seen that Ma Jiangming and the Ruan brothers did not see eye to eye with each other, so he decided to take them down one by one. Who would have thought that before he could make a move, the three of them would actually start fighting amongst themselves? Furthermore, it was not the kind of fake fight that was used to lure the enemy. Instead, it was a real fight. Each of them was enraged and filled with indignation, as if they were going to fight to the death. With the cultivation of a superior supreme, how could they be so stupid? Not to mention the fact that there was a powerful enemy attacking them at any time. At such a critical moment, they still wanted to kill each other? Chu Qihun was truly puzzled. He couldn't understand Ma Jiangming's actions at all. You've already been persuaded to leave. You're just one person while the other party has two people. Why are you still so persistent? Could it be that this weathered old fellow is really addicted to looking for trouble? I've never seen such a despicable superior supreme But what he didn't know was that Ma Jiangming was the one who was being wrongly accused. The ice needle that Boss Ruan had been struck by was not from Ma Jiangming at all. It was the work of Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao who had been hiding in the shadows. Ma Jiangming was completely unaware of this, and he was currently feeling extremely indignant in his heart. Young Master Jun Wuxia saw that there was a conflict between the three of them. So, how could he not take advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble and fan the flames, and add fuel to the fire? And how could he not wish for the world to be in chaos? The greater the conflict between you guys, the better. It would be best if it turned into a life and death grudge. That would be even more satisfying. Fight, fight, fight. It would be best if you all perished together. The two assassins were waiting in the shadows, ready to make their move at any time. Chu Qihun made use of everything he could, as well as his own unique cultivation technique. His concealment was flawless. As for Jun Moxie, he had activated the yin-yang escape technique and directly disappeared without a trace. And he had already made his move. And the moment he made his move, the effect was immediate. Extremely good. Ma Jiangming was only one person. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to fight against the Ruan brothers, two supreme-level experts. But how could Jun Moxie allow him to be defeated so easily and extinguish this internal fire that he had worked so hard to ignite? That would be such a waste, and he would be so unwilling. What a waste of their exquisite martial arts. Thus, young Master Jun held a ball of ice in his hand and shot out ice needles one after another. Their trajectories were strange and inexplicable, and their angles were crafty and strange, forcing the Ruan brothers to howl and cry out in pain. Ma Jiangming, who was fighting one against two, became more and more valiant as he fought. He could feel that the Ruan brothers would immediately be thrown into confusion wherever he pointed his sword at them. In an instant, his heroic spirit rose and he laughed sinisterly. Bai Wu Xn tried to persuade them, but it was to no avail. No one paid any attention to this temporary commander, and he could only watch the show from the side. But even he didn't expect that the battle between the three would become more and more intense. This was especially so for the Ruan brothers. Two supremes and above, they should have the upper hand in a 2-on-1 battle. But as the battle progressed, they would often be on the losing end. Their hatred for Ma Jiangming had sunk into their bones. They could not afford to lose this much face. Their necks, thighs and other parts of their bodies had been pierced by the ice needles for an unknown number of times. Even though the two of them had achieved a high level of Shen cultivation, it was unlikely that they would sustain any serious injuries. However, the piercing pain was unbearable for them. That was not all, but their buttocks were constantly being pierced by the ice needles. How could they not be enraged? Those places were not fatal, but they were extremely humiliating. This was not killing them but toying with them. Thus, the two brothers' eyes turned red. At the start, they only wanted to teach Ma Jiangming a lesson. But the more they fought, the angrier they became. Gradually, their killing intent surged and they would not rest until they were dead. The cause of this killing intent was actually very simple. Ruan Yang's buttocks had been pierced by another needle. But this time, the location of the needle could be said to be extremely narrow. It had actually pierced directly into his anus. As everyone knew, the flesh in that area was extremely tender. Furthermore, it was a place where Shen Qi could not protect. Thus, the pain was even more unbearable than being cut by a knife. Thus, Ruan Yang, who was unlucky enough to be hit, immediately jumped up with a loud cry. Besides, the temperature in that area was extremely high. Before he could even deal with it himself, it had already melted inside. Snow and blood flowed out of his body, and Second Master Ruan looked like he was on his period. Furthermore, it was his first period. He was in an extremely sorry state. His entire crotch was cold, slippery and wet. What a disgrace. Chapter 622. Ruan Yang was like an enraged lion that had a red-hot iron rod shoved into its buttocks. With a loud roar, his entire body seemed to swell up by an entire size in an instant. The jade crown on his head exploded with a ping sound, and his long hair fluttered wildly in the air. It was as if the seaweed at the bottom of the sea had suddenly encountered a hurricane. Despicable and filthy Ma Jiangming, you despicable bastard. You treacherous and despicable villain, die for this daddy. Second young master Ruan roared with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were wide open and he was completely focused on attacking, not defending at all. He was in a state of desperation. Opening wide and attacking crazily. Success. Jun Moxie left the battlefield, feeling extremely pleased with himself. From the looks of it, the three of them would not rest until they fought to the death. This young master's goal has been achieved. How was it? This young master's methods are not bad, right? Did you understand? Jun Moxie transmitted his voice proudly to Chu Chihuan. It was as if he was planning a strategy in a tent, and the outcome of the battle had been decided 1,000 miles away. In any case, one could tell from his voice that he was extremely lewd. What? You're saying that the internal strife between the three of them was caused by you? Chu Chihuan was startled and his figure was almost exposed. At this time he was using a unique technique to hide behind a withered branch of a small dogwood tree, preparing to attack at any time. Borrowing the cover of the snowstorm, no one actually discovered that there was a killing god hiding just 20 zhang away. Of course, this young master only used a small trick, and the three of them immediately started to fight amongst themselves. Jun Moxie continued to transmit his voice proudly. How did you do it? Chu Chihuan was extremely curious. This was no longer a trick, it was a miracle. He had silently caused them to fight amongst themselves, and the most terrifying thing was that this young master had not even been exposed yet. I can fight with my wits, why use brute force? This young master has always been resourceful and resourceful. This young master merely imitated Ma Jiangming's methods of using hidden weapons, then pinched a handful of snow needles and pierced it into that second brother Ruan's chrysanthemum, and they immediately started fighting amongst themselves. Ah, how lively. Jun Moxie laughed proudly. In the anus? What chrysanthemum? Chu Chihuan was, after all, a native of the Shenzhen continent. He did not understand the meaning of this highly civilized language. He thought to himself, do people have chrysanthemums on their bodies? How could it be so useful if it was penetrated into the anus? Then he would have to carry a few hundred chrysanthemums with him in the future. It's in the bedroom, do you understand? How ignorant and ill-informed. How dare you force a famous scholar like me to use such disgusting words? Jun Moxie laughed obscenely and said happily, don't you think that the shape of that place looks like a blooming daisy? Remember, from now on, that place will be called Chrysanthemum. How civilized. In that instant, Chu Chihuan almost choked to the point that his internal organs were on fire. This daddy really did not pay much attention to it. Besides, which man would pay attention to that place for no reason? Wouldn't that be so bored that his balls hurt? Just to look at it would make him feel so disgusted that he wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. Especially when he was looking at his own. No wonder that Ruan Yang suddenly went crazy while he was fighting. So that was the case. Long live understanding who would feel good when that place was suddenly poked by someone? This was not just a matter of pain, it was also a matter of the face of a superior supreme expert. Such an expert was poked in the anus. The anus. Chu Chihuan suddenly felt that he was very lucky. If that brat had also done that to him during the battle earlier. Thinking of this famous supreme assassin felt his anus tighten. Then, a chill shot up from his tailbone all the way to his neck. In that instant, his hair stood on end, and he did not dare to think any further. It was too frightening. Just thinking about it was already like that, and that second brother Ruan had suffered a solid hit. Heavens great earth just what kind of person is this brat, to have so many despicable methods The situation of the battle changed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the situation had already reversed. Ma Jiangming, who did not know that he had reinforcements, was actually fighting 1 against 2. He could not help but feel extremely pleased with himself as he mocked, haha, as expected of the yin-yang softness. You two brothers truly live up to your nickname trash like this actually dares to call yourselves superior supremes. Looks like the illusory blood sea really does not have anyone else. No wonder that Chu Chihuan was able to kill 3 superior supremes of your illusory blood sea in 1 move. So the so-called superior supremes of your illusory blood sea are actually this kind of trash, no wonder. As the saying goes, retribution comes the fastest. Following Yuan Yang's rage, Ma Jiangming suddenly felt the pressure multiply. Without Jun Moxie secretly restraining them, the two Yuan brothers were like two ferocious tigers that had just been released from their cages, roaring and launching a massive counterattack. Ma Jiangming had suddenly fallen into a whirlpool of death where he could attack and defend with ease. The three of them were all experts of the same level. 2 against 1, Ma Jiangming was already at an absolute disadvantage. Furthermore, because he had been so relaxed earlier, he had let down his guard. Now, the side with the advantage in numbers had taken the initiative to fight with their lives on the line. From the start, Ma Jiangming had only wanted to teach the two brothers a lesson, and that was all. The difference in his attitude had directly led to the outcome of the battle. With a ping sound, Ma Jiangming was thrown into a fluster for a moment before he managed to block the sharp swords of the two brothers with great difficulty. However, he was still kicked viciously, and his entire body was sent flying with a "so" sound. Ma Jiangming borrowed the momentum to soar into the sky, roaring loudly, "Ruan brothers, could it be that you really want to fight to the death with this old man today? You've been causing trouble for no reason, and this old man has already tolerated enough. You should know when to advance and when to retreat, lest things become difficult between our two holy lands. Fuck your grandmother, you bastards still want to be a human? Just wait to become a ghost." Ruan Yang roared loudly, not letting up in the slightest. His body spun rapidly on the snowy ground, and the thick layer of snow seemed to be lifted up as well. A dazzling sword light suddenly formed a long dragon, its entire body covered in dazzling lightning. Man and sword as one, it pierced towards Ma Jiangming. Ruan Yin was afraid that his brother would die, so he also followed suit and rushed forward. If he didn't kill Ma Jiangming, he wouldn't rest. This was already a situation where he wouldn't rest until he was dead. The situation changed in an instant, completely out of everyone's expectations. A moment ago, Ma Jiangming had still held the upper hand. But now he was actually facing the frightening sword chi of two men as one. Life and death were separated by a hair's breadth. Ma Jiangming's hair stood on end, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Fuck your mother, so you two brats really wanted to kill this old man. You even used man and sword as one. Do you really think this old man is made of mud? This old man will bet this move with you two brothers. Let's see who will emerge victorious." The long sword danced crazily in the air, and a strong gust of wind rose from the tip of the sword. With a single slash, a woo sound rang out, shaking the entire sky. 10,000 rays of sword light shot down from the sky. At the same time, his left hand continued to wave, and bright rays of light continuously shot out from his hand, disappearing in a flash. This was Ma Jiangming's true killing move, and also the reason why the Ruan brothers had always been suspicious of it. Soul-chasing shadowless needle. The three of them were like meteors crashing into the earth, flying at their highest speed. Moreover, they were using all of their killing moves to determine life and death. The hearts of the Ruan brothers were filled with shame and indignation. But how could Ma Jiangming's heart not be filled with anger and resentment? Just what did I do to you guys? Wasn't it just a joke that went a little overboard? Are you guys that bad at jokes? Then why are you still in the pugilistic world? To actually want to kill this old man just because of a single sentence. The three of them used a terrifying aura of irreconcilable hatred as they clashed fiercely against each other without any room for negotiation. Bai Wuxian had been watching the entire time. At the start, the three of them were only attacking and defending, so he was naturally not too worried. But in the blink of an eye, the three of them had already engaged in a life-and-death battle. This sudden turn of events was completely out of his expectations, and his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Just as he was about to shout out to stop them and even make a move to separate the three of them actually used man and sword as one. This old man really has 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck to be your temporary commander. To be in the same team as these two groups of people, it was already a miracle that he hadn't died from anger until now. Fuck you girls, do you really have to fight to the death at this critical juncture? Where is the demeanor of an expert? Where is the bigger picture? He roared in anger. Fight. Fight. If we fight to the death, this old man will finally be able to rest in peace. You're already a fucking 100 years old, but you're still so troublesome. Apart from the 3 people on the battlefield and Bai Wuxian, the other 4 people stared unblinkingly at the 3 experts fighting with their lives on the line. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. These 4 people only had the cultivation of a supreme being, they were not strong enough to participate in a higher-level battle. Right at this time, something strange happened again. A cold light suddenly flashed out from the snow like a bolt of lightning. Almost as soon as it appeared, it pierced through the abdomen of the Hermitage Supremacy expert, piercing right through his crotch. An abnormally powerful Shen Qi instantly blasted apart the internal organs of the Hermitage expert. At the same time, the sword light suddenly disappeared, and with another flash of cold light, another Supremacy expert was chopped in half at the waist. Following that, the cold light flashed again, piercing towards Bai Wuxian's neck like a boat sailing on the current. All done in one go. These three swords might sound slow in description, but in truth they had all happened in an instant. Two experts had fallen to the ground, and the temporary commander Bai Wuxian's life was also in danger. At this time Bai Wuxian was so angry that his chest was about to explode. But at this time he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Relying on the shocking intuition of a supremacy expert, he charged forward without hesitation. But a sharp pain came from the back of his head, and a deep gash of blood appeared from his neck to the top of his head. Even his skull had suffered a heavy injury, and his brain was just a hair's breadth away from bursting out. Fresh blood sprayed out from the back of his head like a mist, dyeing the snow in the sky a beautiful color. In another direction, a dreamlike color suddenly appeared. Although it was hazy, its speed was like the fury of a lightning god. Chapter 623. The two Supreme Shen experts from the Supreme Golden City saw that Ma Jiangming had fallen into a disadvantageous position and were just about to raise their swords to help when they suddenly felt something flash in front of them. Before they could even raise their guard, one of them suddenly fell to the ground with a strange expression on his face. A bloody hole had already appeared behind his neck. The other person was shocked and panicked, screaming madly as he tried to dodge. But how could he make it in time? With a schwa sound, a sword slashed down from his shoulder all the way to his abdomen. The steaming hot viscera poured out onto the ice-cold snowy ground like a flood released from the floodgates. Bai Wuxian howled miserably and explosively. The two Supreme Shen experts behind him who had already suffered fatal injuries but were still alive also howled miserably in disbelief. On the other side, one of the two Supreme Shen experts from the Supreme Golden City had fallen to the ground, while the other looked at the bloody guts on the ground and howled miserably in extreme fear. At this moment he had not died yet. He could still feel the icy coldness of his guts falling onto the snow. This was a kind of extreme fear that could only be experienced in nightmares. But it had actually happened in real life. With their Shen Qi and experience, they should not have been ambushed so easily, and they did not even have the strength to retaliate. But the battle between Ma Jiangming and the Ruan brothers had turned into a life-and-death battle, and it had already attracted all their attention. Even now, the few of them were still pondering in their hearts. Just what was going on? Why did it suddenly turn into a life-and-death enmity? At such a critical moment, the two King of Assassins had appeared out of nowhere and attacked from behind, catching them completely off guard. Not to mention retaliating, the two most unlucky people were still in a daze until their deaths. The three people in the air discovered the tragic scene on the ground at the same time, and their hearts burned with anxiety. But they could no longer stop their attacks. The battle had already reached a critical juncture, and even if they wanted to stop, it was already too late. Hong. A shocking explosion rang out. Three people, three superior Supreme Shen experts, exploded in the air with their lives on the line. Three loud roars rang out at the same time, and three figures fell from three different directions. As they fell, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. All three of them had suffered heavy injuries. Especially Ma Jiangming, his injuries were the most severe. In the end he was fighting 1 against 2 and there was a huge gap in their strength. At this moment the emotions of Ma Jiangming, Ruan Yin, and Ruan Yang had reached an indescribable level. Astonishment, anger, pain, grief, disbelief. These complicated expressions instantly froze on the faces of the three people who were falling through the air. 4 powerful existences like them who stood at the peak of the world, along with the growth of their cultivation, their self-restraint and bearing would increase along with it. Normally, even if it wasn't that they didn't show their emotions, it was still more or less the same. It was difficult to find any of these expressions on their faces, but at this moment so many complicated negative expressions were actually displayed on the 7 emotions, and it was easy to imagine how hideous their faces were. But even such a ferocious expression could not express the complex emotions they were feeling at this moment. It was even to the extent that at this moment, they'd completely forgotten to roar explosively, and they'd forgotten the hysterical roars they ought to emit from their pain. The blood fell from the sky and turned into streaks of scarlet light. However, in the eyes of the three people, the scene was the same. It was as if the whole world was frozen in that instant. Impossible. How did things turn out like this? The wretched cries of his companions, the sorrowful cries of his comrades, the wriggling body on the ground, the bloody pile of internal organs still steaming hot. The wound on by Wu Xian's chest continued to bleed profusely, but he still did not collapse. In truth, of the 8 experts who just arrived, the only one who could still be considered to have any battle strength was the injured by Wu Xian. Although his injuries were not light, they were not fatal. However, the intense pain he was feeling was something that even a superior supreme expert would not be able to endure. The pain on his neck and scalp was secondary. The most important thing was that his skull had been slashed open, and that kind of pain had penetrated deep into his bones. Penetrated deep into his soul. Bai Wu Xen screamed shrilly, using all the strength in his body to vent the pain in his mind and body. At the same time, it was also a warning. He did not even turn around to look at the person who'd injured him, because he knew very clearly that if he turned around he would no longer have the chance to escape death. With a shrill cry, he directly activated the man and sword as one technique, turning into a streak of light that tore through the snowy skies. With a brilliant bloody light, he fled for his life. At this moment, Bai Wu Xian's speed had already reached the peak of this world. With just a flash, his figure had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. This kind of extreme escaping speed that stimulated all the potential of the human body was something that even Mei Shuiyan would not be able to catch up to. The man and sword as one technique was an extremely powerful killing technique. From ancient times until now, Bai Wu Xian was probably the first to use this technique to escape with his life. In other words, he was the first person to do so. Even when Bai Wu Xian's figure had completely disappeared, Jun Moxie still did not show himself. In the air, only that shrill cry still reverberated in the air. In fact, it seemed like it was getting louder and louder. Outside the mountain valley, echoing cries could be heard from all directions. The experts of the 3 holy lands continued to pour in to provide support. The Ruan brothers and Ma Jiangming finally landed on the ground. Although that clash between them had been real, without the slightest bit of fakery, and their bodies were covered in blood and their muscles were twisted and twisted, the 3 of them who knew that they were in an unknown perilous situation immediately stood up as soon as they landed. Although there was still a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths, their bodies were still as straight as a ramrod. Chu Chihuan's figure flashed again. In the instant that they landed and stood up, a dreamlike sword light suddenly appeared. Under Ruan Yin's wide eyes, the sword turned into a streak of light and pierced straight into his chest. This was Chu Chihuan's all-out attack of death. This attack of Chu Chihuan's was extremely profound. Ruan Yin was not the weakest of the 3, nor was he the most heavily injured, making him the easiest target. However, Chu Chihuan had purposely chosen him. The reason was the exact opposite. Of the 3 of them, only Ruan Yin still had the strength to fight. He was also the one with the lightest injuries. Although his injuries were not light, he was still a superior supreme expert. Ruan Yin had just landed and stood up. He had not even had the time to catch his breath. This was the best opportunity to kill him. As for the other 2, they were already half dead. As long as Ruan Yin could be eliminated first, the other 2 would naturally have no chance of survival. Thus, Chu Chihuan did not even have the time to catch his breath. With the remaining power from killing 2 people in a row, he once again became one with his sword and rushed over to kill with one strike, a one-hit kill. If he waited for Ruan Yin to catch his breath, it would not be so easy to kill him anymore. This was the experience and keen senses of this supreme assassin. This sword did not hold back at all. Just as Chu Chihuan had predicted, after the ultimate fight between 2 superior supreme experts, Ruan Yin, who had been through a shocking change, was indeed unable to avoid this sudden attack of death. He did not even have the time to catch his breath. Just as he stood up, the long sword had already pierced through his body with a bright sword light and a strong murderous aura. As the long sword entered Ruan Yin's body, the ferocious sword aura wreaked havoc in his body. The huge force even sent Ruan Yin's body flying backwards. Ruan Yin did not disappoint the strength of a superior supreme expert. Knowing that he was going to die, he let out a desperate roar at the last moment. His voice was tragic and shook the surroundings. Both his hands struck out with all his might. Using all the remaining strength he had, he landed 4 consecutive palm strikes on Chu Chihuan's body. He only managed to land 4 palm strikes. Because in the next moment his body had already exploded from the impact of Chu Chihuan's sword aura, turning into a bloody mess and disappearing from the world forever. Chu Chihuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After all, the final strike of a supreme being was not so easy to endure. In the air, Ruan Yin's 4 palms, which were on the brink of death, sent him tumbling a few times like a ball, and the autumn dew invincible sword almost flew out of his hand. Ruan Yang cried out in fear, "Big brother! Suddenly his body shook and he felt a chill in his chest. He looked down in surprise and saw a shiny sword tip protruding out of his chest. A strange expression appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. I was hit by a sword? How is this possible? The shiny sword tip flashed past and disappeared. Ruan Yin roared madly and charged forward, intending to perish together with his assailant. However, his attack landed on thin air. As the last bit of his strength left him, his body was pushed back a few steps due to inertia, and he fell weakly to the ground. His legs turned soft and he knelt on the ground. His arms swayed a few times and his body suddenly fell backwards. His knees touched the ground and his head fell backwards, actually touching the snow and his own heel. His entire body bent like a bow, and his eyes bulged out in anger as he suddenly stopped moving. The intense resentment in his heart made him want to see who had killed him before he died. To actually die in such a difficult position. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Because at this moment, Jun Moxie was already standing in front of his next target, Ma Jiangming. Of the three, Ruan Yin's injuries were the lightest. Thus Chu Chihuan was the first to attack. Ruan Yang was the second, so Jun Moxie was the second. As for Ma Jiangming, he was the one with the heaviest injuries. He was also the only one of the three who had lost the ability to fight. Fighting against two experts of the same level by himself, it would be strange if he was not heavily injured. There was nothing to worry about. Ma Jiangming struggled to maintain his standing posture. It was obvious that he was extremely weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. He coughed lightly and blood flowed continuously from his mouth. His entire body was covered with dozens of wounds, and even his face was covered with scars. From the looks of it, his face looked even more ancient. Jun Moxie? So it's you? Ma Jiangming laughed bitterly. His body swayed and his eyes were lifeless. You've really surprised this old man. Where's your lover? Ma Jiangming stopped pretending. Jun Moxie looked at him in Lengling's eyes. Although your injuries were the heaviest, that is only when compared to the Ruan brothers. Your true injuries are far from what you've displayed. Trying to play tricks in front of me is useless. Also, a month of hard work, 27 consecutive days of high-intensity eruption, and it's all gone at the end of the month. I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. Also, a month of hard work, 27 consecutive days of high-intensity eruption, and it's all gone at the end of the month. I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. Also, a month of hard work, 27 consecutive days of high-intensity eruption, and it's all gone at the end of the month. I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. Chapter 624. You're lucky. You actually managed to take advantage of a loophole. Ma Jiangming was so angry that his entire face had turned purple, and he looked even more sinister and frightening. If it weren't for these two bastards causing trouble for no reason and suddenly acting like they were having an epileptic fit, how could you have succeeded so easily? The heavens really toy with people to this extent. This old man actually got together with those two bastards. It must be the will of the heavens. However, this old man managed to escape after those two bastards. This battle is this old man's victory. The will of the heavens. Haha, I can't help but admire your stupidity. You actually don't know how you died even when you're about to die. Do you think that you've won against those dead brothers? Idiot. Jun Moxie laughed loudly and raised his sword. This young master has no interest in wasting time with you. Could it be that this was all you're doing? Ma Jiangming's eyes suddenly widened, and his expression slowly changed from one of shock to one of malevolence. So it was you. So it was you. Die for this old man? He roared loudly and suddenly flew up. The sky was filled with silver light, and a streak of purple lightning shot out. The momentum was not weak at all. Jun Moxie snorted coldly. His body moved slightly and he actually disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ma Jiangming, and he slashed out with his sword. Ma Jiangming's body suddenly leapt up, but it seemed like he was unable to dodge in time. Although he managed to avoid the fatal point on his back, the sword brushed past his legs and pierced into his crotch. Speaking of which, even Jun Moxie hadn't expected that this sword would actually succeed so easily. He had already prepared several moves and was prepared to react at any time. Even if a Superior Supreme was heavily injured, how could it be so easy to kill a Superior Supreme in a frontal confrontation? After all, a frontal confrontation was different from a sneak attack. However, this sword had directly castrated Ma Jiangming, and it went so smoothly that even Jun Moxie was shocked. This kind of injury would be difficult for any man to endure. Even a superior supreme would not be an exception. In the end, that was the most painful part of a man. However, a sudden change occurred. Just as Jun Moxie thought that he had succeeded, Ma Jiangming, who had clearly been struck in his vitals, suddenly retreated at full speed. It was as if he did not feel the sword at all, as if he did not even feel the slightest bit of pain. With a backhand slap, he landed a heavy blow on Jun Moxie's shoulder. Jun Moxie was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that this guy, as a man's most important part, could still be so vigorous and fierce. He was really a fierce person. A cracking sound came from his shoulder, and the bones seemed to have been dislocated. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying with his sword. To his surprise, he discovered that the sword was as cool as water and there was not a single trace of blood on it. He could not help but widen his eyes. As he flew backwards, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Fuck me? So you don't have anything down there?" A man's greatest pain was indeed something that no man could endure. The only ones who could endure it were those who were not men. Ma Jiangming laughed heartily as he chased after them with a sinister look on his face. "That's right. I don't have anything down there. You didn't expect this, right? Ah." He was laughing so loudly as if it was a glorious thing to be proud of that he didn't have anything down there. He even seemed a little proud of himself. Jun Moxie could not understand what was going on at this moment. In the distance, Chu Chihuan, who was meditating, could not help but retch. As a man, he was actually so proud of himself when he didn't have anything down there. No wonder this fellow loved to torture beautiful women to death. So that was the reason. It was because he was helpless in front of beautiful women. Jun Moxie was both angry and amused at the same time. No wonder this fellow was still able to retaliate. His shoulder was burning with pain, but he still laughed heartily. "Fuck, so you don't have anything down there? It's rare for you to be so proud of yourself. You really are a fucking genius." At this time, Ma Jiangming had already caught up to him. With a sinister smile, he said, "So what if this daddy doesn't have it? It's precisely because I don't have that thing that I've saved this daddy's life. You do have it, but it's going to be wasted. This daddy will make sure that you won't be able to use it even once in the future." He attacked fiercely. Swords, silver needles, fists and kicks rained down like a torrential storm. Jun Moxie laughed heartily, and his entire body disappeared inexplicably in the midst of his laughter. Right in front of Ma Jiangming, under his widened eyes, Chu Yang had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Ma Jiangming's sure-kill attack had been unleashed with a hong sound, but the person in front of him had already disappeared. He could not help but be startled. Turning around, he raised his guard. Suddenly he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his crotch. With a strange cry, his entire body was sent flying into the air, flailing about wildly. Jun Wuxia had ruthlessly kicked Ma Jiangming's crotch from below. The huge force of the kick had sent Ma Jiangming's body flying into the air. Ma Jiangming didn't even have the time to scream before another invisible kick landed on the same spot. In the air, Jun Moxie shouted coldly, "I'll let you have nothing down there. I'll let you be fucking proud that you don't have anything down there. 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 You don't have anything down there." Following a series of curses, kick after kick landed on the same spot. Ma Jiangming's body continued to be kicked upwards, and his lower body also continued to be kicked fiercely, all of them landing on the same spot. Not to mention that Ma Jiangming didn't have anything down there to begin with. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to recognize it now. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to recognize what it was. Below, Chu Chihuan's mouth was wide open, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He watched as Ma Jiangming shot upwards like a rocket. He was already over 100 zhang above the ground, and he was still persevering to rise higher into the sky. Hearing the continuous sounds of kicks, Chu Chihuan suddenly felt as if the roots of his teeth had gone soft. From the strength of these kicks, this old man with a face full of vicissitudes of life would probably die within 2 more kicks. It must have been tough for Jun Moxie to actually kick him 200 times in one go. This guy who doesn't have anything down there is a pervert. That guy who has something down there is also a pervert. Motherfuckers are all more perverted than this daddy. This was the conclusion that Chu Chihuan came to. With a sound, Jun Moxie appeared in front of him and said hurriedly, "Quick, dodge, the people from the 3 holy lands are coming again. There are at least 100 of them this time." Just now he had risen to the sky and he had clearly seen the silhouettes of people flying over with the speed of the wind. More than 100 people. This was definitely a terrifying force. With their current strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to contend against such a strong force. Chu Chihuan was still in a state of shock. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Ma Jiangming was still flying upwards, and he had already shrunk to the size of a soybean. Then he looked at Jun Moxie in front of him and was still puzzled. How did this brat suddenly come down? That guy who doesn't have anything down there is still flying up like a little bird that was beaten by him. How did he suddenly appear on the ground? Jun Dashao pulled Chu Chihuan up, and rushed into the snow cave where Mei Shuiyan and Dongfang Wenxian were hiding. There was no time for him to say anything, and he immediately activated the power of water. Snow was formed by water, and in the end it was still a form of water. The snow under the four of them suddenly rose into the air, revealing the solid ground. The four of them landed on the ground at the same time. Before Chu Chihuan had the time to be surprised, Jun Moxie pressed down with his hands, and Chu Chihuan felt that he was falling down endlessly, as if there was a natural bottomless abyss below him. Are you trying to kill me? What's going on? Isn't this too fantastical? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the outside world, countless figures were flashing everywhere. Just as Jun Moxie and Chu Chihuan disappeared, they arrived at the snowy ground where a fierce battle had just happened. From afar, there were still many figures rushing over as if they were old men. On the snowy ground, everything was red. Fresh blood was dripping everywhere. The two halves of his body were separated by a long distance. His arms were still in a crawling position. There were also pieces of flesh scattered evenly on the snowy ground. Ruanyang was using that weird posture to support himself on the snowy ground. He was already completely dead. There was another person with his stomach full of intestines and organs hanging out. Obviously he was in extreme pain before he died. From the looks of it, the other half of his body had struggled for a long time because the other half of his body was still 3 zhang away. In the middle there was a thin intestine that had been pulled out and there seemed to still be some heat left. Such a scene, even hell would not be so cruel, right? Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. At the same time they felt their stomachs churning and their Adam's apple bobbing up and down, as if they were swallowing something. But their faces were filled with hatred, and their eyes were filled with endless hatred. The people from the 3 Holy Lands had finally arrived. There were actually close to 150 people. And this was only those who were nearby. There were still quite a number of people who had rushed over without hearing the news. The different attire of the 3 Holy Lands was especially dazzling on the snowy ground. Cruel. This supreme assassin Chu Chihuan is truly vicious and evil to the extreme. If we don't get rid of him, the pugilistic world will not be at peace. On the side of the hermitage, an old man with a snowy white beard looked at the scene in front of him with pity and sighed deeply. Second Master is right. Chu Chihuan actually dared to torture the people of our 3 Holy Lands like this. If we catch him, we will definitely cut him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. The one who spoke was precisely Zi Jinghong. At this moment his face was a little twisted. Looking at Ruanyang of the illusory blood sea dying in such a strange manner, the anger and grief in his heart had already reached the limit. In order to encircle and kill Chu Chihuan, the illusory blood sea had already lost 5 superior supreme experts. At this moment, this lawless and resourceful illusory blood sea looked at the benevolent old man in front of him with a hint of fear and evasion in his eyes. It was as if his soul was trembling. The person whom he called Second Master was the leader of the Hermitage's operation this time. Obviously, the Hermitage was really angry this time and he was really hurt. They actually sent out this human king who was second only to the palace lord. This Second Master had a benevolent look and a sincere face. In fact, he even looked a little wooden. His eyes were full of compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind. At a glance he looked like a typical good person. If there was a story of a farmer and a snake in this world, then everyone would believe that the farmer in the story was him. He was really too kind, too honest. This kind of person would definitely be easy to talk to, very soft-hearted, and very understanding of others. In summary, this person was definitely very gullible. This was the first impression of everyone who saw him for the first time. Chapter 625. Third Watch. This person was a standard gentleman who could be deceived? However, those who were familiar with this person knew that he was an extremely venomous rattlesnake. A person who looked like a gentleman was never a real gentleman. He was more hypocritical than a crocodile and more ruthless than a wolf. Blood-handed gentleman, good dead soul. These were his nicknames. His name was very kind. It was called Jin Sibei. This name was kind and funny, but no one in the world dared to laugh at it. They did not even dare to laugh behind their backs. This was because Jin Sibei was not merciful at all. 200 years ago, there was a city lord who offended him. He went to the city lord's door to denounce him, but he was surrounded by the army. In a fit of rage, Jin Sibei went on a killing spree for 3 days and 3 nights. With his own strength, he completed the magnificent feat of slaughtering a city. After all, although the city was small, it still had a population of nearly 100,000 people in it. There were soldiers, Xian cultivators, officials and commoners among them. This Zhen Sibei did not distinguish between right and wrong and killed them all. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were not spared. 3 days later the city became a dead city. Not even a single dog managed to escape. Not a single survivor was spared. The most outrageous thing was that after the killing this man did not show mercy. He took a big vat filled with human blood and wrote a few words on the city wall. The heavens are merciful, I am merciful too. I am merciful in the name of enforcing justice. Slaughtering 100,000 people and claiming to be merciful in the name of enforcing justice. This was the biggest joke in the world. An ordinary expert would be tired after killing a few dozen people, but this Zhen Sibei did not even bat an eyelid when he slaughtered 100,000 people. He even thought that he was doing a good deed and was merciful. Truly merciful. The entire Jianghu was in turmoil because of this matter. Countless experts swore to kill him, but his Xianqi was too profound and almost no one could stop him. In the end, the palace master of the elusive world of immortals personally took action and defeated him. Then he disappeared without a trace. It turned out that he had joined the elusive world of immortals and had taken on such an important role. Zhen Sibei stroked his beard and sighed sorrowfully, that Chu Qihun has committed such a perverse act. We naturally cannot let him off. We are patrolling on behalf of the heavens, so we should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate this calamity for the human world. A middle-aged man wearing a tall hat and a hemp robe spoke. His face was long and narrow like a horse's face, but also like a donkey's face. His eyes were long and narrow like 2 slits. Right now these 2 slits were flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Lengling looked at Zhen Sibei and sneered, "Old Zhen, are you trying to be a gentleman again? Are you going to be merciful again?" This person did not have any scruples when facing a peerless killer like Zhen Sibei. It was obvious that Zhen Sibei was on equal footing, but Zhen Sibei was not angry at all. This person was the 3rd castellan of the Supreme Golden City, and also one of the leaders of the Blood Sea. Absolute Heaven, Absolute Earth and Absolute World Duju. His name was Duju. This name was very extreme and the person with this name was also very extreme. He was exactly like his name. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, he was even more ruthless to himself. It was said that in order to practice his swordsmanship, when he was tired and dissatisfied, he stabbed himself in the thigh, until he was satisfied. If a person could be so ruthless to himself, one could imagine how he behaved in the world. Du Ju and Zhen Sibei were the true pinnacle of the world, venerable ones. The compassionate venerable Zhen Sibei, and the heartless venerable Du Ju. Whoever met Zhen Sibei was bound to be merciful. Whoever met Du Ju meant that he had reached the end of his life. A gentleman's virtue is shown in every word and action. How is this showing off? When it's time to be merciful, we will naturally enforce justice on behalf of heaven, and return peace to the world. Zhen Sibei sighed and said solemnly. Along with his white hair and white beard, he looked solemn as if he was holy and inviolable. But when everyone heard his words, all of them shuddered without exception. At this moment the wind whistled in the sky, and a blurry shadow fell from the vast sky like a meteor. The speed was as fast as a meteor, like lightning. Du Ju's eyes flashed and he suddenly shouted. His body did not move, but he floated up and went up to meet the attack. His palm was like a knife and it was suffused with the color of blood. He did not even blink, and with a swoosh 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 swoosh, he struck more than 10 palm knives. Every knife hit its mark. Not a single knife missed its mark. The person who had fallen from the sky had been chopped into 17 or 18 pieces, scattering in all directions. Good skill. Venerable Du's palm knife is so handsome. This move is indeed extraordinary. Several people cheered in unison. At the same time they were flattering him. However, Du Ju had already fallen down. His face was flushed red and it looked very ugly. He was a little angry but also a little depressed. With a ping sound, a ball-like head smashed into the snow, then bounced up and rolled a few times. His face was facing the sky and his eyes were wide open. He was as thin as a skeleton, and his face was full of wrinkles and vicissitudes. It's Ma Jiangming. Why did he run up to the sky? We've been here for quite a while and he only came down now. How high did he jump? The people of the Supreme Golden City cried out in alarm. They were full of questions. This unfortunate person who had been dismembered and beheaded by their 3rd city lord was actually an expert on their side. However, they did not dare to say anything else. They did not even dare to go over to take a look. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. That was because Duju's face had turned even darker. His donkey-like face seemed to have become even longer, and his body seemed to be emitting a murderous aura. He had elegantly leaped up and struck with all his strength. He had wanted to show off his might in front of everyone, but he had ended up chopping his own people into pieces. One could imagine how embarrassed Venerable Du was right now. Ah! Venerable Du's palm knife is so handsome. With a wave of his hand, he chopped this merciless man with a face full of vicissitudes of life, into 17 or 18 pieces. This kind of skill is truly earth-shattering. Amazing. It is indeed amazing. Worthy of being called Venerable Duju. Jin Sibei smiled amiably. He spoke in a solemn tone, as if he was praising Venerable Duju from the bottom of his heart. There was not a trace of ridicule in his tone. Duju snorted coldly. Suddenly, he tilted his palm and raised it in front of his chest. A sharp palm knife went straight towards Jin Sibei without making a sound. Jin Sibei laughed loudly. He waved his sleeves and with a schwa sound, Duju's palm knife suddenly changed direction, and cut deeply into the snow-covered ground. Jin Sibei and Duju were startled at the same time. They looked thoughtfully at the snow-covered ground under their feet. You guys, collect the corpses on the ground first. Isn't it too pitiful to leave these corpses lying in the wilderness? It's better to bury them in peace. Don't avoid the filth. The dead are the most important, Jin Sibei casually instructed in a pleasant manner. His face was full of grief. A few people in white immediately came out from behind him, and quickly collected the corpses on the ground. Everyone, let's work together and clear all the snow in this slanting valley. Duju and Lengling ordered. The snow in the entire valley was as thick as a mountain. However, Duju did not hesitate at all and gave the order. It was very easy, as if he was saying, just sweep the dust here, it's so easy. 10 highly skilled martial artists from the Great Golden City stood up at the same time. Their bodies slowly expanded, and suddenly they let out a muffled groan and struck out their palms at the same time. The violent gale turned into a huge shovel and swept up the thick layer of snow in a radius of several hundred feet. Then, another 40 to 50 people moved at the same time. With a loud bang, a huge layer of snow was lifted up and flew high up into the sky. Then it fell outside of the slanting valley. Translator's thoughts. Such a large area of snow would weigh more than 10 million pounds. It was actually thrown out just like that. Black soil could be seen on the ground. There was a difference of 3 feet between the soil and the snow that everyone was standing on. Duju and Jin Sibei and Lengling looked on, and continued to order expressionlessly, again. The second wave of cleanup was done by the elusive world of immortals. The third wave was naturally done by the illusory ocean of blood. It must be said that the group of supreme martial artists were very confident, and their strength was very strong. They had only rotated once, and a large area of the slanting valley had already been cleared. It was obviously an almost impossible task, but a lot of it had been completed in a short period of time. With such efficiency, it would not be difficult for them to clean up this place, and it would not take too long. The loud rumbling sounds of the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking were incessant. It was the sound of the large chunks of snow being thrown out. It seemed as if the whole earth was shaking. With their venerable level spiritual senses, Duju and Jin Sibei could faintly sense that there was definitely something special beneath the layer of snow. Otherwise, they would never believe that a mere Chu Chi Hun could kill 7 experts in one fell swoop and even cause a supreme martial artist to flee in a sorry state with serious injuries. If it was the Venerable Mei, this kind of result would still be reasonable. But, Chu Chi Hun? What virtue or ability did he have? Even if the 8 experts were to kill each other, Chu Chi Hun would not be able to reach such a level. The conclusion was, impossible. Jin Sibei looked at the movements in front of him and without turning his head, he called out, Bai Wu Xen, come here. Bai Wu Xian's heart was wrapped in a thick white cloth, but the bone-piercing pain was still tormenting him, causing him to grit his teeth from time to time. His bones had almost been pierced through by a sword. The fact that he was still able to stand here was already a feat of steel. Hearing Bai Wu Xian's words, he hurried over. He asked respectfully, what instructions does Second Master have for me? Towards this Lord Jin Sibei, no one had ever dared to call him Second Palace Master. Everyone addressed him as Second Master, because this Second Master's temper was much more violent than the Lord's. When the Lord was angry, he would at most be locked up or given some punishment. But when the Second Master was angry, then mercy would descend. Tell me everything that happened in detail. Don't leave out anything. Even if it's inconceivable, you have to tell me everything. Zhen Xiaibei raised his eyebrows and said in a heavy tone. Chapter 626. At this time Bai Wu Xian's heart was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to split open. Being able to stand up and reply was already a difficult feat, but facing the questioning of this true grandpa, he did not dare to be negligent. Left with no choice, he could only explain everything in detail once more. He did not conceal anything, no matter how big or small. Even now, Bai Wu Xian's anger towards Ma Jiangming and the Ruan brothers had not dissipated. Naturally, he would speak the truth. If not for those three bastards suddenly fighting amongst themselves, would this daddy's head have been slashed open like that? Just a hair's breadth away from splitting my brain. My heavens, that's going to take my life. Even though Ma Jiangming's head and Ruan Yang's corpse had already been placed to the side, Bai Wu Xian's anger was still not appeased, and he almost wanted to kick them again. As they listened to Bai Wu Xian's story, the faces of Zhen Sibei, Du Ju and Zi Jinghong all darkened. Towards the three of them suddenly acting like rats in a nest, the three of them were extremely confused. No matter how they looked at it, the three of them should not have acted so rashly. Inspect the corpse carefully, Zhen Sibei and Lengling ordered. The three of them walked over to the corpse and inspected it carefully. Du Ju was extremely ruthless. With a schwa sound, he directly stripped Ruan Yang's corpse clean. Then he pieced Ma Jiangming's corpse back together, and it was actually extremely complete. Second brother Ruan's body clearly has many needle marks all over his neck, thighs, buttocks, back. There's a total of 21 times. Ma Jiangming is an expert in flying needles. Could it be that this was done by Ma Jiangming? Furthermore, there's a pool of blood at second brother Ruan's crotch. It's from his back. He should have been injured there. The location of the injury is too strange, and it's hard to determine what it was caused by. From the blood flow, it's very likely that it was a hidden needle weapon. But after searching the surroundings, we only found a few needles, far less than the location of the injury. Furthermore, there is no trace of blood on these needles. This is extremely strange. Zi Jinghong naturally wanted to find an excuse for his men, but the more he spoke, the stranger his expression became. In the end, he decided to just shut his mouth. What would it take to plot against a superior supreme expert's backyard? Even if he racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer to this question. It couldn't be that the second son of the Ruan clan would just stick up his butt and let himself be blown up, right? That was a little too ridiculous. One couldn't help but admire Ma Jiangming's methods. As expected of the soul-chasing shadowless needle. How domineering. Du Ju's face darkened, but he didn't say a word. He continued to examine it carefully, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. There's no need to look any further. Ma Jiangming must have ambushed them from behind, toying with them. The two of them couldn't bear the humiliation and retaliated in anger. The real life and death battle should have started after the second son of the Ruan clan was struck in his back. Such a great humiliation naturally turned into anger, and the three of them fought to the death. As for the needle marks and no steel needles, I think it's because Ma Jiangming had only used ice needles at the start. Zhen Sibei snorted and gave his conclusion. His conclusion was basically the same as the truth. It could be seen that this person's reasoning ability was very good. The only mistake he had made was that he had pinned the blame on Ma Jiangming for the person who had used the ice needles. Zi Jinghong and Du Ju were also thinking the same thing. So they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Ma Jiangming was known as the soul-chasing shadowless needle. So, it was reasonable for him to be able to do this. However, Ma Jiangming's injuries were even stranger. The real cause of his death wasn't a sword wound. Instead, it was a continuous kick to the lower part of his body. Then, someone continued to beat him until his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were smashed to pieces. Then, someone mercilessly kicked him several dozen times in the same place, sending him flying high into the sky. Kicking a person to death and then continuously kicking the corpse high up into the air. Only when we arrived did it finally land. Du Ju sighed heavily, furrowing his brows as he looked at the pieces of Ma Jiangming's corpse that he had dismembered. This person's methods are extremely cruel and terrifying. His grandmother, he's even more ruthless than me. He's an out-and-out perverted murderer. Otherwise, Du Ju, with our strength, killing Ma Jiangming wouldn't take much effort. But, do you really have the ability to continuously kick him over 100 zhang into the sky? Zhen Sibei Lengling looked at him and said mockingly, "At the very least, I don't think I have the ability to do it. If you can, then I must congratulate you. It turns out that you've already broken through to the venerable realm." Du Ju instantly understood Zhen Sibei's meaning. That's right, kicking him over 100 zhang. Then the person who did it would have to follow Ma Jiangming's corpse all the way up. Does such a high-level movement technique really exist in this world? There was no need to breathe, no need to breathe, no need to borrow strength. To kick him in the same place as he was in the air. Duju sucked in a deep breath. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. That's not impossible. The Eagle King and the Crane King of the Tianfa forest can also do it. Zhen Sibei's eyes flashed. He didn't say anything. This was something he hadn't thought of. His previous judgment was completely based on Shen techniques. This matter couldn't be explained by humans. If it was done by a flying-type beast king, then everything was reasonable. At the very least, it could be explained. Zhen Sibei twirled his beard and muttered, could it be that Tianfa also participated in this battle? At this time, all Ma Jiangming's corpse isn't complete. There's still a very important object missing. Du Ju took a final look and discovered that something was wrong. Even if he was kicked away, there should still be traces. Even if he was kicked into a pulp, he should still be hanging there. How come that thing is gone? Isn't this the same as dying without an intact corpse? Death is a big deal. Let's bury his corpse in one piece. Someone help us look for it. 3-star king-level Master Xiao Weiqing stumbled over. Third City Lord, that Ma Jiangming, he didn't have anything down there in the first place. Du Ju's face turned pale. Turning his head, he spat on the ground. Fucking bad luck. Just as they were fighting until their eyes were red, and they were about to become one with the sword, Chu Chihuan suddenly appeared. Bai Wu Xen saw that the big shots had finished inspecting the corpse and continued. Stop. Zhen Sibei waved his hand and thought for a moment. Then he called over 5 people and had them stand in their positions. Continue speaking. Was this the position you guys were standing in? Yes. Just like that, in that instant I suddenly felt a sense of danger. I charged forward, but I was still heavily injured. Only then did I realize that the 2 companions behind me were already dead. At the same time, the other 2 were also killed. One was stabbed in the back of the neck, and the other was slashed from the shoulder all the way to the abdomen. Wait. Du Ju waved his hand and interrupted him. Going over to inspect the injuries of the corpses, he said, Hermitage was ambushed first, and then the Supreme Golden City. In that case, this doesn't make sense. That's right. Zhen Sibei nodded his head and fell into deep thought. Du Ju leapt up soundlessly, disappearing into the snow. Following that, he suddenly appeared beside the 5 people, his hand in a sword stance. Then he swept his sword horizontally, stabbing towards the back of the head of the person standing at Bai Wu Xian's position. Then, with a schwa sound, he appeared behind the 2 people from the Supreme Golden City. Pausing, he shook his head and said, It's impossible. The murderer is definitely not one person. There must be at least 2 people. That's right, there must be at least 2 people acting at the same time for this to happen. Furthermore, these 2 people must have the strength of a top-notch assassin like Chu Chihuan. This kind of meticulous grasp of timing is extremely rare. Although our people are all paying attention to the battle, they still have the vigilance of a supreme martial artist. Any slight movement of the grass in the wind would be enough to deal with it. Thus, the 2 assassins who acted this time are both top-notch experts. If it was just Chu Chihuan alone, there's no way he would be able to do this. Zhen Sibei Lengling looked at Bai Wu Xen and said, Bai Wu Xen, your report is not true. You're so afraid of death that you didn't even dare to turn your head and ran away. Yet you're still trying to mislead us with false information. What is the meaning of this? Bai Wu Xen's face turned pale with fright, and his lean face was filled with panic. Second Master, what do you mean by this? I, Bai Wu Xen, have already been in the Hermitage for 100 years. Could it be that Second Master still doesn't know what kind of person I am? There's no need to mention the past. Right now, I only know that you're afraid of death, running away when you're in danger, not caring about your own brothers and comrades. Furthermore, you're making things up out of nothing, spouting nonsense to mislead us. Bai Wu Xen, someone like you truly deserves to die. Zhen Sibei looked at him coldly, the killing intent in his eyes growing thicker and thicker. Bai Wu Xen, this seat shall bestow you with mercy today. If you're willing to take your own life, you can leave your corpse intact. But if this seat takes action personally, the result will be hard to say. Bai Wu Xen retreated 2 steps with a schwa sound, his face filled with grief and indignation. Second Master, if you want to incriminate me, there's no need to worry about excuses. At that time, Bai Wu Xen didn't want to run away. But if I didn't run with all my strength, even if I hesitated for the slightest bit, I would still have died under the enemy's sword. Second Master, where did your information come from? I, Bai Wu Xen, Would rather destroy my own reputation to bring back information and show my sincerity towards the immortal palace. How could I possibly intentionally mislead you? Unfortunately, there was no meaning in any explanation. A benevolent smile hung on Zhen Sibei's face as he floated up like a white cloud. His palms slammed down as he said coldly, "No matter how glib your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today. If you don't die, how can you atone for your sins? Are you really not willing to take your own life?" Bai Wu Xen parried with all his might, his expression filled with grief and indignation. With a schwa sound, his sword flew out of its sheath. He shouted in grief, "Zhen Sibei, I will never give in to your perverse ways. Let's see if your mercy can really reach me. You still dare to use your sword against me? Overestimating your own abilities. I've already given you a chance, but you're the one who gave it up." Zhen Sibei laughed savagely as he clasped his hands together and roared, "Trap!" An inexplicable force burst forth from his palms, vast and boundless, as if connecting the heavens and the earth. Bai Wu Xian suddenly found that he couldn't move a single muscle. In fact, he couldn't even blink his eyes. This was the power of heaven and earth that only venerable experts could comprehend. Power of heaven and earth, become my cage. This was already a tiny bit of the power of heaven and earth. This kind of power, only Mei Shuyan had ever used it before. Chapter 627. Bai Wu Xen stood there in a daze, trying his best to struggle but to no avail. His eyes were filled with despair as he watched Zhen Sibei's hand land on his forehead. With a "pa" sound, his brains burst out, and his entire head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. His death was too horrible to look at. Everyone was silent out of fear. Du Ju looked on coldly from the side, a dark expression on his face. A superior supreme, and Zhen Sibei had actually killed him without the slightest bit of mercy. Bai Wu Xian's corpse slowly fell to the ground. At this time the crowd outside suddenly exclaimed in shock. Zhen Sibei and Du Ju turned around, only to see a huge hole the size of a house on the left side of the mountain. It was pitch black and it was hard to tell how deep it was. There's indeed something strange here. Zhen Sibei stroked his beard, a bright light flashing in his eyes. "Come, let's go take a look." Underground, Chu Chihuan looked at Jun Moxie as if he was looking at a ghost. "You've won," Supreme Chu said, sighing in disappointment. "I can't compare to you and I'm ashamed of my inferiority. You are the true king of the world of assassins. Fully deserving of the title. The title of Supreme Assassin no longer belongs to me." Chu Chihuan's voice was filled with disappointment, shame, admiration, and praise. Chu Chihuan watched everything unfold, and he knew clearly that he had lost, and he had lost convincingly. On the surface, it seemed like he had killed two great masters from the Supreme Golden City and one superior master from the illusory Blood Sea. Jun Wuxia had also killed 3 of them with a sneak attack and injured one. As for Ma Jiangming, he didn't even count. On the surface, Jun Moxie only had the upper hand and the gap was very small. But Chu Chihuan knew very well that he had lost completely. Because all of this had been planned by Jun Moxie. All the opportunities had appeared because of Jun Moxie's plan. Otherwise, this wouldn't have been the result. Chu Chihuan was good at making use of opportunities and seizing them. Any small opportunity would be grasped by him. Using his elusive movements, it would be a fatal blow. As an assassin, this seemed to be enough. He had always been proud of this and had always thought that this was enough. But today in front of him, this young man had used reality to teach him a lesson. As an assassin, a top assassin, not only must he know how to make use of opportunities, but he must also use all means to create opportunities when there are no opportunities. If Chu Chihuan were to face these 8 experts by himself, he would only be able to kill one of them with a sneak attack. Even if he were to be surrounded by so many strong enemies, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Because he would have to face the joint attack of the other 7 experts. However, Jun Moxie had cleverly created an opportunity to annihilate all 8 of them in one fell swoop. This method was close to a miracle. The gap between them was completely incomparable. Taking advantage of opportunities is passive. But creating opportunities is active. Only by creating opportunities one can grasp the best opportunity. Just waiting for others to be careless was like waiting for a rabbit to come to them. Chu Chihuan had every reason to believe that even if Ma Jiangming and the Ruan brothers had not had a dispute, Jun Moxie would have used other methods to attract their attention, or used other contradictions to incite them to fight. He could definitely do it. However, he had never thought about this aspect. He had never considered it at all. Not only did he not do it, he did not even think about it. This was the gap. A gap that was hard to catch up. Thank you for letting me win. Jun Moxie smiled and did not bother with pleasantries, because he could clearly feel that Chu Chihuan was very lacking in this aspect. A king of assassins, a supreme assassin, was not just capable of killing people. There was also a lot of knowledge in this. If there was an opportunity, he must make use of it to its fullest potential. Even if there was no opportunity, he must create an opportunity for himself. This was the most complete concept of an assassin. Such a concept was also suitable for any other industry, be it people of all religions or even officialdom, official career, marketing, or business. All of them were the same. Everyone had an opportunity. When there was no opportunity, the opportunity created by oneself would be more suitable for oneself. So, when there was no path in front of us, we must pave a path for ourselves if we want to move forward. The more there was no path, the more likely it was that we could create a golden path. When I get out of here alive, I will announce this news to the world. The supreme assassin is no longer Chu Chihuan. Chu Chihuan's voice was low, but it was from the bottom of his heart. My skills are not as good as others. If I still call myself the supreme assassin, it will be a disgrace to me. I do not need the recognition of the world, so you don't have to do this. Whether the world recognizes me or not, what does it have to do with me? Jun Wuxia raised his head and smiled arrogantly. He said disdainfully, I only need your acknowledgement. That's enough. As Jun Moxie spoke, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought with some relief, I, the evil monarch, did not lose our face after all. Thinking of this, his heart turned sour. What does the world have to do with me? You have really won my heart. Chu Chihuan was startled and then he suddenly laughed. Then he looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, Until now, I still haven't asked for your names? The three of them were stunned when they heard this. They had thought that Chu Chihuan had already known their identities. They didn't expect that he really didn't know. This was Chu Chihuan's strange temper. He had never made friends with anyone in his life, so he would never ask for someone's name. Before this, the only thing he remembered was the name of his assassination target. Chu Chihuan had always thought that there was no one in the world who was worthy of him asking for his name, and no one was qualified to be his friend. No one was qualified to be his friend. It was the first time for this killer to ask for someone's name. It was the first time for a typical young lady to get on a bridal sedan chair. My name is Jun Moxie, this is my mother, Dongfang Wenxin, this is my wife, Mei, I won't tell you her full name. Jun Moxie beamed with delight, taking advantage of them again. You are Jun Moxie. You are Dongfang Wenxin. Chu Chihuan was shocked and suddenly asked, Are you the widow of General Jun Wuhui? The Dongfang family's Miss Wenxin? Yes, I am. Dongfang Wenxin's eyes turned red, but she forced herself to be calm and said, I have lived for so long, but I have brought shame to my late husband's name. Please don't laugh at me, Senior Chu. Suddenly hearing her husband's name from someone else's mouth, that familiar feeling suddenly made Dongfang Wenxin's heart sour, and she couldn't control herself. What are you talking about, madam? Chu Chihuan's face became serious. Although General Jun is my junior, he is a hero, courageous and chivalrous. I am a cold-blooded killer and I have never been convinced by anyone, but Jun Wuhui is the only exception. Madam's love for her husband is earth-shattering, and she is willing to sleep with heaven and earth for her husband, which should be admired by the world. It also makes those women who are greedy for wealth and enjoyment feel ashamed. The heroic husband and wife complement each other, so how can they be ashamed? Chu Chihuan let out a long sigh and said, That year I had the honor of meeting General Jun, because someone offered me 30 million taels of silver to assassinate Jun Wuhui. After I investigated, the more I admired him and finally I gave up on the deal. That was also the first and only time in my life that I gave up on my own initiative. He laughed bitterly. I, Chu Chihuan, have always been a cold-blooded butcher, and I never cared whether the other party was a loyal minister or a virtuous wife. As long as someone could afford it, I would never be soft-hearted. But that time I was really convinced by Jun Wuhui. I once sneaked into the army camp and watched him for 3 days before I left. On behalf of my late husband, I thank Mr. Chu for his mercy. Dongfang Wenxin stood up and bowed. Who was the person who asked you to kill my father? Can you give me a name? Jun Moxie frowned, but he was concerned about this question. This matter had been picked out one by one, but the more he investigated, the more complicated it became. The buyer that day was the imperial tutor of the Yutang Empire, Fei Mingchen. Chu Chihuan hesitated for a while. I did not accept his request, so he is not my client. So, it is not a big deal for me to tell you. Although he said that, Jun Moxie understood that it was a taboo for an assassin to tell his client. Although Chu Chihuan said so, He had already owed him a big favor. Chu Chihuan, I was thinking about your movement skills. There is something wrong with your movement skills. Mei Shuyan looked at Chu Chihuan quietly, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She looked at Chu Chihuan suspiciously and her eyes were filled with hatred. Do you know about the war for seizing the heavens? Venerable Mei indeed has a good eye. How could Chu Chihuan not know who this beauty was? When she fought against more than 30 experts alone, Chu Chihuan had seen it with his own eyes, so he did not dare to neglect her. My teacher was fortunate enough to fight on the Pillar of Heaven's peak, and fell down the cliff with heavy injuries. Luckily he did not die, but his Shen cultivation was half crippled, and his body was also crippled. After a lot of hard work he took a long time to recover. Finally he accepted me as his disciple by chance. A pained smile appeared on Chu Chihuan's face. He lowered his head and said slowly, although my teacher's Shen cultivation could not advance any further, he knew how to take care of his health, so his lifespan was not in danger. Although he could no longer practice Shen cultivation, he had developed an interest in the strange race's movement skills. Chu Chihuan sighed deeply and said, my teacher once said that the strange race's biggest threat to us is their strange movement skills. Because they can hide themselves at any time, and it is hard to see them with the naked eye. Countless experts with higher cultivation than them have suffered from their strange movement skills. My teacher was the same. So my teacher spent the last few hundred years of his life trying to find a way to break that strange movement skill. Your teacher is a wise man, I wonder if he has found a way to deal with it. Mei Shuyan's eyes lit up and she asked hurriedly. Now the monthly votes have been pulled apart by tens of votes. Brothers, sisters, can you still fight? Can you still fight? Can you still fight? I have not fallen yet. I am still fighting. Still exploding. I hope you can use your monthly votes to tell me.